It is time for day 2 of the WePlay CSGO Academy League Season 3 Finals. We had day 1 yesterday and things were slightly as normal, but some teams certainly did look better than we expected. Today we move on further, but we will also say goodbye to one more team here. But before we say goodbye to any teams, before we see the games go down, let me remind you of the talented panel we have alongside me. Mr. London Snake, Maui Snake. Are you actually going to change your name at any point?
No, I'm keeping Maui Snake. It's either my real name or Maui Snake. That's it, James.
You don't want to really embrace my beautiful London.
London's Brov Snake. London Brov. Maui Brov. Maui Brov. Maui Roadman, actually.
Yeah. All road. We have to get the outfits as well in it as and then
tracksuits. Yeah,
there we go.
We gotta keep it good. We gotta get it.
Ved is basically rocking.
I already got it covered. Right now. So
not bad.
Yeah. I decided to tone it down a little bit from yesterday, but you know, still representing.
Not the full matching fit, but I mean, you still got the houndstooth going.
Yeah, and I mean, you gotta save something for finals day as well. That's what I'm thinking.
I'm just really jealous. I would love to have what you're wearing, however. But before we go any further, right, let's remind ourselves of what we saw yesterday because it was action-packed for sure. Beyond. Thanks, Nick. There we go. We can't actually see what's happening, Nick, at the moment. There's a USP. There's a guy stuck there, and the image is frozen. There we go. Yeah. We're into it. So it's not just highlights of like everything that happened. We're going through the whole voiceover of it all. But we will adjust to learning how this goes down. It was an interesting set of games, though, right? In the sense that this one did look like Spirit Academy were pretty much going to wreck Big. And then all of a sudden, Big started to fight back into it. We had a very even first half. I would say Spirit Academy kind of let the one slip away that could have given them their opening chance almost. And then all of a sudden they pull off this ridiculous round where, Maui, you sat there and said, how did that even happen?
It was a really nice back and forth map to kick off the playoffs, I'll say that. And the thing is that this is kind of what confirms what we thought about Spirit, that they're going to be a high skill team, but then when it gets to the other maps of the series, then they kind of fell a little bit flat. They couldn't quite stand up to Big on Vertigo or Overpass for that matter. And that is kind of, I'd say that went par for the course in terms of what we saw from Big during the regular season. They were a very well-coordinated team that was, you know, boosted by the fact that they have some really strong individuals. And I think Crimbo, he is kind of the man to watch for me right now for this team. He's been playing exceptionally well, and on top of that, he's in-game leading.
And on top of that, he's very good at interviews as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
In the winners' interviews, we can't forget that moment. The problem I had, right, when we look at these games, though, is that although Spirit put up this fight on Dust 2 that could have sadly been a loss for them, yes, they got one map, but then afterwards, they were just not in the game then, right? Yeah. Where was Spirit?
I mean, I think they kind of got broken. I think the first 5 to 6 rounds of Overpass just broke them mentally, sadly, because they had legitimate chances of actually getting off to a great start on Overpass. And I think if we see that obviously come into fruition, we get a very different game entirely. And again, it's not a given that, you know, you're going to see Big obviously running away with a massive T side, and like instead you might end up being restricted to 4 rounds, and then it becomes really, really messy once you go into the second half, and Big have to constantly play, you know, an uphill mode instead of just having, kind of like all the speed you'd want for the second half, the way they did. So I think that kind of broke the dynamic of the entire game as a whole, because once we got into the final map here, as we can see, like pretty comfortable numbers for Big. And Vertigo in many ways felt like that was more controlled from the side of Big the entire way through, where Overpass had more intense close moments where it's like, oh, if they win this one, then the economy is in trouble. Yeah, like, and with Big on Vertigo, it's just like, well, if they lose this one, they still have 12K to rebuy, so it wasn't like that much of an issue. And then we got to, I guess, the true dessert. Yeah, the Ultix show. This one took everybody by surprise. I mean, I don't think... The only ones who are going to claim they weren't surprised would probably be Astralis talent.
And Harry.
And Harry.
And
Harry, obviously, yes. and Jacob at home, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Surely.
But no, this definitely caught us off guard. And Ultix with basically a perfect game in the sense that through the entire T half had not a single opening duel of the many, tons he took. He took the most out of anyone on the server, I think, excluding Feather. But won every single one of them, obviously got Astralis off to a fantastic start. And then they had a really, really good T side. I mean, you can't, dodge that in any way, shape, or form. They came out prepared. They executed almost to perfection. And they got the results, they deserved from it as well. And the most impressive part is that they were able to kind of keep that going as well, because we sat here thinking, this is going to end on Raj. It's going to be, bounce back from MOUZ. on Vertigo. It's going to be bounce back for MOUZ. But no, Astralis are just
that is what we got though. We did end up getting the result that we expected.
Yeah, just not in the same fashion.
Yeah, it was so much closer. Like Astralis showed that they were a very competitive team in this matchup. Even though I would say that MOUZ were such strong, this was the heaviest favorites of the playoffs so far, and probably will be. So this is a great look for Astralis in that it was a surprise to see them even make it through the last chance. To see them really put up a good fight against MOUZ was something that confirmed that what they did in that last chance qualifier was not a fluke.
And this is it, right? When I looked at these results from Astralis Talent, I looked at the way they were playing. Not only was I impressed, but it was always like they had a chance of the game. It was never like you went, oh, MOUZ Sports running over them, they can walk away with this one. Astralis kept the hopes and dreams alive. Exertion's ace was pretty spectacular to also save his team as well, you know. That could have been the turning point where we could have seen Vertigo actually go into the hands of Astralis Talent. That's not something that they should be doing at this point, right? We put MOUZ in such heavy favorites. Most of us thought it was going to be a 2-0, right? Now we look at this and you say, MOUZ are going up against Big today. That game on its own is going to be wild because Big just seems to be on an upward trajectory. We spoke yesterday, right, to Exertion on the interview. They mentioned about the coach change coming in, how the dynamics changed on the team a bit. You mentioned it, Mario, you saw in the HLTV interview, you know, some of the confidence kind of lacking now because the pressure's coming onto them. This is all new things they're learning, and they're so young.
It's tough for MOUZ NXT. They're in a position where the players have to be a little bit more self-sufficient because they don't have that voice behind them in Cyclone. They do have a new coach who just came in, and so there's going to be a little bit of backing, but it's not the same. The guy that built this roster is no longer with them, and he's been promoted to the main roster. And I think that today, James, I'm looking at your predictions. I don't think you're going to be right there in that upper bracket game.
I was literally, so I just put my hand up to production and said, please hold this graphic, because had I done game by game on the day, I would probably be choosing Big right now. From what we saw yesterday, I would not have been choosing MOUZ.
Production, show mine. Show my bracket. Show my bracket.
Here we go.
Oh, who did choose Big? I did. I chose Big.
Well, okay, see, like, I'm the host, you're the analyst, you know, so I'm glad you did your job.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, we'll see though. I mean, we'll get to mine eventually, but yeah, no, you've gone for this now. I haven't followed the same trajectory. I do expect MOUZ to still make it through, but yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat as you.
You expect Spirit to beat Astralis today, though?
Yeah, I do.
Would you change that?
Again, on the day, it's a bit iffy. But yeah, no, I'm in the same boat as you, James. I would probably make some small adjustments to my bracket predictions if I got an opportunity to do it now.
I think you're right. I love the fact we've done a whole prediction ahead, right? But obviously, context-wise, it changes so much. There was a gap between the regular season coming into the playoffs. Teams have made improvements. Things have changed with all the teams. What we saw from Astralis Talent yesterday showed they'd made further improvements from even the group stage. So I'm sat there thinking, Spirit boys, we put a lot of faith in you, and like, what's happened? Did you predict Spirit as well to win over Talent?
I did predict Spirit.
So we've all done it, right?
Yeah, it's just Harry.
I don't think I can, in good faith though, predict them today. I think Astralis actually coming into this are the favorites for me. They just look like a better team, and on top of that, the individuals are playing very well. There's different heroes in different games. Fessler is playing very solidly, which is something we expected at the beginning of the season. But then you have other members chiming in, Breezer, Altex. I mean, you don't know who you're going to get game by game to step up in the Astralis side, and it's kind of a structural thing where all of them seem like they can step up now.
Question though, Maui. Can your boy drop 30 in this one?
No.
No
hate.
You're so mean.
No hate to Altex, but I mean that nuke game felt very fluky. I actually watched the whole demo back of him.
Of course you did.
I wanted to see how he did it. It was like he basically played like Rops does, but against an academy level team in MOUZ NXT, which was very impressive. I mean, he was doing these really solid lobby lurks where he never chose the same kind of angle twice. On CT side, he was just locking down ramp. I mean, he basically did everything you would have asked for him to do. So props to Altex in that game, but I don't know unless it goes to nuke again today. I think he really understands his position on that map because he probably did grind Rops demos, but I don't know about if I'm feeling that for the other maps he plays.
That's fair.
That's high praise, though. I'm down with that, you know, like comparing him to Rops.
It looked like he was playing like Rops does. He was playing the same spots. When I watch a Rops demo, when I watch an Altex demo, he was copying him. He was trying to his best to copy him, and it worked.
Maybe that's what he's doing. Maybe that's the player he's aligning himself with on this one. But looking at this Astralis Talent side, like you mentioned, Murray, multiple players on this roster can pop off. But then I was just so impressed with him yesterday that I feel like they are in a spot where they can compete right now. They're not in a spot where we go, like they have a chance, but you know, it's not too bad. For Spirit though, they're on the other side of the fence here because for me, the only thing I'm expecting from Spirit is more confidence because, yes, you went up against Big, it wasn't ideal, but surely when they go up Astralis talent, they think, all right, cool, game on.
Yeah, and I mean, I think they're going to feel good about the fact that they should be able to get, maybe not Mirage, as we've seen.
Yeah,
they've gone to
no one give them Mirage, maybe.
Yeah, but we have seen that they're able to play Dust 2 as well, and they can also play Nuke. I'm not sure if they watched the games yesterday that Astralis talent had, and obviously want to face Astralis talent on Nuke necessarily, but I do think like if you have the option between either either Dust 2 or Mirage, you're gonna feel okay about picking into either of them. And that's gonna at least allow you to kind of have some leeway. And yeah,
wow, the Vertigo trade.
Wow.
But to be fair, like that's exactly what Spirits look like, just with Mirage instead, right? So they do have some tendencies, both of these sides. So I wouldn't be surprised if we do get to see like a Mirage or Dust 2 coming in from Spirit, and then a Vertigo potentially from...
We've not got the veto yet, boys.
No,
so are we thinking Mirage?
I think it's going to be Mirage.
Vertigo, Nuke Decider.
Ooh, that's
I think that,
possible. That's very possible.
I think the difference maker is going to be what team gets to not ban out Ancient.
Whoever floats.
Whoever floats that and doesn't have to waste their ban, they're going to have a good time. Because the other one has to go to like their secondary pick. So I think if somebody takes the chance of not vetoing Ancient, then they're gonna veto out either Mirage or Vertigo, depending on who's in the spot.
I think when you're in a last chance kind of situation like this, where both teams are already in the lower bracket, maybe if they're in the upper bracket, Astralis could go for a curveball pick and do something like Inferno to try to punish pick against Spirit. But at this point in the tournament, you just want to play your best map because your back's against the wall. So Vertigo is probably Astralis' pick. They might go for Nuke. I think that's possible. But I think the three maps are what you said, James. I think it is going to be Mirage, Vertigo, Nuke in some combination, some order. I'm not sure what the decider is going to be, Vertigo or Nuke, though.
Okay, could be interesting for sure. But looking at Spirit, right, we touched on Kairon coming into it, but even he wasn't able to put up some good numbers, which is a worrying sign, for this confident player, one of the highest, was the highest rated player throughout the group stage, like he has all this positivity surrounding him, but in the real first game where it was a matchup, we're thinking, cool, and he just wasn't there. One map was on Dust 2, he was there, and that was it.
Yeah, I don't know why Kairon didn't really show up yesterday. It felt like he just kind of lost kind of an uncharacteristic amount of fights like that, and I think that Kairon has always thrived based off of his individual mechanical ability. So there's a chance that getting back into the flow of things with officials, that maybe he's been playing a lot of FPL, so played a little bit looser recently. So that's something where he needs to just tighten his game up. And I think that after that kind of beating they received at the hands of Big yesterday, I actually think that, well, I think Kairon was out of his comfort zone because Big did a decent job making things frustrating for him. But also, I think that Kairon will probably be able to pull himself together a little bit more. I mean, during the group stage, this guy was the best player by far, actually. Yeah. He was just the best rifler for sure. Better than Exertion. So, I mean, it's going to be up to him to make sure that he can do much better than yesterday, because we could see how flat Spirit fall when Kairon doesn't play well.
And who is them second lines we're looking at here for Spirit, right? Who else can really step up? We spoke about Artfrost with the AWP in hand, sure, but where's his extra buddies with the rifles?
Well, I mean, speaking of that, like the only, I guess you can't necessarily say highlight from yesterday or, positive, but the one guy who at least came out of it looking the best out of the 5 Spirit members was Santix. Again, a youngster. Who did, admirably well on all the maps that they played versus Big, even though it wasn't enough, or it wasn't necessarily like he's bolstering a massive KD or something and the rest of the team is falling behind. He was just, at the top of the scoreboard and kind of doing his part to keep them in. But he definitely needs Kairon. I think Kairon is the only one on that team who has the potential to do that kind of a task alone and still have Spirit come out victorious. But, Santix, etc., he's going to need some more assistance if he's going to be the best performer. But I do think there is potential for them to get some more of a collective effort to bring them over here. And I think it's necessary. I think we're going to see that. I think yesterday, from the the limited amount of games I've seen Artfrost play, he was quiet, and I'm expecting more things, just simply because he's an AWPer. So I think he's going to have lots of opportunities. But again, just off of the the little I've seen, he has been more impactful than what we saw yesterday, and I think that's going to kind of revert back to more normalcy than what we had yesterday. I think that it just felt like an off day for Spirit as well, because we talked about how good their individuals are, and it was very much their individuals losing out duels that didn't make sense. So any sort of aggression they would go for, so it just seemed, unnecessary risk, or to an extent dumb. to do at certain periods of time, just because it was very clear that they're not winning out, 1v1 fights.
Well, let's take a look at this veto on Astralis. Let's go straight in with the Dust 2 ban going down. Now, you were kind of agreeing with me here, right?
I think it's going to be a Mirage pick coming out from Spirit. It has to be now.
Mirage, Nuke, and Vertigo on the cards potentially.
Question is if Spirit decides to ban Vertigo here and just let Ancient float.
I think they'll ban Ancient. Yeah, they're just probably scared if it comes out. So
I'm kind of sad about that, though. Again, because Astralis hasn't shown anything like that leads you to believe, like, yeah, we could pick Ancient necessarily, so why not take the risk?
Right. I think right now, so the decision for Astralis is, do they want to pick Nuke, which they beat MOUZ NXT on, or do they want to pick Vertigo? I would probably just try to replicate the success of yesterday and go for a Nuke. Yeah, I think that's just a really strong pick.
Last 2 wins they've had on the map is what? Young Ninjas and MOUZ NXT?
That's the best 2 teams, arguably, that were in this whole thing.
Yeah,
so,
I think this is the best team they've beaten ever.
Wow, they really sensed weakness in what they saw from Spirit on Overpass yesterday then. That's an interesting pick.
And you guys did mention, right, that Spirit, okay, they can play Nuke a bit. Obviously, they can look back at the demo. That was a great T side, but maybe the CT side they weren't super confident in.
Yeah, I really dislike this pick.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
I really dislike this pick. Okay, so we were not impressed by what we saw from Spirit yesterday on Overpass. True. But a lot of it is just very elementary mistakes. It's like, okay, no, right now you're playing more as an individual than a collective. It's kind of just one player doing a really good job, and they were just incapable of
back on the sites way too much.
Yeah, like they didn't get separation between players and so on. So and they couldn't complete a single retake, which again I don't think is going to be the norm. I don't think that's something that's going to happen every time. Just if Kron has a little bit of a better day, if Sotfik has a little bit of a better, just these tiny fractions of of margins, if that just goes a little bit better for Spirit, all of a sudden, the rounds are rolling in on the CT side, and I think that could be a nightmare for Astralis.
And no surprises there with the Mirage pick coming out, right?
That had to happen.
Spirit every time. There's Mirage. I think I'll take that. So
that's
thing is, obviously, Astralis talent, especially since their individuals are stepping up. It's not that they can't play Mirage in this.
No, they can. Again, we did get a better fight out of them versus MOUZ NXT than we expected, so kudos to them for that. But now you're going up, it's literally you're going to Spirit Academy's home turf, right?
Yeah.
Just from the highlights that we saw Chiron's insane deagle round. And the one game that MOUZ NXT lost to the regular season, right? Versus Spirit Academy on Mirage. I don't know. This just feels like Spirit Academy got the dream scenario where Astralis talent are going to a map where we can't say that this is, home turf or anything like that for them. And if you're Spirit, you got, the map of your dreams.
This is, the Vertigo, the nuke ban is simply just because Spirit is scared of what they saw yesterday from Astralis.
Makes sense.
That makes sense.
That was a crazy T-side that Astralis talent put together, and they didn't want to face any of that. So good on Spirit to recognize that. But I'm surprised that the parry match odds actually are favoring Astralis talent. I don't know if they know the veto necessarily because Overpass, I think Ben and I are a little iffy on that first pick from Astralis.
Yeah, I'm very iffy. I hate it. Honestly, I'll be honest. I hate that pick from Astralis talent. Again, I could be a complete idiot. That's very possible, and they could have gone the route of Big, right?
I like you just take the L yourself. I could be an idiot.
No, I could be, and I'm open to eating my own words because we talked about Big yesterday, right? Like they picked into Overpass. That didn't make sense to us, but something that they've been working on for a long time and kind of had in their back pocket is what Crimbo said. Maybe this is the case for Astralis Town too, but just given the different, I guess, trajectory of progression that, let's say, Big Omen Academy has had and Astralis Town has had over 3 seasons, I'm kind of more inclined to believe in Big Omen Academy than I am Astralis Talent.
Yeah, I guess maybe in Astralis' mind, they were very worried about, like, okay, if we go for our normal pick, then even if we did a great performance, we took down MOUZ NXT, could we be anti-strategy? Sotfik, we talk about his in-game leading experience.
That's I watched the whole thing.
I know I'm grasping. I'm trying to find some understanding of this, mate.
I don't know why they would move away from their nuke. I watched the whole T-side back, like from Skybox, and I literally loved some of their play. Like I actually thought some of those plays were very tough for MOUZ NXT to deal with. Spirit's weren't gonna be better at it, honestly. I really don't think there was really even strong counter. Like, they were very thoroughly designed strategies that it could tell they either took from top teams or came up with help of maybe even Astralis themselves. Like, it was really nice to watch that. So for them to go to Overpass right now, it's very concerning, because I think Vendetta put it out there. I mean, I just don't believe that Sophic is going to have as hard of a time anchoring Monster as he did yesterday. I don't think that they're going to be so stumped for ideas as they were yesterday. I feel like they're going to get a little bit more aggressive. If Spirit Academy watch back how they lost that game against Big, they're going to know we were playing in the bomb site every single round on B. We need to be taking water. We need to sometimes contest Monster. Just do anything to throw Astralis talent off kilter. And if they can do that, their firepower is stronger. They have better individuals. So I think that this is a game where Astralis talent might have mind-gamed themselves into thinking this is a possibility.
And just looking here, right, okay, we talk about looking at how many maps and matches we've seen from Astralis talent on Overpass. Not a great amount, but also not a great win percentage from the great amount that's there, you know? It's like, it's in the middle ground of it also. They hopefully have come something through with we were surprised by their nuke. We can maybe still be surprised by the Overpass, right? And I really want to understand, like, how much involvement Trace is having in all of this, you know? We touched on it already, the fact that he is a coach with a ton of experience, at least on the playing level. How much is he able to deep dive on this T side? Could that be the magic answer for him?
Yeah, I mean, I'd imagine like he would have something from his time in Ecstatic, Lingby, right, to kind of bring over automatically and kind of transfer into it. I mean, some strategies are just good, right? And they're pretty easy to implement. It's like, you do this, you throw this nades, and overall, you know, it's a well thought out and theorized thing. So it's all about dry running it to make it happen. And I think he could have done that. He would have had the time to do so.
At the very least, he could have taken some of the strats, even if he didn't come up with them on Ecstatic. Just Bird from Sky is actually a really weirdly good IGL. Like, this guy's actually a very good Danish in-game leader. If he's able to take some Bird from Sky strategies, this is an open field for them. Like, they can do anything. I actually believe in him more than I should, probably, honestly. But
he's Danish and an in-game leader, so you kind of have to believe in him.
Yeah. So if Trace took anything, then whether he's giving completely new approaches to the game, or even just kind of transplanting his playbook from the last team he worked with, then this is an Astralis talent where they're an unknown factor, and we have seen that they already can make some major upset victories. So there's potential for that once again, but I'm kind of siding with Spirit Academy in this series.
So you're still going on the Spirit Academy series?
Yeah.
That's mainly because of the veto now?
Yes, yeah.
I was about to say, like, before the veto, he's like, I'm gonna have to change up. Like, I think I'm gonna side with Astralis telling his favorites here, and then at the end of the day, we still end up with the same results.
The Overpass is just giving me this one to Spirit.
So we flip-flopped because of what Astralis did against MOUZ. Now we flip-flopped back to where we were originally because of the veto that's been going down. But maybe Overpass could be a huge surprise. Maybe Astralis can come out swinging and put some hurt into Spirit. That's what we're about to find out. But before we get there, let's have a look at the face of these beautiful Goonies that we've been waiting to see.
Oh yes, James. I'm very excited for this one. I really like both of these teams. You know, Spirit. This is their inaugural season, right? They've looked really good throughout all of this. So you know, I think this is going to be a pretty big challenge for Astralis talent, if I'm being honest. Right? As good as they've looked, as much as I've been repping them, I do think this could be a bit of a rough one, because I don't think the level that we had out of Team Spirit just yesterday was representative of what we've had throughout the rest of the tournament so far.
I mean, that's still a worry. It's like, you know, was that day one nerves or day one slow start, especially for a player like Chiron, or will that, you know, if anything, pump Spirit up to perform at the level that we saw throughout the entire tournament, throughout the group stages? I hope it's the latter. I hope we get the Chiron we know and love, because this guy can win series on his own, especially, I think the Des talked about that Deagle round on Mirage, which is, of course, our second map of the series. That's a go-to for Spirit. I'm expecting 3 maps to the bare minimum, and we've seen, obviously, a lot of Vertigo in this tournament. We've seen teams fall apart on that map at times. So the question is, who can long it out? Who's got the oomph for a 3-map series here, ending on, you know, forget the old homage of, every good series ends on Inferno. No, every good series ends on Vertigo.
Every WePlay series.
Every WePlay series, which is a pretty good series anyway. So I'm expecting the full distance.
No, I mean, and I think if it does, you know, that's where you know, maybe I get a little more worried for Team Spirit, right? But I am kind of inclined to agree with the Deskin that, like, Overpass pick is kind of an interesting one, because as I kind of touched upon, like, I don't think what we saw from Spirit yesterday is indicative of where they're at. I think if Chiron is even playing like I mean, to be fair, and we made this in the cast, like we said this, like the final kind of 8 rounds out of him were vintage Chiron moments, right?
Yeah,
but
he's had enough.
But it's like that's kind of the problem, right? It came far too late in that series. I think Sotfik as well had a really bad time yesterday. And normally he's like a pillar of consistency within this squad, right? Yeah, exactly. In that final map, he was so far behind. I don't know, Overpass as well. He was so far behind everyone else in the server, you know, and that's not what I'm used to seeing out of this guy. That's not why he's here, right? He's a very experienced, very tenured player. Usually with that comes a lot of consistency. So, you know, I think you had some very easily identifiable problems for Team Spirit yesterday. And I don't imagine they're going to come into this now with elimination on the line and look to underperform like that. So, yeah, you know, it's kind of up in the air for me. I would say, and you know, this is a Maui classic, I would say this is a bit of a coin flip.
Yeah, flip that coin, put it heads, put it tails, who knows, maybe it will even land on its side if you're unlucky enough. But Overpass is where we begin our series, the map pick of Astralis, going away from Nuke, which, you know, to some, bit of a danger, and I see that, but I actually kind of like the Overpass pick. I think it's a sneaky one, and it's one in the Gauntlet stages that we saw Astralis lean into a lot. They were definitely adapting and learning in those games. I remember the NAVI one, there were some serious reads in that matchup. I think this could be the last thing, firstly, that Spirit's expecting, but also one that Astralis have prepped, and they don't have to show anything that they showed yesterday on Nuke. It's a whole different ballgame. It's a whole different ground. So, you know, we'll see if that favors them, as Spirit will get that CT-sided start. We always talk about AWPs in general, but especially on a map like Overpass, and having Arc Frost on this CT half is going to be quite a beast. You know, one thing that was a little different yesterday, Harry, when we had Astralis was, it feels like, you know, even though we've had a lot of firepower on this team, the entry play of Ultex popped off. Like, he had a game on Nuke, he kept it going in that bo3, and if we can get that out of him today, Spirit are going to be in a world of hurt, because typically, for Astralis, this is not the guy at the top of the board, this is not the guy that you expect to see carrying the team, but he absolutely was carrying yesterday. So, yeah, underperformance from Chiron, overperformance from Ultex. Where are we going to level out here now on day 2, with everything on the line, elimination on the line, and the winner going forth to face the loser of MOUZ v Big. We're getting into it, folks. It's Overpass and a bo3 to fight for survival.
Yeah, and already straight out through middle. Astralis ain't messing around. They're running Art Frost down over in COD. Zontix with the dual Berettas. Gonna take 2 down with him and drops the bomb in the process as well. That's a wealth of information gained. A beautiful shot out of Notaneki. And now just 2 remain for Astralis Talent. More dual Berettas in play. This time in the hands of Chiron.
All right.
I mean, he bought them in that CT pistol of Overpass yesterday as well, if you remember. Went 1 for 1 at Monster. This time he's going to get the first and go untraded. So already better look there. Well, you know, actually, history was destined to repeat itself for Chiron. Regardless, it's still the pistol round for Team Spirit Academy. And I mean, that's 1 round of play, so I don't want to say this, but like,
GG.
Already I kind of feel more optimistic that this is going to be the Spirit that we saw throughout those group and you know, the 1 gauntlet stage match that they played. There's the parry match odds in the favor of Astralis Talent. That's kind of interesting to me. Everyone's been sleeping on them all tournament long. Like, I feel like very, very rarely we come
Not everyone.
No, well, yeah. But, you know, I'm talking generally here. Like, normally the odds have been up against Astralis Talent, regardless of who they're facing. I think it's kind of interesting to me that versus Spirit Academy of all teams, you know, that's where they're finally favored. Ooh, that's a bit of a mowdown.
I mean,
and dude, like even stuff like that out of Sotfik, there wasn't a single point yesterday where I saw him in a position and I'm like, yeah, he's gonna 3K this. Instead, I was going, ooh, no, Sotfik.
He was a liability.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
He was a complete liability.
And bro, like, you know, that really hasn't been the story of this guy at all throughout, you know, all the games for Spirit Academy. He's been incredibly consistent, great clutcher. But now I want to listen into Astralis Talent. I want to see what the vibes are like in the Astralis camp.
Helt slå, gutter. Jeg kommer lige ned og UG bare moloer den. Dropper en molotov, der går med kort. Søg på DK. Dobbelt mig lige om midt, gutter. Okay. Han er ikke kort. Flash midt. Du måske den oppe, Mikkel. Ja. Han er oppe midt. Low. 2 midt, gutter. De spiller på 3 af. Gå ud kort, Alex. Jeg har kort. Vi skal søge sammen i 2. Reagerer B. Jeg kan flashe monster. Smukker monster. Nej, han har lige smukket. Han er her
Jeg smukker høj.
Bare tag stille og roligt. En cut. Nej, en til. Et OP. Hammer. Hvor er I væk? Kan jeg trappe nu? Ud kort. Gutter.
Okay.
Bare lidt chiller. Han er nede vand, og så en UG.
Kan vi ikke boost, Alex?
Jo.
Ned af push.
Dyt.
Ja, en af A-side. Ja, giv mig lige lyd der. Bare en 1-2-P ham af.
Holder UG der. Pas på, han ikke stadig er her.
Han er nede monster.
Tæt kort eller monster?
Eller tæt kort, ja.
Okay.
Kan han være mod mig, UG?
Nej,
han
det
løber
tror jeg ikke.
grus. Okay.
Jeg står og holder UG der, holder.
Bare går 3 ind sammen her.
Ja. Både pakke ind og trade.
Ja, jeg smukker bare monster.
Smuk høj.
Jeg smukker højt der. Kom med ud. Vi går bare monster.
Ja.
Open down, Frank.
Han kan flash rain om lidt.
Ja, flash rain.
Rain.
Flash rain.
Har lyst til det er fint. Min distance, så. Den er mega low.
Jeg står nok bag dildoen. Kom frem, Frank. Ja. Der er mig.
Kan du klare? Måske noget vand, gutter?
Noget vand.
Du har smukket med side.
Vand, sidste low.
Jeg smukker med side. Prøv lige at holde dig her. Tjekker de monster her.
Jeg har backup.
Så er ikke noget bag ham.
Han er ikke vand. Rolig. Han er chill.
Nej, sgu da.
Oh, that's going to hurt for Art Frost in the morning. The little whiffed dink didn't convert the kill. But for com-wise, for Astralis, that was pretty clean, right? Started pretty aggressive, started all over the place with Spirit just putting on the pressure, running down Con, aggroing B short. But once Fessa killed that flank on A, I love how everything goes cold, it goes quiet, and Astralis hold off and just wait to late commit into B. They may walk into the stack, but no casualties.
So, you know, something you touched upon coming into this was how we had, you know, like an overperformance from Altex yesterday in MOUZ, in that MOUZ NXT game, right? Nuke, he popped off, especially. Like, Nuke really was the standout moment for him, the opener in that series. To put some numbers by it, though, just to give you the context here, that was his second best rated game ever on record, and also the most kills he's ever had in a map ever. So, you know, like, you know, like, when we say it was an overperformance, we're not just saying, oh yeah, he was sick, but, you know, like, normally he's pretty good. Like, no, it was, like, physically speaking, the best he's ever done in a game. So
every round, I mean, that's hard to have for an entry player as well. When you know, you're playing good CS against a good team like MOUZ, and you're going to be traded a lot on entries if you even get away with the first, especially running out top site Nuke. That was what a lot of what it came down to. He had some 6 CT rounds, some clutches and stuff, but he started it on the T side, popping out A, hitting these hut timings, getting double entries. Like, that's not normal. You shouldn't be getting away with that. We did say it felt like somewhat of an off day for MOUZ. They still won the series, but for Altex at least, yeah, he really ruffled MOUZ's feathers. So great game from him, but we'll see if that is replicable today.
Yeah, you know, something that kind of concerns me about this matchup in particular, for my money, I think Team Spirit are actually a team that match up quite nicely against Astralis talent.
Why is that?
Well, so I think in that MOUZ series, right, you'll note that things only really started to go downhill once MOUZ started to be a little more cheeky with their aggression. Like, think about on that Mirage game, for example, guys like MHL we're kind of just taking a lot of fights with like full confidence, trying to disrupt the game plan for Astralis talent. It was when they were given a lot of respect, for example, on Nuke, or I guess earlier on Mirage, like when MOUZ were maybe in their head a bit, giving a lot of room for them to play their execs, play their strats, that they were looking their best. And I think there are a lot of teams that will give you that respect. But in my mind, Team Spirit are not one of them, right? This is a team that like to push. You know, there's so many players here that can do it. Chiron, he's kind of swapped up on Overpass to be like this rotate player. We used to see him over in mid or over in con with Art Frost AWPing. He still occasionally leans towards connector, but for the most part now, he kind of looks like he's like this swing rotate player. Instead, you know, this mid hold has fallen to Zontix, but he's also very aggressive with how he plays it, right? He'll be taking party control. He'll be getting info. You'll have support from Art Frost in that regard. It's not that, you know, you're not going to get given this room early on. You are going to have to fight for map control across the board. And so, you know, I think for Astralis talent, that can cause them some problems, right? With that said, you know, yesterday, I think thinking back to like especially Vertigo, it was like MOUZ NXT. Some of the issues they had versus Astralis was this idea of fighting for ramp control, right? And the desk even said it's kind of weird. Like individually, Astralis are winning out a lot of these gunfights, but you know, they still weren't able to win the series, even in spite of that. And so, you know, a part of me just thinks that you are going to have a rougher time playing your own game, as it were. And I think Spirit Academy are kind of a hard team to anti-strap because of their aggressive tendencies, right? Like, you might know that they like to push mid. Does that make it any easier to deal with? Not really.
No, sure. We even had Zontex in like party in round 2 of this game anyway, like just or round actually that previous round 3. So just fully flanking Astralis. They were ready for it though. In that specific instance, he did smoke himself. Like he made it to playground for free with no info for Astralis, and then he smoked end of playground. And I mean, if he, you know, it's hindsight, and he doesn't know what we know. But if he just walked it, he would have backstabbed Fessa. So yeah, it gave it away a little bit. But we'll see. We'll see how things continue for Spirit. Tech pause should be coming to a close shortly. All 5 are back in the server for Spirit. But right now, Astralis coming in full guns blazing. An AWP for Artfrost as well. And every reason to fight, as this round basically it gives you a freebie to follow up, right? You're going to get an eco from your opposition. Who doesn't love a 2-for-1? A little discount. But I do think, you know, there's some pressure on Astralis to win this map. I don't think Mirage is going to be anywhere near as easy as maybe Overpass. I don't want to say should be, maybe could be. However, it all comes down to whether Spirit were also expecting a map like this in the pool, and that's why I think, if anything, we were harping on Astralis for their veto process in the regular stage because it often ended on Vertigo. Not that they seemingly wanted that. They were always complaining on Twitter like, oh, great, another Vertigo. And that's just because of, you know, how many teams have it as one of their picks or choose not to ban it in our veto process.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
for Astralis, once they finished playing Vertigo and went into BO3s, they actually showed they have a pretty diverse map pool. And so, you know, it's down to Spirit whether they're ready for this pick.
Well, so on top of that whole, like, Vertigo train of thought, you know, the more I think about it, it does kind of make sense as to how they kept ending up on it, right? Like, they would just leave it in, and teams would go, oh, yeah, we're very happy to play them on Vertigo because they lose every Vertigo game.
And then that just self-perpetuates.
and then it just keeps going. Mate, this cement mixer looking like a cannon or something. I wonder if you could use them as that. Has anyone ever converted a cement mixer to a cannon?
I don't think cannons are really are needed nowadays. We don't, you know, what's a cannon for, Harry?
Well, cannons are still pretty devastating, right? Yeah. Like, because at the end of the day, it is a giant ball bearing, essentially, being propelled at you.
Pretty difficult to use. I prefer a trebuchet or a catapult.
Trebuchets are classic. Well, you'd rather a trebuchet over a catapult.
Absolutely,
yeah,
not even close.
I think anyone who's anyone knows that.
I'm a true trebuchet fan myself. That's the peak way of. Did you know in the olden days they used to throw rotting corpses?
To instill fear and to infect the population. Yeah,
that's one way to do it.
I mean, dude, like that's the thing. I watched the video about trebuchets actually.
Of course he did.
I watched these guys who were just out in the woods using the trebuchet, and it was very well, not in the woods. Obviously, they were like there was woods around them, but they were in a clear area.
Otherwise, there'd be many trees in the way.
But it was sick, man. Like those things do damage. I'll tell you that much. You know, they only put like I'd say a medium-sized rock disguised as a big rock or whatever the old meme was. That's it. It's like big rock the size of small rock in the trebuchet.
You've lost me with the format, but
come on, man. You must you must have seen that picture. It's like a famous meme. The police from some country put up a tweet saying big rock the size of small rock blocking the highway.
Unfortunately, Harry, I'm going to have to say nay.
Dude, that was like a classic. I think that was a 2020 classic, if I remember right.
I haven't seen every meme in existence, but I am
well, that's on you, bro.
I'm working on it. Spirit have some packet loss right now, folks. That's why we're waiting it out. We want everyone to be feeling good getting into this one. We don't want any disadvantages. So let's just give them a moment and let them unplug and replug. Whatever you do, or wait. That might just be the only solution.
Oh, dude, look at this.
Dude, the ads, that's pretty high quality.
Do you speak German, Hugo?
No.
What does that say?
Don't know. Oh, I would have translated, but it's fine.
Yeah, we've already gone off of it. No. Hugo is like, have you ever heard of the app? Oh,
where's this going?
Duolingo. Hugo is basically the real life Duolingo.
Yeah, a bit of an owl myself. Car, as they don't say.
Look, mate, that's bistro, salad, and soup. That's what's on the menu here.
Yeah, I see some tomato on there.
It's nice, man. Yeah, they got the tomato soup. They got, I think that's salami, but it's very pixelated, so who am I to tell you what that is? And then, of course, you know, you can have something from the ice cream menu.
Yeah,
right?
The price is pretty good, man. I'm not going to lie, €1.80.
You can tell CS is an old game, right? Because it's before inflation, obviously, right? If those prices updated on the fly, you're looking at like €4 for a Magnum nowadays, aren't you? So,
I mean, a lot of people probably, oh, wow, I've never even looked at this.
Wait, haven't you?
No. I mean, I don't look up often. If you look up in Palace Mirage...
Dogs can't look up.
They can. They can. That's a myth. They just don't want to. There's nothing in the sky for them. No predators flying in. If you shoot the bank on this map, I know you know this, money comes out. Shoot it a few times back in CT.
If you shoot the balloons, they pop.
Whoa, that's actually realistic as well. The bank one, not so much.
Yeah, that is realistic.
It, but yeah, balloons can.
Now let's talk about the elephant in the room, shall we?
Oh dear. I mean, clear up your litter. Come on. Why would you? Who left all this? That's just rude.
Dude, I love that, like, there's like a kids party going on here, and then on the other table, there's just a load of beers.
Yeah,
like...
well, you know, kids got to be supervised by adults, Harry, and adults up to
if they're
good.
going to supervise kids, they got to be wasted,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
That's like the first
That's my
rule.
logic. Yeah, it's only 1 6-pack.
Yeah,
it's
but,
fine.
You know, the one guy that was there, I guess, is he's probably 6 deep at this point.
Yeah.
No bikes, but you can kick a ball and wear a skirt to put litter in the bid.
You shoot the swings, they go all the way around. Did you ever try and do that as a kid? Go all the way around on a swing?
No, because I literally don't want to die.
No, I went pretty high up. And then
Have you ever gone all the way? Hang on, I just realised that has other connotations.
Oh, I thought that was your
gone? No, I know. Sometimes it just happens by mistake.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone all the way around a swing, Hugo?
No, I've seen people do it, but I don't also want to break my neck.
Yeah. Well, because like the way I see it, it's one of those things where like it might be fun like the first time you go around, but how do you stop?
That's a great
because it's like
we'll
surely you just end up in like a perpetual motion where you're terrified. Like that if you know you're just there for like 7
that's
hours,
not how that works.
You're exhausted, you're begging, please, someone stop me.
Something CS related. There's actually a lot of warbangs in Connector that people don't really know about or use. There's some really, if you go deep con and you stand in front of the door, you can warbang like that. You know that shelf at the top of con stairs. Not just on top of the shelf, but you can wallbang someone standing in that corner next to the shelf perfectly. It doesn't do a huge amount of damage, but it does, you know, if you dink, you can do like 20 off a dink, and you get the info, most importantly, that they're there. So there's actually, you can shoot through a lot of Connector, you know, with an AK, and sometimes even with an AWP deep. So, you know, go on a private server, try that out at home, get some wallbangs off. There's definitely some cool angles in there.
All right, Hugo, if you were going to live anywhere on Overpass, where are you living?
In the bank, man. I got the cash.
In the bank? I would live in the office buildings above.
That's actually
the
way
A
safer.
side, right?
That is way safer. I don't know. I thought you'd live in the sewer.
No.
With the pond people.
With the pond people, yes, of course. Nobody's allowed to talk about them, but we all know they exist.
Yeah. Swampy devils. Well, the restart is a good sign, folks. That should mean that game will be resumed shortly. It's game 1 of the day. It's early, so you know, let's get them out of the way now. Let's get the tech issues sorted, and then we'll have a smooth day of counter. It's what everyone wants. 2 BO3s, and the unpause is in. Thank you for waiting and listening to the jibber jabber as we get into round number 4 of Overpass. It's Astralis' map pick, and we're paused again. Psych, you thought.
Dude, I was over, it was time flying back into spawn, like, yeah, we're ready to go, here it is, guys.
Dude,
dude, that's sick. I haven't, little,
why you been saving these?
Yeah, leans.
All right.
All right, then.
What's that say, Harry?
It says, these price in Zoom something. I didn't quite read the last one, but I think that means...
Don't shoot the balloons.
It's your birthday, have a good time.
Definitely neither of those.
This section of Overpass, little known fact, is actually modelled after Hugo's house.
Yes, because I'm very fragile and you should handle me with care.
That box, yeah, was put in to remind us all of Hugo.
This should be more your house. It's just not unpacked yet.
Actually, yeah, that's very fitting, isn't it? And that is basically the boiler I have as well.
Thoughts on the sink next to the boiler? I think instant hot water is probably the only benefit.
Let's see.
No travel time.
Oh no. Okay, right then. So, actually, I got some good news for all of y'all.
Good news?
We got like a little skit thing planned, because I know sitting to us reviewing Overpass probably isn't the most exciting. Oh, hello. Hang on a moment. I see a timer ticking.
Let's see if we get pranked. I trust
Yeah,
no
maybe
one
this is a
now.
prank. Let's see.
This could be
Is
a
it
prank.
real, or have we been punked? It's looking good.
It's a pumpkin. All right, let's throw it over to
Right.
the skit. We'll cut it off as soon as we're ready. Stick with us. Welcome back, and we have good news. We should just be getting back into things. It's Astralis Spirit, and if you've missed it, we've had 3 rounds of play. Not much has happened. This is a round for the money, though. Astralis win their first buy on the B-Bomb site, but Spirit now have an AWP to the party. And let's see if he's got a spawn to take it exactly there. It does look like it. Art Frost right at the front of the pack. And so we're back in, Harry. How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. I'm doing good. And I'm just excited to see, what's going to happen in this round now that we have the AWP in play. For my money, Art Frost can be someone who can just step up and dominate a game. He's also someone who isn't the most consistent AWP player. So it's very, very interesting, and I always think very important to see how he does from the get-go, especially in a round like this one where you don't have an AWP on the other side, right? Breeza hasn't brought that into play yet. They don't have the money to on the side of Astralis, so this is like a rare bit of freedom that you're probably not going to have as the game soldiers on. Let's see what he's able to do with it. It's a double long setup, and back inside of the A site, there's even a third man in Zontix, so a pretty heavy A lean for Spirit Academy, all things considered. Zontix can play that fast rotate, but him dropping down leaves a bit of a gap over towards the short side, so that's something to bear in mind as the round plays out. Minute left on the clock, and a bit of a concrete for Astralis talent.
Yeah, it's like their pistol, right? A bit of early mid-pressure, show some face there, and then go back down connected. But this time they won't be running down lower. It's just a clear showing B short, and now coming back up to that top site. Chiron, oh, he gets cleared. Beautiful shot from Professor, and Zontic's in the toilets, not able to escape. Missed shot for Art Frost, and it's all gone awfully here for Spirit. 4-on-2. Astralis are not even hurrying, and that might give Spirit time to get set up outside of the bomb site, but smoked off means there should be no way back in. If they play a retake, it's going to be near impossible to win this round. Smoke on the molly. I like that for Astralis. Not even necessary. Vigo would have had time to leave, but keep his health high and make sure there's no way back in for Spirit. Really, they should save.
Yeah, you know, yesterday might have been giving Altex all the praise for his entry work. Here on Overpass, make no mistake, it's normally Fessa who does a lot on this T side, right? He's oftentimes able to get away with murder in the toilets, and you know, in all the kind of overpasses that we have ever seen out of Astralis talent, oftentimes it requires a good performance out of Fessa. So the fact there, you know, he gets the opener, he continues on to double up, dealing with the AWP at long. That's a very good look for him individually, as it's often a win condition for Astralis talent here on this map.
Yeah, like we already talked about the whole Altex angle, but this is more of par for the course, right? Having players like Fessa pop off and Breezer have big performances. Well, now he's got his free AWP. I don't know how Notineki was ready for Breezer, sat on the middle of the B site to hunt that exit, but good awareness from Spirit allows them to keep their guns, however, not enough to buy round it. So will just be a double save and let Astralis start to build into this game. It's where things could get hairy and dangerous. Boost up in spawn doesn't work, but it wouldn't have mattered. Everyone crossed the short side. They smoked the molly to go for the triple boost, and this is a great play when you only have 2 guns. Put with 2 pistols is one of these rifles, and so early info on Monster for Sophic. Sees nothing. Does hold for the 5 boost, but a bit late. Breezer waiting anyway. Oh, that flash may have saved Zontic's life, or just delay it. The death does come through. One of the 2 rifles removed. And Sophic, he has B short, but Astralis are nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, at this point, the round should be a done deal, really. And here's the thing that's even more annoying. I think Spirit want to group and go and get that gun that's dropped over at long. Well, Breezer and Altex have both anticipated the same thing. They're sticking around this position to make sure it can't get out of there, right? So not really going to be a chance to retrieve that if you're Spirit Academy. And they are walking this way. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if they just say to Chiron, like, look, man, see if you can go get it. Go have a little journey. And he's not going to like what he finds. You know, like I say Astralis are kind of using this as bait, but bad timing for Altex there. As he checks the ladder, that's when Chiron peaks, and suddenly he doesn't have to go all that way into the double hold at the gun.
Chiron's been flashbang, man. Look at his face. It's so white. It's the monitor glare. Curtain shut.
It's also the signature Chiron sitting position.
Yeah, posture mode activated.
Well, I guess deactivated.
Yeah,
like,
I guess full.
He's
forward.
Full focus on the game, no focus on posture.
It's like, if you want to be that close to your monitor, do a ROPS, you know, bring the monitor closer. But no, whatever floats your boat, man. He got this far, so it might hurt him in like 10 years or so, but for now, all yours, mate. Astralis up and over though, 3-2, and it's a good double save for Spirit. Like, it's not fun Counter-Strike, but it is tactically sound. Just getting away with everything you can in rounds that you know are unwinnable. So no AWP here, sadly, for Art Frost. His 1 shot he fired was missed, and that's sometimes all it takes. Breezer will still don it. Astralis heading B early for their default. Mister again holding connector, but with that smoke in, Astralis need to be made aware that anyone could swing the door at any point. Boost up sees nothing. Chiron, ooh, he might have spotted something there, but they're very close, and Breezer with a pick. That's the 2nd time Sophic has died on that angle. He definitely needs to move away from it. It's not a nice angle anyway, really. Oh my goodness, there's a close player, and Zontix wasn't ready for 2. Mister's going to smoke spam him as it fades, and Notineki just sat alone on the B site, going to get molly. Boost is coming in, but Astralis are not waiting around, and they triple entry in an instant. Dear oh dear, Spirit caught with their pants around their ankles, and a 4th round for Astralis with nothing saved for the CIS side. yeah, I hope I don't see Sophic peek that angle again. It's not, you know, maybe it will work once to catch him off guard, but that's twice now he's been perfect cleared by Breezer. Once with an AK, once with an orb. So definitely not a pretty angle on the right eye peek.
Yeah, they're also putting like way too much faith in those boosts to full clear short. Like, you know, if you did the boost they did second to begin with, you actually would have been able to clear it, but...
Yeah, far more predictable.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I just think like both times they kind of fell to their own info play, right?
In Astralis' first gun round, Harry, they threw the triple nades on the default boost, actually, to start the round. So I think in the back of Spirit's mind, they're like, okay, well, Astralis are going to be, you know, if you're going to do it, you may as well just keep doing it every few rounds, just to, you know, because it does two things. One, it can kill someone up there and do serious damage, but two, it conditions your opponent to just not go for that boost, and that info is not only so important, but the chance to pick players off of it as well.
I mean, being real, like, there's nothing wrong with where... Oh, hang on, that's the bomb. That's the bomb right there. This could get weird, especially with all three players over at the long side. That's Collat out of Breezer, finished off by Fessa, and this should be back under control, really. Artfrost, that's a lovely shot from the scout.
They're not ready for a third player, surely.
They decide they don't want to fight this anymore. Now, Noaneki's going to hear them peeling away, catches the timing, and does just lock that kill in. He saw them running back. He knows it's destined to be a B play. The scout's already here, but a missed shot from Artfrost. You would have loved that to connect. Just to have whittled one of these players down and make it that much easier, right? Now they're going to try to assemble this boost, but Altec should be in a good position to deal with it. It's actually Fessa to mop that up. Now just Artfrost, you know, he's gonna give this a look, and he's gonna see if they give him any reason to go for it. Buying up next round anyway. Our Spirit Academy.
Yeah, kills would be nice as well. Just make some money, keep Astralis honest. But I love this setup. If Altex gets contact, Fessa can swing, and just no one's going to overface. So Frost has to save. That boost is awkward as well. Like Spirit have ideas, but using that in a retake where Astralis are playing the bomb site and they're fighting CT like that, you know, you have to you see that other player, Notaneki, jump. And so he has to, you know, go up in the air, and at that point he's just an easy kill. It's a kind of boost that you would like to set up in a mid-round when before they commit, you get a pick off of a very difficult angle, and then you fall off. But using it when they're holding you, well, we see what happens. It's not pretty at all. 5-2, Astralis in full control right now, but this is, as you said, the second full buy.
Dude, I feel like Fess is always the guy to save the AWP out of the round. He's like simultaneously the Sanji and Yakindar of Astralis talent. Like always, no matter what, he'll run out, he'll get that AWP, he'll put it back in the hands of Breezer, he'll make it happen, and then he'll go get you a double entry as well the moment he gets back in.
Why not? That's one way to do it. But yeah, okay, Artfrost, you know, been harping on him, can't afford to be coming in with misses now. Needs to be softening up Astralis in the early round, because right now this is yet again a very decisive T side, and let's see if that keeps up in this gun round. Astralis know the stakes, so let's listen in.
Tænk på A.
Gør det.
Lukker mål også.
Jeg skal ingen.
Jeg har lagt dobbeltmål med.
Det kan være, der er kun 3A, så.
Ja, 3.
Kom, skal du lade
Jeg
være
vil
monster.
en setup med.
Ja, det er fint. Jeg smukker hunden.
Jeg chiller bare. Jeg ved.
Jeg kan bare flashe ind her. Jeg lægger næs. Jeg lægger næs. Læg to. Lægger to. Første. Anden. Tæt højre. De er helt hvide. Det er helt hvide. Det er der, går ind på anden. Ja. Ikke skrive. 3 bener.
Han sidder stadig dernede.
Brain.
En stadig nede højre.
Så er der nok en backup allerede.
De sidder i range, som der er barrels i gang.
Ben, jeg
Det er ikke ham. Jeg er med Monster.
Vent.
Der er smoke, Ben, ja.
Der er en state backup.
Bare du godt toiletplads, Alex, ja.
Jeg kommer ind og søger her. Bare lige vent.
en tæt.
Ikke mere. Dildo.
Jeg ved.
Begge er der.
Ja,
kom igen.
Saved by the bell, man. Beautiful little flash there to set them up.
I just want to say, I was about to say the exact same words as Saved by the Bell, but then
Why
you
didn't
said
you? Because then we could have one of our iconic,
yeah, but you
synced
started
up
speaking,
moments.
so I thought I'd let you speak. That's
Okay.
super weird, Harry. Get out of my head.
Well, Let's take a look at the odds from Parry match. They're still leaning in favor of Astralis talent. 1.22 to 4. Those are pretty dominant odds, all things considered. This is very early days still.
That was a 5-on-2 that Astralis almost won, by the way. It was put down to Artfrost's flash to set that monster swing up. Thank goodness the flash came in, because that was slipping apart. Zontix turns quick. Thank goodness, catching Altex. He was almost about to get shot in the back of the head. Second mid man of Fessa. He's going to bail after the molly comes in. And Taneki picked at B by Vigo. Astralis have had so many freebie picks by just peeking out short. And now to throw the AWP in after you've just seen a rifle, that could have caught Spirit off. Luckily the smoke comes in. Breezer won't get a second chance at a pick. Artfrost posted deep long is not the only A info. Because he's in this position, you need to leave a second man in case of short timings, and that's left the B site open for the taking. We need to rotate from Zontix. Soptic alone on the site right now, overwhelmed with a missed shot. It's Chiron. He's got to do everything. There's a first, but he can't convert a spray, and it's a 3-on-2, where again, you feel like Astralis can do no wrong. They are so good in these post plants, tucking in and not throwing away these rounds. Swing to save Fessa. Vigo's got the goods, and Artfrost has to save no matter how fast his flank was. They're even ready for it. Maybe he'll get a freebie, but that's not going to tempt him in. 6 rounds to Astralis, and this B site has proven to be a problem for Spirit. Constant picks coming in from short side. We need more tucked setups. Or better crossfires, but it's hard to have crossfires when you're starting every round 4-on-5 on B. I'd love to just see Artfrost, if they want to be running this AWP, I'd love to see him just solo A in some of these earlier rounds. And it's not like Astralis are making a lot of noise or real estate on middle. They are just going super loud towards short water and going for picks. It'd be nice to see a heavier B lean, especially if you're getting picked like this.
See, I wouldn't even mind like an attempt at taking short control, right? Like, because if anything, like they're kind of... They're trying to play both sides with how they're approaching short. It's like, yeah, we want the early warning, but also we don't want to take the control. We just want to kind of play the angle. And it's like, don't get me wrong, you can do that, but doing it every round when it's proven to be a bit of a problem is kind of scary. And, you know, in situations like that, if you get monster rushed and you've taken short, you're at least in prime position to, you know, get a kill, set up, play the 5-on-4 retake. It gives you more options. And, you know, normally, out of Sophic, those are the kind of plays we were never that afraid to see him make, right? Like,
yeah, definitely. He's always that guy jumping up on the little railing.
Hitting some, like, great timing to find short control.
Oh, there's one.
That's nice.
Another in front of the smoke. Oh, he's ready. Good awareness. Zontix has seen double concepts before, so he's not going to fall for it again. And I love the space. You shouldn't go up the ladder here, but you can at least hold it and have that early info. Also means you can hear rotates. If the players are running around, like Vessel right now making noise, Zontix can, you know, maybe get info on which way he's going. Yeah, there it is. Vessel makes steps going B, and now Zontix can tell his team, and we already see Sophic rotating lower. Oh, in the smoke! Oh, he's walked right through, and no one realizes Notaneki turned away for the flashbang, and it's going to be a follow-up for Artfrost. Saved at least, but in a 4-on-2, from what we've seen out of Astralis in these positions, don't count them out yet.
Oh. Yeah, that's the bomb now cut loose, and with this wraparound coming in onto Fessa, his chance of getting away with much should be somewhat out the window. He does have like this temporary 1v2 in the B site, but the fact I'm talking about that is a good thing. Shows how scuffed this is. Steve, Zontix has pretty much got the round locked in. There we go. Not ready for it. Never ready was Fessa. Zontix fully committing to the con wrap after getting that double. And you know, he has been like a real kind of bright spark throughout the playoffs. As really, I'm going to say like Notaneki and Zontix, two of the players who were kind of overshadowed in the group stage, right, by the performances we had at Chiron and occasionally Artfrost.
Yeah, and hey, when we had Chiron playing quiet, you know, we need supporting elements. Artfrost had a good Dust 2 game. That's one thing that can be said. Little flash pop in middle. Zontix again, no fear, going back for it. Oh, he's going to hang around. Careful, they're flashing through the smoke, and yeah, he's not going to have a clue what to do, where to look, where to go. Vessa decides for him. Chiron's still in middle. Missed toilet smoke. Vessa's going to keep his eyes on it, and Chiron just deletes him and gets out, keeping a 4-on-4. Good stuff. Altex has B water, bit of a lurk right now. Bomb's going to be drawn back his way. B has been very nice to Astralis, but this time a double monster setup for Spirit. And these are more of the setups I want to see, you know? We have had a lot of smoke walks for Astralis on Monster, but ultimately this is nicer than, you know, playing towards the barrels or safer. They're actually going to peel back and get caught in transition. I don't know the call there for Spirit, but maybe they wanted to lean back up to A. Artfrost had full long control, however. I don't know. Spirit have to make up their minds. That was a good setup, and they just pull it apart. Seeing some sloppy B holds this game.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the kind of worries, I guess, for Team Spirit is, at least in my opinion, like we haven't had a team that's kind of hinged on one player's performance so much since, I would say, really, NAVI Jr. of old with, like, Monacy in it, right? Like,
but I think even the pieces around him were really, really talented. Like Fia, Head Trick, On Care, like, these were really good players.
But, you know, it was always like, yeah, you know, Monacy's going to drop 30 and they're going to win, right? And it was like in games where Monacy ever would be quiet, which were few and far between, in fairness, but, you know, if ever he did have a kind of troublesome time, it would reflect in the results, right? For Spirit, I think it's kind of the same thing with a guy like Chiron, just because, mate, he was the highest rated player in the group stage. He was phenomenal, like literally phenomenal. But you know, the pressure kind of changes when you reach the playoffs. You're in this position where like everyone's relying on you to step up. You had a shaky day one of the playoffs, now coming into day two. Also haven't had to say your name a hell of a lot yet. It's kind of easy to get in your head, and it's like, at least for Monacy, he's been in that position for the longest of times, right? Back when he was in that old NAVI Junior squad, he was always the guy you looked to. So I think if anything, like the pressure, it wasn't really there for Monacy. It just felt normal. It just felt like another day in the office, right? I think for Chiron, it's going to take some time getting used to this idea of, you're very much the star. You need to give us big numbers.
Yeah.
That is a win condition.
It definitely can shake your confidence, for sure. I mean, even for Monacy, this is, you know, don't want to read into it too much, but when we had those heartbeat monitors, we saw Monacys were always going through the roof at LAN finals. And, I mean, he was even saying, you know, after that 1v4 against, was it MIBR, how that was the fastest his heart has ever beaten. And yeah, I can see that, you know. But, you know, this is where we make legends. This is where the future heroes are conducted, are created. Now, this is a long contact play. Artfrost doesn't know. He's about to find out, and that's a deletion. I can't even blame Artfrost. Vigo just pops his head and doubles up in the A site. It's beautiful. They knew about Zontix coming up ladder earlier, and so they're ready for him to leave connector. Nade to drop Notaneki, and this feels like Astralis 2018 right now. It's just nothing going wrong. Every shot hitting, every nade clashing, and Sophic left on his own.
You know, we always talk about these guys being players of the future, right? And how there's even examples that exist now in, like, you know, main teams, as it were. But, mate, you know, I think that's something that is so cool about the Academy League, is it's like, you know, not all of these guys are going to make it onto top teams, but even the kind of what I'm just gonna pull a number out of thin air. Even like the 10%, maybe like 5% of people that do. It's going to be super cool to be able to like look back in a few years' time when these guys have moved on to like you know, bigger teams, as it were, and go, oh well, you know, these guys actually have a history dating all the way back to the Academy League. You know, like let's say, oh, these guys have some mad history dating all the way back to season 1 through 3 of the Academy League, and now here they are facing. You know, that's really, really cool for like not just developing storylines now, but getting us invested, building up these kind of rivalries between players and teams and individuals. It's super cool. It hasn't existed in a form like this till WePlay bought the Academy League out. So I really love it.
Astralis even calling in tack pauses at 8-4. You know, they're just trying to make the most of this T side and keep it as one-sided as the game gets, right? Nothing better than just stomping map 1 of a bo3 sets you up, even despite Mirage being next, sets you up for a quick series if Spirit can't mentally recover. I don't think their tech issues earlier would have helped, but that's just part of the game. It's part of what you have to deal with. Do we have a boost? No one's going to look into this 5-man stack. So Astralis, they've tried that I think 3 times now. Once it didn't get built correctly, but they've yet to get any results from it. Nothing wrong with trying though. Astralis have tried a lot in this game, right? Like in terms of different things, doing nade stacks, doing boosts. They've attempted faster rounds, which haven't really fared well, but going back into these slow defaults is another comfort as they go and take middle in the late round. Boost even for long right now. The old Guardian boost. Meanwhile, Kong getting cleared, and there's only one man here. Xantix has been in this position many a round, and they're ready to trade that kill. Loved more. Molly misses. That's nice for Spirit. They still have this short information. Door swung with a flashbang. That's beautiful for Mister. Sophic, I mean, what else can you do? He hit the bullet first. If that was an AK, that's a Sophic fight won there, but instead, dead. Notaneki peeks the smoke and kills Vigo on Monster. Still Astralis trying to double down and commit, and with that kill, they certainly can. Artfrost might have to hide in a smoke and get weird.
Yeah, you might not be ready for him. Oh, now you are. Missed shot. Around the pillar, the Guardian of the B site, Artfrost. One more to his name. Now it's Chiron here to back him up. These two used to be the dastardly duo, but they've been uprooted.
I don't know why he switched. Like, you can see the pressure getting to Spirit. They have a really good setup there to hold on the 2-on-2. Yeah, Artfrost's position isn't great, but, you know, he can hit that shot on short for sure if there's someone there. And he just swings Monster. Chiron has his Monster. It's like, if Chiron gets contact, then maybe Artfrost should go in. But I really don't like some of these calls on B right now for Spirit. Like, from that round there, where they just move out of their setup when Astralis knew where Artfrost was and had an AWP, and he knew they had an AWP, he'd seen it. And even that round where they just peel out of the double monster with like 40 seconds and die. Yeah, some of these B-site holds, they're good for Astralis in terms of the ideas, but it's not like they even have to do too much. Spirit are overplaying their hand. And you can see maybe the inexperience on a map like this coming back to bite. Unprepared.
Dude, the thing that's really sad there for Xantix is that, like, he wasn't even in Con the whole time. He just tries to rotate down and go B. But obviously, because they've seen him in Con damn near every round, they're so ready for him. And something else that's brilliant for Astralis talent is that Mister's having a great performance right now. You know, yesterday, he was one of the guys who started to struggle. You know, really looking at, like, map 2 and 3 of that series, he started to drop off a bit of a cliff, right? I'm sure you remember that moment. I think it was... I don't remember what map it was, but he's like fighting a player who runs out of ammo. If you remember, it was Mirage. That's it. It's the round where Shane aces, or Sui aces rather, and you know, like he's literally reloading, and Mister just whiffs the entire like 20-round spray on a player who can't even fight back, who then goes on to ace and win the round. You know, like. He was having a mare yesterday, and so it's nice to see him looking fresher, looking dialed into this one. 10-4, chance at an 11-4 half, and it's all going to culminate in a bit of a V-rush at round 15. Notaneki last time was good for a triple in this position. This time it's only one. That isn't going to be enough to win them the round. Now they're left in this 4-on-4 retake. They're split worlds apart. Just look at the minimap, right? 2 down on the B site for Spirit Academy, and 2 on this very long rotation. Coming in on the flank, Freezer is going to fall, but he at least gets the info that 2 players are wrapping around. I wonder what that's going to do to Astralis talent. They've gone for like a wide plant, right? They could look to take CT away if they wanted to, and they're going to boost into heaven. It's a cool idea, but the timing's just very awkward on assembling that one. And the spam connects for Sophic.
I mean, it wasn't what Spirit wanted, nor were expecting, but if anything, just not having the B site did them favors there, didn't it? The last thing Spirit were ready for was a 5-man monster rush. Given the one time Astralis did that, it failed pretty devastatingly. So, yeah, Spirit, they're very heavy on A. They double flank it, and like you said, the boost gets caught. If Chiron, you know, falls in that first fight, maybe the boost has more effect, but... You know, Astralis just couldn't do anything. They were caught in the bomb site. So yeah, it's a confident showing for Astralis to go for a play like that. But it's given Spirit a way in, a 5th round, something to rest their head on. They're going to need a phenomenal T side though, and it's not easily done. Very, very wild half for Astralis, and as said, a bit of a necessity with Mirage up next.
Yeah. I mean, you know, this could be a pretty quick, pretty speedy affair. And, you know, if you're struggling to keep up, now might be a good time to shout out our sponsor, Western Digital, and their new SSDs, WD Black Series. Ooh, it's very fancy, isn't it? And that's one way you could look to keep up with the pace of this game, I'll tell you that much.
Jeez.
See, my brain's more like a hard drive. That thing's slow.
Yeah, you need an SSD, Harry.
Like, I look at you get sometimes when you ask me something, and you can, like, hear, you know, like the old, like, kind of, like, sound of, like,
Dial-up.
yeah, the old dial-up sound. So.
Yeah. No, of course, shout out all our sponsors and partners here at the Academy League, making this possible and giving us the chance to, you know, bring in some of these young players, some of these players who, you know, you're going to be watching for years to come in the Counter-Strike scene. So it wouldn't be possible without all our partners. Thank you, Western Digital, once again. 10-5, though, and Astralis, they're thanking their lucky stars right now on this veto. They've snuck it in. And they're looking to snuff Spirit out. But does Spirit have any fighting talk to get back into this map?
Там, Мирик, тебе надо на длине налево пройти, чтобы законтролить под джунглями. Да, ну по-моему, типа издалека контролишь.
Пикал,
Набежали на него с упора.
Go.
Все, выходим.
Я прыгаю. Вижу.
Я с Саней бегу.
Нету.
Я с Саней бегу.
Я тут пробиваю прыжком. Вижу.
Длину пикаем. Прямо по центру, парня.
Два.
Гранат не
Слева.
будет, гранат
Слева
не будет.
минус
Надо
3.
назад с бомбой.
С гранатами. С балом на карте, с балом на карте.
Реклама.
Слева,
И
слева.
55,
Меня
55.
Два пушат банан, еще одного убил. Один банан.
Я слева взял тебя.
55 живой.
Банан.
Yeah, it's a bit of a classic, right? The long back to toilet split in the A side. But the problem was, mate, Astralis, that felt almost too telegraphed, like too obvious. They had 4 guys up in the A bomb site before the toilet players had even made contact. So, yeah, you know, it all falls apart. Taking the range fight versus the USPs as well feels pretty ballsy when you've got Glocks on everyone. And you can see these odds. Interestingly enough, you know, still leaning pretty heavy. Oh my god, that's the match winner. I thought that was the map.
Yeah.
I was going to say it's shrunk on down, but no. It's gotten even more one-sided. Parry match leaning heavily in favor of Astralis talent.
We just haven't really seen a lot from Spirits there, which is really sad considering how good these guys looked in Group and Gauntlet. Like, remember their last Gauntlet game, we brought this up yesterday. They destroyed VP, man. They, like, tilted VP out of the server. And so this is not the team that we expect to see. There's still time to recover, especially in the second map, but even here as we get into their first gun round and Astralis have SMGs in play. But it's definitely hard getting through an Astralis that are feeling this invincible right now. 12-5, and here is the full buy for Spirit. Quick. I mean, this is something that we never saw once for Spirit. Quick down con, taking B short through both sides of B. Lots of control. And yeah, like, actually, now that I say it, we never saw Spirit take B short. They did it, like, in their second round, they re-aggroed it, or third round.
Yeah, and also...
And then they never did it again.
No, second to last round, they did it with pistols. But obviously, you know...
Nice.
Not as heavy hitting as when you're taking it with 3 guys all armed to the teeth with weaponry.
Yeah, it's just way more decisive already. Old Texas won a fight in Connector with a MP5 of all guns. Loud and proud. The rest of Spirit running up long and short. Player having to hold the con flank because 2 guys coming up from behind. And the stall at truck is beautiful for Vigo. He's just not peeking, not giving the kill away. How does he win?
A flawless bonus round.
Both fights, finally dead. But does not matter, mate. They're going to get lots of AKs now. Vigo kills 2 AKs with an MP9.
Yeah,
I'm
you know,
shocked.
this is pretty much done, you'd like to think, at this point.
Yeah.
Astralis talent making a bit of a statement here on Overpass. And, you know, mate, I'm still really concerned that Sotfik's having a mare. Like, you know, yesterday I was willing to write it off, but it's happening again. And the thing is with this guy, you can't even make the excuse of like, oh, maybe the pressure's getting to him. It's like, no, he's played on the biggest stages, you know, with the best teams. Like, I don't know, man. It is super weird. Out of all the guys to have gone, you know, kind of stone cold come playoffs, he was like bottom of my list for someone that would happen to.
Don't get me wrong, every team has come super prepped and super ready for this one, and I'm sure Spirit had done the same prac-wise, but it's just not showing. And you know, the more these games get out of control, the harder it is to get back in, and the more Astralis got to play with disrespect. Coming up connected quickly, Vigo getting hounded down, but he doesn't care. Double up again, and any more, no. Shouldn't be a problem. 2 for 1 is fine, even against the pistols. But Chiron's now got a gun, and if there were any guy to get Spirit back into a round like this, Zontic's walking out Monster. Oh, the turn, but the flash is perfect. A second earlier, and that might be his kill. Boost up. Oh, I think Breezer may have seen it. He looks like it. Mister almost got spotted on barrels. Doesn't matter now. Astralis know exactly what's up, and Fess has closed the door behind them.
Yeah, you're forced to commit into a triple stack at B on a round like this. You know, it's not what you wanted. And there's the lineup in Monster. 14 on the board for Astralis Talent, and one final investment for Spirit Academy to try and, you know, save some face here on Overpass. You know, obviously, we don't know, like, specifically what these teams have been up to in the little break, but Astralis Talent throughout the gauntlet, one thing we praised them for consistently was how well they were able to anti-strat teams.
Prepping.
I almost wonder if, you know, Spirit... Because it doesn't feel like they're playing at all the same as they did in groups, right? I almost wonder if, like, the research is kind of working against them in some sense of the word, where you're trying to differentiate how you're playing, you're trying to counter what your opponents are doing. And I think versus Astralis, who have shown to be a team that aren't afraid to almost play with no identity, right? And just lean very heavily into countering their opponents and their ideas. You know, is that going to work?
I mean, just compare some of these mid pushes. Like Zontic would occasionally get one, but Fessa just swings mid with a flash and double kills off of one spray. Vigo's won the round. Sorry to break it to you. He's backstabbing the AWP, and he's literally backstabbing the AWP. Artfrost even killed Altex. That's how cocky Astralis are right now. He let his teammate die for the knife, and I respect it.
It's funny because like Mister actually tried to just take the kill.
Yeah.
He was like, no, save your teammate, man, and just starts shooting at him as he's trying to knife. I think at that point, like, Altex is already dead, mate. Just let him grab the knife kill.
So cocky. I love it. 3 on 2. A little warbang will put Vigo down on his last legs, but it's going to be Sotfik. Oh, just turned on by Breezer. Oh, the smoke gave him the room to play backwards. Zontix does get the kill, but escaping is impossible with Breezer on the short side. And that is Astralis essentially locked and loaded for this map.
Dude, something in groups that Sotfik was incredible at was finding timings on little sneak walks, like we just saw him attempt there. But it feels like every timing he attempts to hit at the minute is just a very sour note, right? Like,
I mean, his whole team was dead as well.
It feels like you're getting a lot of room, but then you don't, and it's very, very quickly taken away from you. Power match odds still massively in favor of Astralis, getting more and more one-sided as this goes on. 1.25 to 3.75. You can get the 100% deposit bonus. There's more info in the banner below. But this is it. Final investment for Spirit Academy. Could be the final round of gameplay. Chiron doing everything he can to stop that from happening. Has opened the round up. And Fessa is a big scalp to have found to open this one up.
Oh, Sotfik. Yeah, lovely little flash peek there. Vigo gets caught out on a short side. They're going to try and hunt down this orb, try and close the gap, and he's run right by him! Oh my god, Chiron goes back at least. Breezer tried to get aggressive to at least go 1 for 1. Wasn't going to happen. Check for Notaneki, and it's suddenly all on 2 health Altex. He'll get a kill, and they're going to run away. Typically, you would probably chase this frag, but with the way that this game is going, Astralis, you don't want to give him any way to win. And so Zontix will, while his team set pace towards A with the bomb. 6 here for Spirit Academy, but as you mentioned earlier, this is rounds for pride, really, at this point. It does feel inevitable for Astralis, and they believe it too. Fess is even double AWPing. For crying out loud, we're going for knife kills at this point in the game. It's hard to see a way for Spirit to make this happen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll give them this, right? if Spirit get this to like a 10-round game, right, and they're like 10-15, suddenly I find myself going, maybe they can come back. Because Astralis have shown that they're pretty terrible at closing games out, no matter the lead they have. I think sometimes the pressure just gets to them in these situations, especially if they feel like it's starting to go against them. Right? It feels like they get in that headspace of like, not so much playing to win, but playing not to lose, as it were, right? And things get a lot safer. They move away from some of these aggro moves that guys like Fessa, guys like Vigo like to make. And so with Fessa dead early again, right? That's another time he's fallen in the early round. It's going to fall onto the rest of his team to pick up the pieces. Breezer in at the truck does have support from Oltex. Now, they might not be ready for the AWP, right? You've just killed 3 in the A site. Oh, Heartfrost is. And that's the free upgrade for him. Mister's going to be left saving. And Spirit Academy are on to 7. I kind of hope that's the last time we see the double AWP for Astralis Talent, if I'm honest. You know, in that Mirage game yesterday versus MOUZ NXT, that was kind of where their problems began. They went for a risky double AWP investment right as their money was at a point where it could have been fine had they not gone for the double AWPs. They put everything into it. You know, they kept leaning into the double AWP after the fact that it felt like it was doing more harm than good.
Yeah, I'm not going to look into it too much. It's a 15-6 buy. I think Astralis are, you know, this could be the danger that you just talked about in this round. It's like, if we're in Astralis TS, I'm going, all right, guys, just close it. Let's just win now. Like, one round, we've wrecked them all game. Let's just close it. And that's a confidence that can make, but it can also break a team, especially when, like you said, you give up 3 or 4 rounds, Spirit are suddenly believing again. And Astralis going, guys, why can't we just win? Like, we won all these rounds. Why can't we just close? And so let's see if that becomes a problem here. There's a little leaky deaky first with nothing but that saved M4, but long term, you know, I'm not going to call a comeback yet.
So if we're being real, actually, I think these are the most dangerous rounds, like when you're up against Astralis Talent, because this is where they like go back.
They take the silencers off?
No, they go back into this mindset of like, we have nothing to lose in a round like this, so just keep it loose, keep it kind of, you know, cheeky almost, and that can sometimes mean, you know, a world of good. You know, with one of the players already removed, and you know, I'm more talking like about D grounds coupled with like a Hero M4. The fact that there's 2 USPs in this one means it should be pretty safe, or so you'd like to think.
Big kill there. That one does really matter because with the short water control, Astralis could have flanked down Con instead. Chiron's locked them out of the door. Gun picked up and just going to get double saved, and that's the right call. As much as you'd love to, you know, keep flowing and keep fragging, it's not a round to be won. So Spirit up to 8. Baby steps, but it's just like if they were more competitive throughout this map, this would not be such an unrealistic attempt. It does still feel that way.
Well, you know, I mean, you know, I'm not trying to like set Astralis up to lose this or anything of the sort.
Wouldn't be you.
We know I've been repping them all this damn time, but you know, the whole idea of like kind of awful. I can't even think of the word, like. Almost like awful traditions. I can't think of what the word would be, but you know, like Team Liquid, for example. Everyone used to be like, oh, they're just massive chokers. And it's like, well, the more that kind of manifests, like at that point when you are at like 15 rounds, you start to go, all right, guys. You know, and then you see the enemy starts to win a bit, and then you go, all right, well, they're not actually going to choke. It's fine.
Maybe one day. I'm not co-signing that because I actually think this Astralis Talent team are playing the best CS
100%.
of this
But I just mean, okay, the reason why I bring that up is like I saw the Twitter reactions from these guys yesterday after they lost that MOUZ game, and they were like, yeah, we threw that, should have won it 2-1, and all of them said the same thing, you know, and it's like...
I mean, yeah, I can see it. Like, it was that Sandbags position. We won't talk about it. Ooh,
yeah, don't remind me of Sandbags, man.
Triple kills from Sandbags 3 rounds in a row. Hey, look on the bright side. It's a game like that that means you will never make that mistake again. And maybe that will matter if we go 3 maps in this series. And yeah, despite us talking down on Spirit here and them not really playing up to the level, I still have hope for Mirage for this team. I still want a 3-mapper. Little B-pop for Spirit. Let's see how this setup fares for Astralis. It's very passive, but it's perfect. With a flashbang, Chiron cannot escape. Could have tucked in at jail, but just choose to ran back with his knife and get swung by barrel. And already this setup looks better for Astralis than it did for Spirit. No picks are available. I say that Altex just moves out into the open. And now we've got a 4-on-4 where Spirit attempted. Re-smoked off though. They could even boost up on top of Mister's head on this box, but you can see with Fessa having all the mid-flank info. Astralis are not worried yet. They know that Spirit is stacked out on B. There is a chance they could go up connector, but it's a minimal chance, and you'd like to think you'd hear the door. So Spirit not moving a muscle. They think that they're making Astralis doubt themselves and rotate out of the bomb site. In fact, nothing of the sort is happening. If anything, the gap is closing. Vess is coming in on the flank, and with 20 seconds, Zontix is going to miss this timing. Zontix cannot hold forever. Vessa runs, though! Oh, dearie me! Now they still have to go into B, into the stack, but it's a man up for Spirit.
Yeah, they just got to trade this evenly, right?
10 seconds!
Oh, mate, Sophic still throwing flashes up at A. No, mate, believe me, they're all on B. Oh, God, everyone else is dead in the blink of an eye. And Sophic, from throwing those flashes up on A, he just can't win. There isn't time. So Astralis, they close this out at 16 to 8. Walking into the triple stack, Spirit Academy falls short. And man, that is a bit of a head scratcher. That's kind of a devastating way to have that fall away from you, right?
Yeah.
I really don't understand the mindset behind flashing the A site when you've had that flank come in. At that point, you should know, especially when you're someone like Sophic, right? Yeah, there's like 14 seconds left.
There's no time.
And you're looking at throwing flashes at A, like that's going to draw rotations. Mate, Fessa just saw them at B. Like, they're not going to go, oh, mate, there's one flash on A. Quickly bring everyone up.
And this is the strange thing about this, like you said, like we've been kind of behind Sophic this entire time throughout this whole season. So that's a really uncharacteristic look from Team Spirit. That being said, they found some consolation rounds. Maybe they got a bit of confidence at the end. Hopefully that can go forward for Mirage. But on the other side, the side that matters, Astralis are looking as good as they have from the gauntlet onwards. Let's see if they can keep this series going and smash it out in 2.
Headshot, nice. Fist bombs go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you rolling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Pretty much, they play, you win.
Astralis talent continue their good form. We had some questions around whether this overpass pick was going to bite them a little bit, but the benefit for them is Spirit don't really know how to play overpass. I'll be honest, it's worse than my pug.
They didn't improve at all from before to today. It's so ridiculous.
I mean, if anything, they're consistent about what they're doing because they're doing the exact same setups regardless of what their opponent is doing.
Maybe they really didn't think they would be picked, yeah? So they were like, oh yeah, Astralis talent, they will never have overpass. So they went, we're not doing anything on this, we'll ignore it, we'll be fine.
Yeah, but I feel like some of the errors that they're making is just like that's just like a 2-minute conversation.
Right.
Type of like, should we just stack A long all the time? It's like, no, probably not. Because no team like really like if you're preparing for something consistently that happens like 2 out of 15 rounds, it's probably not a good overall game plan to have. And we saw that versus Big. We saw that again today, and it's just a lot of the same things. It's kind of a copy paste from what they did versus Big.
Could it be a thing like? Definitely tell me if I'm wrong. Don't look at the top tier CIS teams, but maybe there's just a lot of stuff happening on lower tier CIS teams at long. Maybe that's they've got PTSD of so many bad flashback games or something happening.
That's possible. I tend to lean towards the idea that they just didn't think this was going to be played today, and they didn't go over anything at all. There was a long tech pause where they could have talked about things, but they apparently didn't then either.
No, because they were up 2-1, remember? So in their minds, it's all going to plan.
We're killing it, yeah. And then the half ends 5-10, and nothing really improved. But to credit Astralis talent, I mean, they knew what was working for them. A lot of B hits. They didn't make things too complicated on themselves. Even the way that they were like defending on CT side was pretty solid. I mean, it wasn't like it blew me away. It got a little bit probably closer than I think Astralis talent wanted. You know, they gave up a few rounds in a row towards the end, but that was with such a huge cushion that Astralis probably felt like we could make some mistakes, make some proactive plays, and even if they don't work, we have so many rounds to play with. It's kind of what I would want to see, actually. I want to see them get aggressive and try to play around some smokes, try to find a cheeky one in order to try to close the game out. But either way, their T side was phenomenal compared to what Astralis brought on the defense.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And it's just the fact that we didn't see any sort of like improvement on the side of Spirit. That's kind of disappointing about this all. Like, again, overplaying their hand, getting too aggressive when there's no need to it. And like you said, Astralis' CT side doesn't necessarily blow you away in terms of what they were doing, but they were just playing together.
Yeah.
And that's, you know, what's what you want to see out of teams, that you actually, you know, make each other good. And that's what Astralis did, where we didn't see anything of that out of Spirit. Again, the same kind of scenario where it's like one guy gets a multi-frag, and then maybe not the rest of the team are able to kind of mop things up and secure yourself around. More often than not, that was not the case.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of overpass brushing up, I would say, for the Spirit side.
Yeah. They kind of
Because
remind me of
if it's going to be
VP.Prodigy.
open, you know, like, yeah, at least should have some of the fundamentals and the basic down. But we have to really praise Astralis here again, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because even though you said like a few rounds started to go the other way, Astralis did start to kind of meme them a little bit, you know, stabbing them around behind them, you know, like they were looking to have some fun towards the end. And if Astralis talent are getting that comfortable and that confident, well, yeah, you don't stand a hope in hell's chance.
This becomes a very scary series for Spirit now, because Astralis talent weren't too shabby on Mirage yesterday versus MOUZ NXT, and this is kind of supposed to be the ace up the sleeve for Spirit. They were so good at Mirage during the regular season. I mean, they even took MOUZ NXT down on the map, with Chiron just dropping a massive bomb on them. And so I really think that right now, this is a game that Spirit really do think they should win, but they lost a lot of confidence with how badly that overpass game went. And when we saw this kind of situation happen to them yesterday against Big, they had a very tough time bouncing back. They couldn't even find anything in map 3 either to follow what happened to them on overpass. So I really think that right now, Spirit have to find a way to find some sort of emotional or moral kind of leader among them. And I don't know if Sotfik is really that guy. I don't know him well enough right now, but it really seems like they've been scattered in the way that they're playing, and they need to find a way to just join up as a team, because you can't push two spots on the map at the same time on like CT side overpass. It was just such a fundamental error, and they just didn't seem like they knew where they were getting their kills from.
Yeah, and I said, well, one big worry as well is that we've gone now 4 maps in into the series, and we've seen Chiron have 2 okay halves. Yeah. And it's usually like at, you know, the latter half in a match as well. So at that point, like the deficit is already too big to kind of have a realistic shot at a comeback. So if you go to Vertigo versus Big, for instance, like was nowhere to be seen in the first half. Okay, you switch over to the second half. He has a couple of good instances where he finds opening frags as he went or goes aggressive into middle and that kind of stuff. But you need to have him, especially on a map like Mirage. You need to have someone like him on from the get-go. Like, he can't have a slow start. And the fact that, you know, one of the players that went through the regular season being sort of anonymous, and Zontix having been their best performer throughout the playoffs so far, that's a worrying sign. Like, you would have expected to see more out of Art Frost. You would have expected to see more out of Karn. You would have expected to see more of a consistent performance from someone like Sotfik, who has the experience, but just none of it is coming to fruition. None of it is happening. So I don't really know where they are thinking to lean, you know, going into a map, even if it is a very comfortable pick for them, because it relies so heavily on having individuals being able to create space for you.
And I would say, right, when we look at this, you mentioned about Sotfik, what kind of a leader is he? Okay, you don't have to use timeouts, but the fact they use such a limited amount of timeouts means that he's maybe not trying to spur them on when they're really down. I know you get the few seconds at the beginning of a round and stuff like that, but you know, it's not enough time to always get things done. I completely agree that you need some sort of, like, I don't know, pick me up sometimes, or just a break, like, okay, this is really going wrong. What do we do? How do we fix this, you know? But we're going into Mirage next. It's definitely a lot more positive signs here for Spirit Academy, but my worry is, like what you guys are saying there, I will actually sit on the fence here and say that Astralis talent probably going to have more firepower, which I would have never said at the beginning of this.
I can't really doubt that statement, because, yeah, Art Frost has been so shaky in the playoffs. Chiron has yet to arrive. The fact that Zontix, I mean, we probably said his name in the group stage 2 or 3 times. Yeah. Like, that's crazy that he's supposed to be a guy that's been almost reliable in the playoffs. Like, this is, the win conditions of Spirit Academy have drastically changed from what we saw from them in weeks prior to this. And that's a bad sign. That's not because they changed their game plan. It's because their game plan is not working. So Spirit Academy, Sotfik, he needs to come up with an idea. And I think that what's hurting him a lot right now is that he's playing poorly as an individual, whereas during the group stage, he was a pretty solid contributor. And it's so much easier to call when you're contributing in the server. When you're finding your kills, you feel like the whole map opens up for your team. You can look at the radar more comfortably. And I think he's almost getting in his own head in terms of his own play. So it makes calling a around himself so difficult. It's almost not even there at all.
He's also in a really weird spot where he is the in-game leader. He's meant to be the experienced guy, but he's also acting as the coach for the team, right? So it's
Many
doubled
hats.
up. Yeah, and I think like all of this kind of adds up to, you know, added frustration, as you're saying. And it's not an uncommon thing for in-game leaders to do worse calls if they're playing poorly individually, because as you said, like it feels like everything's shutting down on you. If you're actually fragging, it feels like you have a good read on the opponent. It's much easier to make confident decisions and so on. And for Selfie right now, he's being bogged down by that part, and now he can't even like kind of like take or go in on the coach side and be like that moral you know, rock for the team, the one that kind of hypes them up, because he's already struggling, you know, with a pretty fundamental part of what's supposed to make the team work. So there's just a lot of like factors that are rising and kind of going against Spirit Academy here, which is tough to see, because I think we all had higher hopes for them going into the playoffs in terms of like showcasing themselves from a better side, because so far they have been the biggest disappointment out of all the teams we've seen. So they really need to get some stuff going on Mirage.
And when we're talking about getting stuff going, right, okay, the positives here, you can look at the odds. It's slightly in favor of Spirit just because of obviously it is the Mirage, is the win percentage on there. But I do worry for Spirit in some sense as well that, okay, yes, you're going on to this Mirage, there's something positive you can have here, but maybe pressure's affecting them. Now, that may sound weird to the viewers at home, right, because obviously we're not at a LAN, it's not that side of things, but in the group stage, you were the new team into the Academy League, right? No one expected you to do anything. There was no pressure on you. Maybe certain expectations they've either put on themselves or the community's put on them, on the sense that, oh, okay, actually, Spirit, you can do some damage here. And that can now play a factor, especially when we know what's on the line, right? This is a big prize money for these guys.
Yeah, I think that Pimp put way too much pressure on Chiron personally. No, I mean,
No, my tweet probably did.
Yeah, Pimp was saying that that Chiron was the best player early on. I mean, I had to inevitably agree because he had the best rating and he was just dominating maps, winning them on his own. And then Jaime even picked him as like a player to watch coming into this year. And so Chiron right now has there's a lot of press surrounding him. There's a lot of eyeballs on these matches because of him. Like, it's not even really his teammates. It's supposed to be him delivering these wins on a silver platter. So for him to be unable to do that against an Astralis talent, it has to just hurt mentally, because he feels like he's the best player in here. He should feel like he's the best player in here, and yet he has been failing to deliver now 2 consecutive days. Yeah. So this is a really big moment for him in terms of trying to compose himself and see, does he really have what it takes to make it to the next level? Because this is going to happen to you when you're playing at the tier 1. You need, people are going to, you know, criticize you, they're going to even praise you, and you need to just still be able to play your own game, and you still need to be able to come up on top. That's really the main thing here. You need to still be able to focus in no matter what is happening externally.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I guess it is a new experience for him, right? Like, again, he wouldn't have had those eyeballs on him unless, you know, he did so well during the group stages. So it is a part of growing and becoming, you know, a better player overall. It's something that develops over time, but it has to feel really tough because he hasn't. It's not like he's been the best performer on Spirit. It just hasn't been to the same level of the regular season. He hasn't been like the second best player on his team even. So it's such a significant drop that you have to worry a little bit about him. And you know, and then we can look at it obviously depending on how it goes in this series and whatnot, how he's going to progress going into, you know, season 4 potentially and that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, I'm kind of hoping that he has a bounce back game. Even if this becomes like a bit of a flash in the pan for Spirit, even if they were to lose the series, maybe he can come into Mirage, have like a Chiron-esque performance to kind of just showcase like, okay, he still can, he's still, you know, capable of doing this in high pressure matches. And you feel like there's still more to go off of once you look into the future.
And the positive signs here, if you're an Astralis talent fan, right, is that yesterday against MOUZ, they look legit like they can fight on that map, which we know MOUZ picked because they were like, we are the better team. Now, we will certainly learn. I feel like if Astralis talent get a really good game here on Mirage, right, and they take down Spirit, first of all, that's legit anyway. It's Spirit on Mirage. But then I start to think, okay, it was Astralis talent playing really well yesterday. It wasn't just MOUZ playing bad.
They pushed MOUZ out of middle. On MOUZ's T side, they could never really find footing towards middle, and that's something that Astralis talent deserves a lot of credit for. I'm really worried for Chiron, who's been having some struggles. We've already highlighted those, but because Altex actually in window was playing pretty well as kind of a rotator force. As a
30?
20.
Oh,
20, all right. 20 bomb from Altex coming up. He's feeling it right now.
I like it.
Astralis talent are feeling it right now. They're all there to help each other out.
No, I mean,
that was really good deflection. Like 20. No, I'm not saying 30, but we'll give him that.
20.
it's just getting there. Like it's gonna bump up. Like for each step further Astralis talent goes, it's gonna be 20, 25, and then back in the finals 30.
No more.
No,
30.
okay.
He's not. They're not making the finals.
Trying
I'm
to
sorry.
sell this in.
I'm not making. They're not making the finals.
Poor Altex, right? He's going to watch this back and she's like, that Mario guy really thinks I'm never going to get 30. He's going to be training so hard.
I said he's gonna get 20.
He may be really aiming for that 30 bomb, you know?
Okay, sure, go for it, man, go for it. But like, you're gonna start, if you start forcing things, let the game come to you. You know, Astralis talent, they're doing a great job as a team. We haven't even talked about Fesser, and he did a very solid job there on Overpass. Everybody is contributing for Astralis talent, but still, Altex will find 20.
There we go. I love it, guys. Thank you very much. It's time to find out if the Dragon's spirit is broken, and will the talent on Astralis suffice enough to get them this map and take us to a third? Well, maybe we just see the situation go a 2-0. Astralis, they're looking to do the damage. Let's see if they get it done. We're back with Hugo and Harry.
Oh, yes, we're ready to go. It's a little bit of Mirage. It's a bit of a classic here. Team Spirit, you know, hoping they can bounce back, hoping they can make this a 3-map series after all. I hope they can as well. You know, like we were repping this team whole throughout the entire group stage. They look legit, but they've looked like a shadow of themselves, right, since getting to the playoffs. Astralis, meanwhile, this is a team that's like stock is on the rise by the looks of things, right, constantly getting better as the weeks have gone on even. So, you know, I mean, on top of that, right, the MOUZ game from the other day does make me a little more worried for Spirit, because as Maui was kind of saying, like they locked MOUZ out of mid, they were shutting them down on a map that classically is phenomenal for MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, on top of that, it may be phenomenal for MOUZ NXT, but who's the only team, you know, in the regular stage who could get a map off of them, especially on Mirage? It was Spirit, and you know, they played you know, the back-to-back BO1s, they lost 16-6, they won 16-7, both on Mirage. They have done it themselves, but whether they're playing at that level right now, I think is yet to be seen. It's definitely not been seen so far, and I want to believe that they can show it today, but how realistic are we after a game like that where Astralis were commanding respect the entire time, we're going for knife kills, we're throwing rounds for fun, and still coming out with a dominant victory? I don't have a lot of faith for Spirit. I want to believe, Harry, I really am coping, but I have nothing to suggest that they're going to show up how they did in the group stage in all gauntlet.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it is wild because I keep mentioning about like the group stage, but it's like at a certain point you kind of just have to let that go and recognize that, you know, like, okay, they might have been really good there, but you know, that was a couple of weeks ago now, and whether it's everyone else has gotten better and you guys have kind of stagnated in that time, or perhaps the pressure's getting to you and you are actually kind of regressing a little bit in the playoffs, it is starting to feel that way. No, I very much share your sentiment. So, I mean, you know, with elimination on the line from the playoffs here, from the WePlay Academy League Season 3, you'd like to think they could up their level, but is that pressure going to make or break Spirit Academy? There's only one way to find out. Let's get into Mirage.
Let's get it. Spirit Astralis, and it is a T-side start for Spirit here on this second map, so going to be cooking the books, going to be looking to bring in something spicy to start. A Molotov, a bunch of flashbangers, and even P250s here for Art Frost. Orpa loves a pistol, every good Orpa does, you got to love it. Maui wants and expects 20 kills from Altex. Pressure's high, the time is nigh. Sort of. Bit of a techie before we go in, maybe more ping problems. And these are only going to get in the head of Spirit, not to completely armchair psychology this one. Zontic's currently not home.
Yeah, where is he? Everyone's asking the same question. Where is Zontix?
I mean, vibe check. Cams don't look, you know, full of glee for Spirit. Maybe that will change when things start.
I mean, dude, do you not remember, like, our first experience of listening to Team Spirit was in that Mirage game where we got to hear Chiron especially, right, his comms as he took jungle alone and got some 3K. And, mate, I have never heard someone with, like, a motor mouth so fast and so hyped. And the fact that, like, when we go to, admittedly, you're in a tech pause, you're not going to be sitting there going, all right, boys, let's go. Like, you know, he was, like, really Irish there for some reason, you know. All right, boys, let's get into it. I can't do an Irish accent.
No, just don't.
Yeah, I think that's probably easier. I just hang out with a lot of Irish people, and I like to think it rubs off on me, but it don't. So look at this top mid creep.
I like the underlurk. Lay pop, smoke's over. Breezer doesn't know they're right behind him. But Chiron backstab, and it does come through. Can always be hard to hit the back of the head, especially with the Glock. Locked out of jungle is Vigo. He won't go through. Definitely the right call. Oh, that's a nice shot as well. And yeah, this pistol's getting locked out for Astralis. Vessel's going to find Sophic at least. And now activating a ramp flank denied by the PP50, which will fall. That could give a way in. There's a smoke kit on Altex. He needs to make it to the bomb site, and Vigo provides that cover. Smoke drop. Kit ready. Vigo with a kill. And this is where it can get hairy. The stick on the bomb is already happening, and there's no way to get him off. Missed shots. Doesn't matter. Astralis will win that pistol after all. A little cheeky 2-on-4 to get back in. Nothing going right for Spirit today.
Hey, yeah, that's crazy. Astralis talent, the puppet masters of time itself, you know? You're on their clock. You're on their timeline, all right? 1.8 odds to 1.95 over at Parry Match in favor of Team Spirit, right?
Yeah, that's already closed after the pistol.
Oh, they've actually elected to force buy up here. Galil, Scout, a Deagle in play. And they're already out on the A site just playing at contact. I quite like this idea. I quite like it when teams just throw in a bit of a Hail Mary contact play out through ramp, especially in the second round like this. You weren't really sure that they'd force sport yet, and you're only now making contact with these guys. It's a double opener for Chiron. This is like day one all over again. He's run towards jungle. He's doubled up. He's probably screaming as he does it. Yeah, look, there we go. You can see his mouth moving. He's calling so much right now. And Sopfic's even going to drop a player over at B. Altex is going, why is he in apartments? Why is Sophic in apartments? His entire team is on A. And they're even hunting. Chiron's not content with the double. Personally, I would have loved to have seen him drop this M4 over to someone else and go at this with a Galil, because it is the best gun that could have been saved out of the round. You know, I'm really like nitpicking there, but these things do make a difference, because now Breezer, if he wanted to, he could go get that A1S. I understand if you don't want to take that risk, right? You don't want to go walk into the firing line potentially, but you did lose the A1S, and as mentioned, you know, you would have loved to have had that here and now. Not the end of the world. You still win the round. You still win that second with the force buy. And it does all come off the back of Chiron's double opener, so, you know, can't rag on the guy too much.
Leave him alone! Yeah, you know, this gives a map at least that he can come in all guns blazing off the top. And so, yeah, already forced by one by Spirit. Astralis come back in with guns. Let's see what they're cooking up.
Jeg flasher ved.
Ja. Eller vinduesmål.
Jeg kommer ud kort, Frank. Okay, vil du gerne? Skal jeg sidde bare jump, eller?
Ja, det kan du godt. Dødt, Frank.
Dødt. Kigger nu, en.
Jeg lister tæt med. Pal også.
Jeg smukker mig ud. Jeg smukker ud.
Under ikke dinget, sandwich.
Jeg kan ikke gøre.
Pal low. Jeg kommer med ud, Mikkel.
Sæt mig.
Bare kæmpe med ham. Jeg kommer til jungle.
Pal low og en 2 sliske.
Under stars. Jeg ved. Finger stars. 2 og 1 pal. Ind med. No. Pal.
Kom igen.
Oh, pretty damn close. Rounds don't get closer than that. 12 health on Zontix as he swings Palace to close. And they were calling Paolo, man. They knew. But just falling short of Astralis in the force buy back in. It was a worthy attempt, but... Oh, missed window smoke there, I see, on the opening kill out mid. I think Fessa killing Sophic. Definitely can't be seeing those mistakes, especially on Spirit's map pick. We need connecting utility. But not the end of the world, won't cost them anything, and correct the second time around. Oh, that was so close for Fessa. Nice try on the window jump to get to ladder. And if anything, it was a bit of a necessity. Otherwise, they don't have B at all. So Fessa's going to have to make that rotate round to just give some semblance of info to Astralis talent on this quad A setup. Good round to do it, though. They haven't got anything. Playing with pistols. Molly and Con, just in case they're in the corners. And meanwhile, it is that B pop, so a nice read for Spirit getting away from this stack. Molly will get blocked, but not a worry, as car is clear, and the round is likely won. I like this angle as well, hard to see through from the CT perspective. And yeah, you can see Mr. was not ready for that play at all. Will be a double for Sophic before all is said and done. And not enough can even upgrade to the AK as well as the round is closed. 3-1, and already seeing a better sign from Spirit than we've seen all playoffs yet. Confident out of the gate, very decisive rounds. Chiron running amok. But Astralis here with a full buy. Roll 'em.
I mean, dude, like already, Chiron's off to a kind of beat where he could outperform his performance in like the last 4 maps he's been in within the first like 10 rounds. So, you know, this is a much more vintage Chiron, I would say. And that's good. You know, Mirage has always been a nice map for him. You could just tell from listening to the comms of him on this map.
Oh.
Dead right away in middle, though. That's a big scalp for Vigo to have found, right? So often the guy to create space, and now he's gone. So that responsibility going to fall to someone else. Zontic's back to a kind of more classic, you know, lurk role for him on this map.
Vigo just gave him a leg up there. Don't worry, buddy, I got you.
Vigo's like,
trying to silent jump.
You know, that's why, like, he's got like his The Office moment. He's staring into the camera. Yeah, Altex is really bad movement, so I'm just always there to help him out should he need it.
Yeah. Well, he got up. Luckily, no one to hear that. Meanwhile, Spirit, they found a gap. They walked up connector. Fessel is here. Oh, the timing, he turns back. He still gets the kill. It will be traded, though. Sophic dies for the cause, but is that cause for concern? Mr. giving up A allows him to take the bomb site. He might be able to finish the job as well. Not an Eki. Another fight is risky from this position. Mr. has the angle, and it's very nice, but everyone's set CT now. Astralis, they might just run in off of this tap if they have a flash ready. It doesn't go over. They're going to play the retake. There it is. Now Astralis start to move in, chasing these kills. Arfrost with the first. Something goes over the box, and they are ready for it. Notaneki up close. 1 kill, and he's alone. He will fall. It's going to be Astralis talent with the retake and defuse. And so a second round taken right back as soon as they hit full guns. Still plenty of money for Spirit. These bomb plants and these clean anti-ecos have been a factor there. That round was 4-on-5 from the get-go, with Chiron getting spammed and naded out from behind the boxes mid. Still no AWPs yet for Astralis, but Artfrost will have his. So let's see how he puts it to use.
So they throw the window molly like to try and block the window smoke. It's great if the window smoke comes in, but it never does, and it lets Sophic get very deep down cat. However, the flash is enough to nullify him. That man advantage taken, and no chance to trade this out. If you're Spirit Academy, you're going to have to look for the 4-on-4. Astralis playing pretty conservatively now that they've stolen away that early man. So you're going to be hard-pressed to find that equalizer.
Deep re-smoking B, that's where Spirit wanted to put pressure on, but Chiron's not going to have any chance to do so, just a molly close, and then he has to back out and regroup for this A pop. We saw Astralis have no problem getting A under control, as in the last round as well, and they are re-aggressing into the bomb site. Fess is going to get re-smoked by his teammate, selling this one. Ooh, the lineup's a bit weird. Not sure if that's going to do any favors or not. Won't matter. It's a full ramp walk right now with Chiron up in Palace. And this contact play could do a world of favors for Spirit. You can see Fessel is the first man with contact. He's throwing a deep nade that will do nothing. Chiron burns in the molly. That's a bit of info. They know it's A now. Mr. can be aware. They could be out ramped. He swings wide. Somehow flicks back to Notaneki. Chiron's gone from Palace. And this round has fallen apart at the seams. All set up by that Molotov that hit Chiron. That gave full confidence, full faith to Astralis and knowing what's going on, and they won't even escape. Zontic's killed on the jump back. It's just the AWP. An unfortunate round for Spirit, but Astralis converting both of these 5-on-4s right now, looking good when they get that pick in mid.
And I mean, you know, that was like that was a trend that we saw yesterday in their CT side of Mirage, right? They did a great job of forcing MOUZ away from their mid plays. you know, they're able to manipulate Team Spirit in the same way. You know, at this point, you might be getting in your head a bit and saying, okay, we might kind of have to be a little more lax on this mid area. But, you know, the more real estate you're willing to concede to Astralis, the stronger the beast gets. It's a very rough spot to be in. You know, this is where the mind games kind of begin. This idea of we either need to beat them in mid, which is where they're looking really good, or we just have to explore other avenues. But obviously both have their downsides, both have their pros and cons. Oh, Frost, Cyclops mode, been scoped since top mid. Oh, missed shot though, and now they know about this AWP in middle. No one's going to try and offer anything up to this, right? You know it's really the only worry in this round is the AWP. I like that Chiron is almost like tethered to Artfrost right now, like just staying super close so he can grab this AWP. If Artfrost dies, he can also try to, you know, bait peaks, get Artfrost activated with the AWP. They're like conjoined twins down in Connector.
Ooh.
There's Chiron with the opener.
Okay.
Once again in jungle.
Oh, crazy, man. You're crazy. All right, it still should be fine for Astralis. Especially with Chiron dead. Oh, he spotted getting the gun. You kind of have to commit to A at this point. The bomb is out in the sight. That's a massive kill. Fess has been cleaned up from ramp. They had no idea that he was there, but still a good check from the AWP 3-on-3. And only one flash to get Astralis back in.
Yeah, they don't try to spam the plant either. Flash over, all three out from CT, and the first man falls right away. Artfrost dead as well. Bomb is planted for Con, and Sophics here. First kill found, but can't convert anymore. You know, those are often the moments. I've actually, in the Academy League already, we've seen Sophic manage some phenomenal clutches from Connector in like 1v2s, 1v3s, like that situation there. But you see how stressful it gets when that chance at the second kill just sails by. And it kind of forces you to want to commit, to want to capitalize while you've got the chances. In doing so, he's throwing into that double peak.
I really like how Astralis are playing these A retakes right now. Every single one of them, they full grouped CT. Like, you know, if you have flanks, you're always going to use them, but Astralis just haven't tried to do any of that, haven't tried to come in off of Cat or retake off jungle. And it's often because Spirit in these A takes have been getting that jungle control. Think about all these post plants. They are heavy in connector. They are playing window to middle areas. And so it does limit your retakes. I don't know if it's more of a game plan. It's probably just the reaction for Astralis, but the synergy when they're coming out 3 or 4 from CT spawn is really clean right now. They're trading nice, the spacing is good, and I mean, it's how this game started with Altec sticking the defuse in the 2-on-4 from CT. So let's jump in, see how Spirit are feeling now as we get to another gun round.
Взяли дым или он укатился?
Беги.
Дропнул флеш.
Я дал в бетаме.
Молик дальний. Я прошел, блядь.
Зиг.
Эдвард плант. Эдвард не пикает. За Эдвардом прям справа. И слева бэксайд.
Машина.
А, нет.
Тачка.
Эдвард, тачка. Не, у нас...
Well, welcome to B, boys. You know, keep your receipt to return your purchase. That was a beating, safe to say. Astralis set heavy on the B site, nice little read from them, and Spirit don't get too far in the apartments, all getting mauled, barely getting out. Doesn't really get more easy than that. 5 alive for Astralis and still favored for Spirit in the odds, but we'll see as we get into this game where it's going. Right now, Astralis, they've come back alive since their first gunny. 4 in a row now. With an AWP in play, with Eco on the other side, should be easy pickings in this one.
Oh yeah, Chiron trying his hand at the mid-dig. I don't know, man. I kind of wish Chiron, the Tiger, the king of jungle, would lean in towards some of these A plays whenever they attempt it. I think he's such a menace with these A openers. Out through ramp, it's going to be the Deagles getting whittled down. Breezer nails that shot, and Artfrost is left in a very unlikely clutch. There he is, getting just wide swung by Mr. who is still keeping up a really nice performance. You know, like the one from the other day didn't really feel like the Mister we've come to know and love. This is a lot more par for the course for him individually. Also, I don't know how you feel about it, but in my mind, Breezer upped his stock massively now that it's like come out that he's like the guy calling the shots, right? And he's an AWPer who fairly consistently is able to put up decent numbers. You know, he's not like one of these IGLs who falls off a cliff.
Yeah. Very hard to in-game lead an AWP because if there's, this almost sounds silly to say, but a lot of your game is just staring down the barrel, holding angles for 40 seconds or longer. Like, that's why you don't often see AWPers, be super util heavy as well. Maybe they'll be flashing in retakes or XX, but they won't necessarily be the guys, running the smokes. And it can be hard to be an in-game leader where a lot of what you're doing is micro and looking at the mini-map and making calls and making reads and piecing things together while you're doing what an AWPer does, staring down the middle of your screen forever. Beautiful shots out of Vigo. This guy has had an excellent playoff run so far in these last 2 days. Got to be said, it's not just been the Altex show. Definitely had good games from Vigo as well. High impact kills in middle to make a 3-on-3, a 2-on-1 after the trade comes in. And Notaneki now had a chance with a clutch. He has got B, but Altex, I mean, he's heard this. He knows what's going on. Doubling back, perfect timing, easy kill. And 7 rounds to Astralis. His streak continues for yet another.
Yeah, I mean, these CT sides have often been where Astralis look to do their best work here on Mirage. And, even though their T sides might not look as pretty, might not look as good, that won't really come to matter if you like, if you like 10-5 the half, you might barely even have to play the CT side. Also, this is a very kind of interesting force buy coming out from Spirit, destined to be a B rush. Altex will get away to the back of the site and holds the line for 1. Now support on short from Fessa, and the apartment's play is just turned to mulch. Chiron, late lurk mid, is read like a book by Fessa. And Astralis talent up onto 8, Spirit Academy. As a result of that force buy, they can't even really afford to invest again. It's just going to be pistols, armor. Maybe you get like a hero gun on someone that could afford it. You've at least got max loss bonus, but to even talk about that like a positive is quite telling.
Astralis make these B holds look easy, man. In that round especially, but even in the previous. In that round, only 1 player left the apartments. It was Sophic with a Mac 10. He got a lot of space, but his team did not even get out the windows or the balcony before they're dead to that crossfire from short and back sight. Like, it's unbelievable how Astralis are just destroying the B-pops without Spirit even getting close. Even though they had a full exec, they had room with smokes, they had good flashes initially, and no one even jumps out except for Sophic. Just, turn to mulch, as you said. No better way to put it. 8-3, and that was only 2 on B. That was a normal setup for Astralis, and it was picture perfect. Orb is now holding the market cross. Spirit showing an AK at B, their 1 gun, and then they go back, trying to reset into yet another dirty setup. 2 on ramp, and the Shadow gives up the aim of the game. Mister with a kill. He will die. It's going to be Fessel still, and they've seen him. They know what's up. Fessel's can't make up his mind. He's dropping a Molotov. They go right through. Timing's a bit weird. He had to do that instantly if it was ever going to work.
But with him fighting so aggressively at ramp, I really don't think you're ready for Vigo in this position. I really, especially not after you see Breezer CT. A part of you's going to be saying, okay, that's the AWP rotated in. They were double pushed at ramp. They'd lent 3 towards B earlier.
Oh my god. That's a nasty smoke. If it lands and it doesn't. Oh dear. There is a lineup without running, but very, very close indeed. And yeah, Vigo, he's won the round. Surely.
Sophic. Very unfortunate with the timing, and now Vigo's going to emerge. Needs to save the day. He's lost Breezer in CT. Oh, all these players have eluded him.
Wow.
And that's so awkward. It's like every awful little timing he could have found, he managed to hit. If it was a game of hitting the worst timings, that would have been Vigo the champion, but Very unfortunate, right? He tries to play trigger discipline, he tries to milk that for all it's worth, but the moment you lose your CT player, he knows that, like, the pressure's on. I have to win the round. This has been set up for me to be the guy to close it.
Also, very important that Sophic, resets that he does recover that 1v1 onto the short player. I think it was Altex. He does get that kill, because Altex can stop the plant alternatively. It is an open short plant. Even with a jungle smoke, he can spam. It's pretty easy. So... ooh, scary rounds for Spirit, but they finally get a gun round on the board. Actually, I say it's a gun round. That was a 1 AK round. That was nothing. That was just pistol armor.
You were not ready for Breezer there.
Here in front of the Molotov, just burning.
Like, there's in front of the molly, then there's just standing in mid, like middle of it.
Yeah, Mr. Tucked Sandwich going to get baited for by Fessa. It's a perfect peek. Even if he dies, they're not ready, and he can double up. One will do in a 3-on-1 now. The AWP will shut it out, and it's flowing like water for Astralis. Still not sparkling. No bitter taste in my mouth here. Spirit are getting beaned, Harry. No other way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, the AWPs haven't even had, like, some massive impact in this yet, but still, like, Breeze is the guy leading the charge in that regard. Breeze has definitely had more impact with his AWP. Artfrost a lot of the time, has been left saving. So, there's an opener. There's something. Chiron out through ramp. And bro, this is why earlier on, like when he was lurking mid, I said, I just want to see this guy on A. He's so good at getting the A openers, and this round has showcased that brilliantly. A double up for Chiron. At the bare minimum, even though you're still in this 3-on-3, has put a lot of pressure on Astralis talent. They've pulled 2 players into A.
They saw the reset. Look at Astralis leaving. They saw Chiron jump back out of ramp. It would almost be better if Spirit ended A, because no one's here anymore. Spirit don't even know they got seen. So, running around is Artfrost. He has the bomb, Harry. Is this really going to be an exec on A, ending on B? It might not matter if Altex comes in from under. Artfrost, oh my goodness. This is about as unlucky as it gets.
Yeah, this is so brutal.
Ooh.
And he's got no idea.
Yeah,
and that's the bomb. And Altex waits a few more seconds before executing that in apartments.
Just so frustrating to lose to that, right?
I mean, dude, a part of me wonders, like, if your intention was always to fake A, why not just give Sophic all the smokes? Like, you can drop them now. They were doing that anyway, juggling them onto him. And it's just a save here for Spirit Academy. They can't win the round. They know it. There just isn't time. You don't know what's happening in the apartments. It's too far away. And yeah, mate, I don't know, like...
Yeah.
Considering they gave Sophic a bunch of nades, as though to say, like, okay, throw an exec at, like, the final 30 seconds, and then I'll go B. It just felt like such a risk leaving the second player in Chiron there. Or alternatively, let Chiron throw the damn fake. Like, he knows all the nade lineups. He'll be able to do it, and he's at 8 points of health, so it's not like it would have been the end of the world. It just felt like a lot to put 2 sets of players into that A fake and leave the bomb alone in apartments. It really hinged on you getting a tremendous amount of respect. And considering you haven't had map control over towards B throughout the entirety of that round, there were so many ways that could have gone wrong. Even if Altex hadn't have pushed lower tunnels, for all you know, there could have been a player in the apartments. There could have been a guy top mid or T-spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's at this point in the game where Spirit are getting desperate. They're doing anything they can to pull wool over the eyes of Astralis. But, yeah, night vision right now. Double AWP here. Fesser's fighting middle. Breeze has got that ramp angle. It's a very weird, risky fight to be taking with the molly smoke, but it will finally be put down. Breezer has a nice gap to work. Molly under slows down the mid-take. Even so, Artfrost was already out. Luckily, Fesser had just left the angle, so the AWP makes it to middle, at least for now. Breezer's very patient. Mr. taking up typically where Fesser plays towards the jungle. Breezer does hit that shot, but it's no kill. They've found the AWP, or so they think. They don't even know about Fesser's double. He's been scoped up early. Breezer gets picked. Now, if you're Spirit, you're thinking there's no AWP in play. Psych! Fesser shoots Artfrost through the bricks. 4-on-4. Mr. Timing's almost eluded, but he turns back just to kill Chiron on the window boost, and Notaneki will trade. It has to be the A split now, and there's no one here for Astralis.
Yeah, finally a chance, right? Finally a chance at this 5-10. Big wraparound coming in.
Love it.
Oh, that's ballsy out of Voltex, mate. Trying to go through the murder hole when you know there's a player in window. There's a reason it's called the murder hole. It's the hole where people get murdered. Zontic should have this one dead to rights. Vigo walks to his demise, and now just Fessa able to nail the first on that AWP. The Galil, not what he wants. Time is ticking away. Smoke on the bomb, but no one's going to peek on the back of it. They know he's at stairs. They're double set.
Oh.
And there's Zontix to close. It's that 5-10 half that we spoke about. Is that going to be enough, realistically, for Team Spirit to get back into this? It is going to be an uphill battle throughout. But if you remember the other day, you know, the lead for Astralis Talent was looking kind of just as pretty as this up against MOUZ NXT, and that game still came back to haunt them. That was where their struggles with closing out maps came into fruition. I will say, though, to build upon that, MOUZ definitely playing better CS than Team Spirit are right now. So going to need to see one hell of a recovery if they do want to make this a 3-map series. If not, you know, it's still a nice debut in the Academy League, but it could have been so much more, and that's the feeling you're going to be left with if you're Team Spirit and it all ends here.
Yeah, you know, I think we've been wrecking Team Spirit a lot, and maybe justly so with the standard we held them to after the groups. But one thing I think that is positive, Harry, is this is their first season of WoW, right? They'll be back for sure. And when they are, I hope to see, you know, continued improvements. Think about the team on the other side. Astralis Talent went 7th and 8th in back-to-back seasons of Academy League, and now they are fighting for that top spot. They are fighting to win the whole thing, to be perfectly honest, and they are absolutely a contender at this point in the tournament, with only 4 teams left, and Astralis having mad upsets over so many of these rosters. I just can't wait to see them take on MOUZ if they can get themselves there. Again, you know, it'd be nice to see if they can... they got very close. Nice to see if they can, you know, figure out, like, because actually, going back to that Vertigo game, they may have even won it, mate, if not for those sandbags rounds. You know, that almost feels like one-dimensional to say, but I actually don't think it is. That
well,
game
yeah,
was so
I mean, it was really close, and the sandbag lack of sandbag molly won MOUZ 3 rounds. So, yeah, anyway, let's go listen into the comms. Let's hear what the vibes are like.
Let's CT. Og kom.
Flash er dybt her.
Op ude her. En ned kan.
Jeg flasher ham. Kom, løb kort. Jeg holder ham, drenge. I kan bare løbe.
Okay, kom.
Missiler på
Backside. Venstre side nu. Op.
Ja, stadig venstre side.
Backside.
Jeg skyder ham af
Vindue.
2. Jeg skyder ham af 2.
Jeg kan ikke gøre noget. Jeg kan ikke gøre noget. Ude, Muddy.
Død.
En mere.
Backside.
Det er ikke Muddy.
Jeg holder
Something var der.
backside.
Something var der.
Bænk.
Backside.
Få ham.
Under vinduet.
3.
Muddy.
Sådan.
That was a 4-on-4 in the B-bomb site, and Astralis win every fight but one. I think they're ready to go to that next stage, Harry. I think they're ready to knock Spirit out of the competition. What do you think?
It's really starting to feel that way, isn't it? Especially with the decision of Force here being a thing. That means your investment is probably, providing you don't win this round, which obviously can happen, that's why you forced, but if you don't win this, your next buy is up against 5 to 13, right? And if you lose that, you go 14 down, you're on another eco. At that point, it's GG. So it puts a tremendous amount of weight on this Force and the first and maybe only proper rifle round that we're going to get to see out of Spirit Academy. So just something to bear in mind. That is not the start you wanted. Oh, and it's gone from bad to worse. Who would have thunk it? Missed.
Oh, hello.
Oh, poor
Hello.
Zontix. You're not.
They both realised.
Hang on.
They both realised.
He's like, hang on a sec.
This smoke lasts forever, mate.
Oh.
Poor guy. Cannot catch a break, can Spirit. And this con, or this jungle rather, has been locked off from both sides.
Look at them, they're so trapped.
We're fragging, and we're going to win it all as Fessel locks in both final kills. It's 12 to Astralis. And yeah, now we're talking about that buy round that you just preluded. It's coming up in one more, and it will be the do or die, and likely the latter of the two. Astralis Talent, some incredible CS played. And 4 more rounds separate them from that consolidation final between the loser of Big and MOUZ.
Yeah, Chiron's got an MP9 and armor again. There's a couple of pistols, but it shouldn't be a winning recipe for a round. That much is for certain. Sophic, I don't know what result he was hoping for there. Late crossing out the window when he hears the molly going. Oh, that's a rough way to have conceded the opener. There's Chiron's MP9, all right. It wasn't meant to win them the round, but it could. Breeze are trying to wrap this this cap position again, and the bomb is in T-Spawn. I will just throw that little note out there. Someone's got to get it, and no one's in position to do so. Oh, that's ugly. That's a USP besting Breezer in the head-to-head, and Altex had already up and left A to go and get the bomb.
Bit of a freestyle round here for Spirit, and yeah, I mean, to put Astralis behind bars, that's for sure. 1v3 for the man Altex and not an Eki. This is not a position that should be checked, but you never know with Altex going behind the boxes. Oh, and now you do know. He's a dead man. I would knife him, but it's too far away at this point. Notaneki just takes the round, and Spirit find a sick. That was not one that we expected. It's not one they should have been picking up, but hey, every little helps. You'll take what you can get. And now they have a wealth of economy, at least an earlier gun round 2. Triple AK, AWP, Astralis' money on the back foot. Nothing wrong with force buying here, but it will be pretty desperate if they do. And first attack, so Astralis can at least get the most possible out of this round. They know that, you know, if there were ever going to be a comeback, it would be set off of the back of that eco win from Spirit. And if Astralis can just immediately come back and close the door, then it's never going to happen, is it? So I like the use of the tack here. Trace continuing to be proving worthwhile for this Astralis talent team as he was throughout the entire Gauntlet stage. Definitely saw the prep work pay off. And on a map that Spirit have managed to take down the big dogs of MOUZ on before, their home map, their pick in the series, it's not even been close. Nice shot out mid for Artfrost. Maybe there's hope.
Oh, it's so close, man. Doesn't matter. Chiron's still going to collect the freebie over in middle. And now, even though you're out in A, you've still got to get past this AWP and Sophic. Oh, they've seen the player jumping up. They were very ready for that. And the nade even deals with Vigo in the back line. Chiron there to close. And that's 7 on the board for Spirit Academy. You know, this is actually a nigh-on identical situation to where Astralis were yesterday versus MOUZ NXT. Right, they were up in the lead, things were feeling really good, like nothing could go wrong, and then MOUZ pulled it back and were able to close that game out, right? It was pretty much this situation. It was Astralis over on the T side, a healthy lead under their belts that quickly turned sour. They don't want that to happen again. And don't get me wrong, you've still got a third map of Vertigo to play. It's one that you're very well versed on, but why take the chance? That's what you're thinking if you're Astralis.
Well, this round's going to be as free as they come. Couple of easy kills out of ammo. Onto the pistol, and Sopfic's here to swoop down upon Astralis. 2 more little Glocks. Fresh mag for Zontix. And a fresh round for Spirit. 5 up is key for the money if they want to long this one out. And no AWP for Breezer in this one, but it's early days. It's not impossible, Harry. It doesn't feel like overpass.
No, that much is very true. And something else that I think could help is that, like, Artfrost has been super quiet, right? But on the upside, Breezer has, while having some impact on the CT side, hasn't been crazy loud either. So if you can get your AWP activated, there isn't anyone currently that can stand up against that, I would say. So maybe that could be your route back in. Artfrost in this A-bomb site, tagged down low at triple, but he's still fighting around the bench. Might never even be needed with Zontix and Notaneki here holding the line. It's going to fall to Mr. in the 1v2. He's done well to get it to this point, but the real test, the real challenge, it's only just beginning. He needs to see this one through to the very end.
Oh, very nice move for Artfrost as well, especially with things going cold. He's going to drop completely out of CT and reroute. I say that, he goes, Chiron takes CT instead, and Artfrost now has the cross to the bomb site. Means Chiron doesn't need to face. He can wait for contact, and if he hears a default plant, that's when he can peek. But now they're starting to doubt themselves, and that's all Mr. ever wanted. Going quiet in this 1v2 has split them up, and he has split Artfrost open. 1v1 now, and Chiron is too far away to stop the plant. He has a nade, and he's dead already. Mr. waits for no one on that swing and shuts out the 1v2 with ease. Dear oh dear.
Dude, that's...
Spirit, it looked like they were getting ready to group up jungle just to play together. You can see the, you know, the fear instilled there as they split up. Would have loved to see them play the 2v1 rather than separate 1v1s. Especially with the game that right now Astralis are having. They believe they're going to win every fight, and hey, right now they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think Spirit are kind of guilty of overcomplicating a lot of these closes to rounds. That was even the case, like, T-side. Like, I think that 3v3 where they kept 2 on A and sent the bomb alone into apartments is a very good indicator of that as well. Even there, like, so much movement in the 2v1 when, you know, maybe it would have just been better to play grouped all along.
Oh, Spirit know what's going on. They may be a man down, but they've got an A flank in right now. This B needs to hold together, and it cannot. Nice deep kill, but Notaneki is cleared after that. And Breezer even took down Artfrost on the rotate through market. So there's just no help or hope in hell. As Astralis plant yet again, up to 14. And Zontix may have known what's going on, may have called the ramp was clear early in the round, but it meant nothing to Spirit. As only 1 kill comes out on that B defense, despite a triple B setup.
Yeah, you know, I mean, if you want to look for silver linings, it's that saving this M4 lets you have a complete investment up against 14, right? You can have Chiron drop an AWP over, so Artfrost gets that, and Zontix can then drop Chiron. So you've got everything you need, but... you know, is that going to be enough? And, you know, is the AWP even really going to matter? Because thus far, it kind of hasn't. You know, Breezer, once again, touch upon how, like, there isn't an AWP dominating this game yet, but when it comes to having impact, you know, the KD difference between the two isn't massive. They're literally 4 kills apart, but hands down, the impact has been found by Breezer as opposed to Artfrost, and you can see this head-to-head there. Even, you know, in terms of, like, the ADR, Breezer coming out ahead, needless to say. I really like how they've actually measured that up, right? Those are great comparisons on the graphic. I think Fessa and Chiron is a great one to make as well. And Fess has very much been leading the charge there. It's just like pound for pound, every component of Astralis talent has actually been better than their counterparts on Spirit Academy.
Astralis want to end it with some finesse, a mid to B split, it seems. Good pick for Sophic, as Artfrost did find the early damage, and Breezer is going to bail from middle, leaving Fessa to lurk as they group yet again. Bombs coming in from under. This is not a quicker round now as the first kill has come in for Spirit, and they've tried to read it yet again. It seems right, 3 on B. Good positions. They've got to care this cat player, though. Fessa's still out in middle with no info in mid. Artfrost can't get too bothered in on the apartments. Fessa's got a mid pick. Artfrost knows what's coming. He wins his fight. Chiron falls after 1, but it should just be fine in this 1v3. Orb has the cross locked in and jumped up on the barrel. Is going to be Notaneki to close the round. 9-14, step by step. Spirit try to keep this game going long out there. Tournament life right now at Season 3. But Astralis have buy after buy coming in.
See, Breezer could have dropped an AK, but he's instead elected to go for the AWP. So,
no. Oh,
that would have been a collateral waiting in the wings, man.
Oh,
instead, Sopvic's going to rain down death in middle. And bro, that's more like it. Like, Sopvic is now opened in mid twice in a row. Like, this is so much better out of him individually than we've had in any map of the playoffs so far from this guy. You know, if he can get like, look at him go. Look at him. He's at 12 health and he's wrapped T-spawn.
You heard him. Breeze is playing for a knife.
Oh.
This is crazy. He's got it. He's got it. Look at how Altex
Look
set
at
him up there.
Altex, yeah, hiding in the corner.
That's beautiful. That's absolutely beautiful. You heard him run. That's I mean, something may have started strong, but the reality check is quick.
It's a good way to stop him from building up. Because like you imagine what that round feels like for Zotvik. He's like, nah, man, I've had enough of these kids. I'm going to wreck them now. Oh, I'll double up, running through T-spawn, knifed.
And why would he clear that corner as well? Like, he doesn't know. He thinks he walks in time. Nope. That's so funny. And I think this is a save of all things. But you know Spirit aren't going to push after that knife kill. So it's at least tapered the beast.
I mean, dude, the knife kill's actually massive as well because like you're not going to get any money on Breezer here, and then it still means that like you can lean into investments in the future. You know, maybe not this next round, but still, you know, no one's turning their nose up at 1500.
No, that's why we do knife kills, for money, right? Does Zontix want to try his hand? Oh my god, he actually is. He's dead man, surely. Oh dear. He checks it. He checks it. He's terrified. If he swung, the funny part is, if he swung off that missed shot, he kills Breezer. But he's so scared he's going to get knifed that he doesn't. That's really funny.
Dude, it's even funnier because like what he's about, because you know it was Breezer who got the kill. You know he's going to be orphan. You're going, I hope they haven't swapped positions into another bait knife, so it's like, oh.
Not only does Breezer make the call there, but Altex is like, yeah, I'll hide. Yeah, thank you. Perfect. Come again. 14 to 10. All right, Spirit. I've got my eyes on you, boys. There's something happening here. Whether it has legs on it, we'll have to see.
What it is ain't exactly clear.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, on ramp, there's a man with a gun over here.
Telling them they've got to beware. Oh, but hey, Zotvik, what's that sound? Zontix helping him out, and they're going to mop up the attempt at the A play. Only Breezer left standing, and it is this AWP that was saved last round. Still in the fray. Oh, full flashed, but still going to pick that up.
Yeah, don't throw this. No reason to chase. They've got him locked. They've got the bomb. Breeze is going to try and get some kills on the way out, and that's nice. You know, exits are lovely. Set yourselves up in the future with some economical damage, but he probably just wants the double save, to be honest, and Spirit are making sure that that is unlikely with them going in T-spawn. Now, this scoreline, you know, it's risky. Losing guns is not what Spirit want, but getting rid of this AWP might be worth it to throw a player in. It's very, very dangerous. And they want to leave it till there's no point left in the round that he can win. And I think Spirit are probably chock full of confidence right now, knowing that this comeback is assimilating. Are they going to do it? Yeah, here they come. Yeah. Lovely. The jump and then the swing off the back of it. That's all they ever wanted. And the AWP does not get saved here for Astralis talent. Spirit now, they're getting to some hype at least. 11 to 14, paused. Astralis need a breather.
Yeah, a chance for, you know, Trace, the coach of Astralis talent, to weigh in with some words of inspiration, perhaps. Also had a little DC there. You might be wondering, who is
the sixth man?
The sixth man, the famous sixth.
Oh, it's Trace. Wrong team.
Trace is like, that's it, but guys, I'm getting in the server. I'm getting in there.
Well, all should be fine. All should be continuing.
No, I mean, you know, if I had to guess, what just happened was probably he crashed out, rejoined, got put back in as a CT, right? That's why the tech pause would have been called. So, yeah, you know, okay. So now we have...
we're restarting the game.
Yeah.
It's back to 0-0. We're replaying
0-0. Here we go.
We've had enough. We haven't had enough Mirage. course
Don't
not.
be silly, everyone. Hugo's just a troll. Like a troll doll. He's got the big hair. He's always nude.
What?
Troll dolls, man. They were always naked, weren't they?
Were they?
At least I always used to take their clothes off.
All right. Well, yeah. Maybe you were up to something else. I don't know. Don't implicate me in that.
Troll doll. Yeah, they were always naked, bro. Trying to gaslight me into believing I'm some sort of freak. How big is your troll doll collection, though? Let us know. Send us a picture. If you have more than 80, I'll follow you. Oh, Hugo. You love it.
Beautiful. Yeah, this one I wrote myself.
Give us the vocals.
No, I'll ruin it. Beautiful. Yeah, I wrote that one myself. Just hang out on a bench in mid, in Mirage.
How did they even do it, man? I always find myself asking, like, how do they do that?
Magic.
In the game.
Magic.
I have a 20 million CGI budget, I've heard. Isn't true, by the way. Don't quote me on those numbers. Here we go.
Yeah, it's bigger.
It is the force up for Astralis talent. You know, it makes sense, right? The knife kill meant that there was money for Breezer to buy here, but not for Oltex, although he is going to get an AK, because Breezer's been tagged immediately and then finished off on this mid lurk, so that AK is irretrievable now.
Deep.
They're up in the face of the man at stairs, but Sophic will live to fight another day. They know about Zontix in CT, but they weren't ready for the AWP, and there's a lineup. Only Mister left standing, and this is a 12 for Spirit Academy unless Mister can pull out another one of these clutches, another 1v4 required. This time it would be the ace as well. They are hunting him, they do run at him, and they give him a chance at the first. I don't want to say he's won this before, but he has won this before, so don't feed the beast.
It's the big wrap. Crunch time supreme as he goes back to middle, but if he runs close to mid, they're going to hear him, and oh, you wonder if they did. No. Although, they're peeling back off of ramp, so at least changing their setup, knowing he could be coming from this position, and it's a nice change. Not Neki hiding at the back of the site should be the insurance policy. That's if the AWPer doesn't win it out. Just scoped in from default, and oh, missed shot. Mister with a chance now. It's giving up the aim of the game, and he's hit another headshot. Don't give it away, Spirit. This is the comeback, getting shut down if Mister can win 2 more fights. They're not giving it away. Time is ticking. Palace player ready to swing on the next available contact, and Mister gets closer. 15 seconds on the clock. Swung by both, and that's one way to stem the bleeding. 12 rounds to Spirit Academy, and this comeback, Harry, it is materializing. We didn't want to believe it. We didn't think it was possible, but Astralis, the woes of closing maps again, coming back to bite.
Yeah, you know, man, that might get in your head a little bit, right? To just be saying to yourself at this point, because it has happened once already in a nigh identical fashion to this, to be going, guys, we can't throw away another potential victory, right? They had a chance to 2-0 MOUZ NXT. They've got the chance to 2-0 Spirit Academy. But in esports, you know, they care about deliverables, and can Astralis deliver? That's the big question.
This was 12-5 at one point for Astralis. 4 rounds in a row, 7 out of the last 9 for Spirit. This is just a few pistols working their way out middle. Good window boost. Player on it though. And a good call for Spirit. In the round they know that money is not a problem. Or is it? Oh my goodness, that's perfect. Waste the molly, but I guess not really. Forces Vigo back out a window. Don't want to overplay your hand in mid here up against just pistols. And Sophic, I would have loved him to not swing off of one, but luckily his team are here to trade that out. Very dangerous decision. But we have seen Sophic get away with a lot more on his mid fights in this half. Breezer walking out Palace, catches that timing. Zontix did at least drop one, and the flick will headshot Breezer, of all things. Chiron cleans up the round, and 13 to Spirit, as it always should have been. This is a rebuy for Astralis, and maximum pressure right now. Otherwise, they're probably looking to play for overtime if they don't at least get a bomb plant in this gun round.
Yeah, a little timeout. Chance to try and save yourself from taking this to a third. Now, you know, with Vertigo locked and loaded, waiting in the wings as that potential third map, you're still, if you're Astralis, like, you know, I imagine going into that, you're still feeling somewhat confident. It is like their home map, I guess you'd say, even though the results are, we'll say, at best, you know, but it's one they're very well versed on. Regardless, they never wanted it to get to that point, especially with the lead they were feeling. Like, it looked like it was done many a round ago, and yet Spirit Academy, from nowhere, bear in mind, like, this team has kind of looked pretty poor since getting to the playoffs. Like, from nowhere, they've pulled this resilience out of the bag. It's almost like they've remembered, like, guys, we were incredible. And so here they are, you know, giving us the game that we've always wanted out of Spirit Academy, and just in the nick of time as well. It's not like yesterday where it was really only in, like, the final 10 rounds of play we got to see the Spirit we know and love. Instead, it is a complete 180 right when they needed it the most. Sotfik has come alive here on Mirage. Different player altogether. No longer a liability, constantly finding openers in mid, and it's only getting better with each passing second. Artfrost Zorp rings out from CT, and that's the bomb as well. So it's gone from bad to worse again. Out through Palace, they do manage to get into the site. That's something. Mr. and Breezer on for a double. They pulled this back into a 2-on-2 with Mr. landing that shot through the smoke. Chiron dead, never even tried to peek, was just playing around a smoke. It's not over yet. Don't get ahead of yourselves, Team Spirit. Not with a guy like Mr. still in the server.
Well, there's going to be a swing off stairs. These smokes are fading as well. Astralis going to try and boost up into that position. Moving together, Notaneki might not be ready for such an audacious play in the 2v2. He swings, but Mr. Midair hits the shot, or follows up, and Breezer wins the round. Simply too close. But Astralis will take it, and that is hype as hell. 15-13, they had to do it. It took them time. It took them almost too long. But at least the guarantee of overtime, if not the closer coming right now down the barrel. Spirit, it's still in their pocket if they want to draw it to longer, but that might kill them. Astralis, remember what victory tastes like yet again. 5 rounds in a row, broken now. And even then, not the best money for Astralis. They've got a Mach 10 in this round. They might just lean faster towards B. Gotta say again, like, Sotfik, really sick opening kills from this guy. Or will connect this time. Mr. does get leg. Getting out's not going to be easy. The nade kills him. And Altex will die as well, getting caught in the window. Spirit, they don't let one round ruffle their feathers. 5-on-3. And we go again.
Yeah, but, you know, I mean, these mad disadvantages haven't always been a surefire lock-in. Sotfik, good at getting in middle. Doesn't let them through jungle. And now with Fessa removed, this should just be a clean-up round. Orb spotted, but it goes both ways. They know about Breezer in mid. They nade him. They're collapsing upon him. And Sotfik with the swing has put 14 on the board.
They're all alive, Harry. 15-14. It's what we came here for. You got to give it to Spirit, who have kept themselves in this game despite all the odds. And now here we go, round number 30 for all the marbles.
Yeah, overtime on the cards. Overtime a possibility.
Are they B rushing? Oh my god, it's a contact play. We haven't seen much B in this second half for Astralis. There's been a reason though, the holds have been stellar. But there's no waiting around. They've got the one way as well to jump out. It's only one man, segregated by the molly. The rest of Astralis are locked out from the push. I do like that smoke they dropped in apartments. It blocks the short angle for an AWPer. You saw that AWPer had to get very aggressive to get involved, but it doesn't matter. The plan has gone kaput, and it's back to the drawing board.
Oh yeah, they try to flash Sotfik out from Con, but they're not able to capitalize on his reposition. They're just looking to move in. They're looking to take territory. That nade is going to be nasty. Oh, it actually falls just a little short. They're not in there yet. And instead they look for window. It's spotted by Sotfik, and he's good for the spot. That's the bomb falling into the arms of Chiron, who's on one hell of a round here. 3 kills to his name. Artfrost on short. That is a missed shot, but not the end of the world. You're not going to be able to rush him down here. Your priority is getting that bomb back. Chiron on for the ace. Combined overtime, and there it is. All 5. as we run this back at 15-15.
That is so just, isn't it? That is exactly what we wanted from Chiron. He has had, a pretty quiet playoff series so far yesterday, and even starting on Overpass as well. But something switched for Spirit. They were 12-5 down in this map, and I think they just remembered what victory tasted like. Sotfik stopped giving up early kills and in fact started providing them. Artfrost Orb was flicking off, and Chiron just popping as well. Especially towards the end of the T side, he had a lot of entry rounds, a lot of impact there. So yeah, really impressive stuff. Last time out now for Astralis, going into the first of overtime. They definitely have felt this game slipping away from them for a while now. They at least got the bonus rounds, and so money is no longer a factor. But boy, they would not rather be here. They would rather just be done with the day and prepping for their next matchup. However, they might have a whole nother map if they want to get that far. And at this point, the mindset of these two teams has flipped. Astralis have gone from full of confidence, feeling like nothing can go wrong, going for knife kills, invincible, to now feeling mortal again. And Spirit have just realized, guys, this is our game to win right now. We can get a 3-0 CT side. Our defense was incredible in Reg. There's nothing stopping us. It's not like you can even make the argument that Astralis just didn't have the money nor the buy rounds to compete. They had plenty of chances, plenty of close rounds. Now they got to prove they're here for a reason on a map that they are not usually comfortable on.
Yeah, they've taken middle, but, looking like, I guess they're wanting to con split here with that top con smoke. You can move in behind it. That's a good opener for Breezer. That carries a lot of weight. That's probably, it is going to force Sotfik out of window to go and lean towards B. You're a little worried, what with that top con smoke going down, that you don't know the exact numbers that made it up the short side. You don't know how many are in this position. And even though Artfrost could look to check it from CT, he doesn't want to get caught swinging. While this happens, you lose Zontix over towards ramp. And now Breeze is in position. The cut down rotates. Will get that trade, spots the second man in Sotfik, but isn't able to deal with him. It will fall to Fessa to make that happen. And Artfrost is out of there, saving the AWP.
Yeah, you don't want to have to save. I mean, money really shouldn't be a massive problem at 12.5, but at this point, it's unwinnable, and rather just not have to think about it. Get away with the AWP. Mister's going to go hunting as he knows this round is locked in. And Sotfik, he tried his best to pull back that very disadvantageous 3-on-5 with a double kill from Cat, but it's not enough. Chiron getting picked first. All that jungle space. Notice that Vigo... Oh my god, that was mid-air. Sickening from Mister. Vigo AWP'd ramp that round with the bomb, just solo towards A, while his entire team, Breezer included, took middle and went for that A split. So a vast change-up for Astralis. They probably won't replicate. They're going to give Breezer back the AWP. But a nice cheeky way to change the game up and catch Spirit by surprise. Seeing a lot of deep ramp pushing for Zontix in this game, sometimes flanking, sometimes just setting up in aggressive angles, and Astralis were ready for it this time around. Can they keep it going? A T-side round is a great sigh of relief, even if that's all it is, considering the T-side has been where the woes have come from both these rosters in this map. A little mid-push is not a bad shout with an AWP up here. Oh, ooh.
They heard the drop at least. Fessa is like, okay, someone's here, someone's up close. Now he's heard the scope. What? The info goes both ways, and Chiron's going to double up there. Sotfik has his back. And the interplay between these two is always a thing of beauty. Breezer doesn't believe he's getting peaked, doesn't fire off. And so Mister's left in another one of these clutches. He's always managed to do damage in them, but no damage today. It's 16-16.
It seems like Astralis realized what was going on. They heard him drop, and at that point, you should, in your head, you should know this setup. Like, there's going to be cover on top mid, and this bottom mid player is going to be holding under. But that run boost would have been absolutely fine if he didn't double scope out first. He should have just quick switched, wouldn't have made a noise, because the second he double scopes before he run boosts, Chiron just turns around, man. Chiron just fights him. So quick switch, run boost, you dodge the AWP on Cat, and maybe you even kill Chiron in middle from it. Like, the run boost was a dribble anyway, it wasn't good, but the double scope just did not do any favors to anyone.
No, 100%, right? Because, like, usually what kind of happens there, there's two ways it can go. Either Chiron can be looking at top mid, or you can have that player actually be the guy watching for the lower push and instead have, like, a window AWP or something like that.
There was a short AWP, so they would have dodged
yeah,
it.
you know, and I kind of think, like, that was the idea behind run boost, but it gets super awkward. Here's the little play out into A. It's fast. That smoke under gives up the aim of the game for Zontix. And you also have, all the way over at B, a guy named Fessa. Big lurk on his shoulders here. And because they've cleared out mid, because his team have gotten into A, no one is considering this wrap from B. It should only be 1 kill available, at least, you know? That's something. Dealing with Art Frost, and now the other 3 out from CT know about this lurk player. But it's all set up. Oh, hang on a moment. I was going to say it's set up for him to win the round. It's plotted on the other side of triple. He can't watch this. Instead, they can just get on the bomb and win this. The ramp fight's coming in, and Breeze is going to nail it. Gets them off the bomb with help from Vigo. And there he is to close. So Astralis Talent, they close out that first half at 17-16.
They were going to plant triple, but it was 5-on-4, and they or open for con. It was 5-on-4. They just went, let's just take the safe plant. We have an AWP. We have 2 mollies back at ramp. Like, let's just take it safe. And it's nice because Fessa didn't get confused there. He was decisive. He just ran the CT flank immediately and backstabbed the ticket player. So yeah, it you know, it wasn't set for Fessa, but it didn't need to be in that round. It didn't come back to cost Astralis. Nice little post plant from the AWP, who's had you know, impact in overtime now. And Art Frost needs to do the same, but Spirit, man, regulation was not pretty on this half either. It was a 10-5 if I recall. Did not look great. Astralis locked out every B play we saw from Spirit near flawlessly, if not exactly that. And so there wasn't a lot to rely on for Spirit in this first half of reg. We'll have to see if that changes here. They're all warmed up, ready to go now. Mid-take late. Astralis just give the mid. Breeze at AWPing ramp. Vigo can watch the cat cross, presuming he doesn't get smoked. But he will. And now, no info for Astralis.
Oh, Chiron, does he want to go through? It looks like he wants to go through. There's a little gap for him to peek over the top of. Rest of his team set towards this A site, and Chiron up through Con needs to be ready for Fessa on this angle. Gonna wait for his teammates to make contact first. Reza's seen a shadow and nails the shot. There's the opener, and now you know it's destined to be this A play. There's going to be attention on Chiron, and rightfully so, right? Might need to try and be the savior from Con, but his team don't really have the ground to apply much pressure yet. Fessa is still holding this position and nails that shot on him moving out. Mr. Back of the site, tucked in at Firebox in prime location to try and steal this away. He just heard Sophic on the ladder. Firing off. He's going to deal with Sophic and the follow-up, and there's Vigo to close it. 18-16. Astralis Talent on map and series point here, one away from sending Spirit Academy home, from drawing their Academy League Season 3 run to a close here in the lower bracket of the playoffs.
Even if this goes down now and Astralis close, I'm still glad we got a better face out of Spirit today than we did yesterday, right? Like, it would have been a real shambles, a real shame if they just got slapped around in this 2-0 series, but they showed a lot of grit in this game and pulled it all the way to overtime from a 12-5 down. Maybe it might not be enough to long out the series or the tournament, but Spirit can at least keep their heads high. Maybe even higher if they find the next 2 and take us to a double. But even then, there's so much more counter to play. Mr. Cross is just into sandwich in time, and they will not be ready for that position. Deep shot for the AWP. Art Frost will pick one up. They back turn into sandwich, and only one for Mr. as a Palace player will trade. There's still hope for Spirit in a 4-on-3. Re-smoke at jungle. Fessa's going to try and fight in front of it, but flashed out as he crosses and waiting for his teammate to come out through middle. Fessa needs no help. That's the bomb hunting the cross kill. Notaneki gives it up. The smoke is good. Astralis spam it, but there's no rush. There's plenty of time. Spirit They know everyone's here right now. They've seen all 3 players, and Artex is going to give it up. Astralis can slow down and play retake.
Dude, this round's getting wild because everyone's so nervous. Astralis, they just want to end this. They just want to get it over and done with. And Fessa, he's the one guy who's still got like a nerve of steel about him, right? An element of composure here as he's onto the double. Artfrost and Zontix quaking in their boots. They know that everyone's watching, everyone's looking on, seeing if they can get this over the line, and they can't. It's Fessa to close, triple kill, and Astralis Talent soldier on, continuing through the lower bracket of the playoffs. They're going to face the loser of that big Omen Academy versus MOUZ NXT game coming up in just a moment. But man, let's talk about this one. You know, for Astralis Talent, great to see this team looking like they're able to close games out finally. You know, getting tested,
took time.
Sure, like you get pushed to overtime, but you still managed to do it. And in that final round, I think Fessa really does showcase why he is the guy to watch in this team. While other players are maybe getting a bit flustered, maybe getting a little bit crazy as it goes into the 3-on-3, not Fessa. Everything was very decisive. There was a clear motive behind it, and every kill that he found there carried so much impact in winning that game out. So yeah, man, Astralis Talent, it's impressive to say the very least, right? Getting this 2-0 over Spirit, locking it in, and Overpass falling dominantly in their favor. Yeah. Like, I don't know, mate. It sets a bit of a precedent that Astralis Talent really are a team to keep an eye on.
For sure, and every day we like their map pool more, right? It feels like they actually do have depth. Mirage isn't typically a go-to, but they long it out against a team that love this map. So I think there's a lot of positives for Astralis right now, and there's a lot of positives with us here in the studio. We're going to throw it over to this big guy and the rest of the desk for the breakdown.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
Astralis Talent survive overtime, and they take down Spirit Academy on Mirage. Now, okay, it went to overtime, but it was a fantastic start from Astralis Talent. We started to see Spirit warm up into it, but that still wasn't enough, and this proves Astralis Talent pretty damn legit.
Astralis Talent are performing so much better as individuals than I thought possible 2 seasons ago. This is a completely different look for them, but I also love the fact that it always feels like there's some sort of idea of how they want to work off of each other. The A setup oftentimes between Breezer, Mister, it always felt like they always had some kind of way of watching each other's back, and that no one, even if they got caught off, would not go untraded. So I really like that Astralis are playing a way that kind of resembles what they did in Season 1, Season 2, where they had some good ideas at the beginning of rounds, but now they know how to close them out, how to play the mid rounds a little better. They're a much more fleshed out team than what we got early on, and that's really a little scary for whoever goes into that lower bracket game between Big and MOUZ.
Yeah, they're becoming more stereotypically Danish in that sense. So you're meant to make the correct move, you're meant to play together with whoever's next to you. And again, it's going to lead to results again because we see, you know, especially at an academy level, that individual players are going to slip up, they are going to make mistakes, or they're going to get careless, depending on the situation. So just having that strong foundation and fundamental skill is really important as a team. So I think it's going to help them grow a lot. I think it's evident that it's obviously helped them, given their gauntlet run and what we're seeing here in the playoffs as well. So they deserve a ton of credit. I think people rightfully wrote them off initially going into the playoffs because you know the gauntlet could have just been a flash in the pan. But they're here to stay, and I don't think it's going to be necessarily easy for either MOUZ or Big, whoever it ends up being, to play them for a potential spot in the finals.
Yeah, no, it certainly will not be easy because Astralis are adapting, they're looking smarter, individuals looking hot like you were saying, Maui. But when it comes to Spirit Academy, okay, yeah, some individuals do look hot, but the just lack of understanding on certain situations, how chaotic it got. What was that overtime round we saw just towards the end there, right? We're waiting around to see if that bomb was going to get planted. They were trying to get some smokes down. We saw missed smokes as well. Okay, you can miss these things. They are academy players. I fully understand that. But Spirit, this is your tried and tested map. This is the one you love.
Spirit lost a 2v5 in this game. That's insane. You know, Spirit are supposed to be the best Mirage team, if not one of the best Mirage teams at this entire event, and to lose to Astralis Talent, a team that more or less was banning out maps similar to Mirage. They're banning out Dust 2. They probably don't want to play Mirage whenever they can, and yet they were able to defeat them with, I guess, fundamentals, clutch play, individuals popping off. I mean, those kind of moments are so scary because Spirit was supposed to have, I thought they had this one in the bag. I mean, I was kind of propping up Altex, who I thought was going to do a lot better than this scoreline, but I will say that, like, the thing about Astralis is that it actually feels like they're becoming a more cohesive unit, whereas Spirit almost is becoming less cohesive once the playoffs started.
Yeah, and I will say, you need to stop mentioning players' names because Altex has had a rough time ever since you mentioned he got 30. You then even said get 20, and now he's got 10. So just leave him alone now. Come on.
I'm just going to stop talking.
Yeah, just don't include him.
Good job, Fessor. That's what I'll say.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, now it's my turn to jinx someone, and I'm going to, you know, bring out Fessor because he has been kind of the most consistent performer on this side of Astralis. Maui and you, James, have both mentioned the fact that we're seeing more out of multiple Astralis members. Fessor's kind of been always one of the, let's say, top 2, and then you have, like, you throw in Mr. like you had in this game, or Vigo, as you've had in the 2 previous maps they've played as well, to kind of give them that extra little push to get across the finishing line. So that's great to see. Hopefully, obviously, that doesn't impact Fessor going forward. But this is something that Astralis has never had before, necessarily, like a reliable guy. It's great that you have 5 people who could potentially pop off, but it's really, really nice to have one guy who's always going to give you something, and then have, you know, 3 potential, or 3 to 4 other players who can do that a little extra and have that pop-off game in addition to your kind of stable performer.
I also do want to touch on Mistar there a little bit, right? Because you remember when he first came in, he came in for a couple of games and then was just taken out again, and we weren't sure we'd see him. Then he gets back onto the roster. Now we're seeing Astralis have some success in this. This has been a very long-term move for some of these players where they took a lot of beatings.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny as well because if I don't misremember, the first game that Mr. played was a Vertigo game. Shocking. In season 1, and I think he had something like 23-6 or something. He was just like lights out, and it was Astralis' best performance by far so far in the league. And everyone's like, oh yeah, no, they kind of find like they found the missing link. Like they found the guy they didn't need to basically put their weight on and kind of have them carry them through this regular season. And as you said, yeah, it's kind of like in for a couple of games and out again, and there's no like real answer as to what's going on, why they're swapping out players back and forth, but it seems like he's found his place. And again, for a lot of young players, again, just having the certainty, understanding that, yeah, you're going to be playing this full length. It's not necessarily like someone on the bench just waiting for you to mess up and you know, take your spot. I think that gives them the sense of calmness and, you know, confidence in themselves to attempt things, you know, they're not necessarily afraid of messing up because there's not going to be immediate consequences, because that could be very detrimental to a young player's development.
Oh, definitely, massively so. But for Spirit, they are sadly now eliminated here for the Academy League playoffs. But for the first season that they've been in, to then get into the playoffs and do this, very good. I would love to understand, maybe I'll give Karen a message and just see what he's thinking on what went so wrong here, because we had high hopes for them. We knew the individuals could be strong as well. Sopvik, we talk about him like as an in-game leader. He is the experienced one for sure. Maybe we can ask about, you know, the coaching side not being too good of it as well. But the drop-off was just not very normal, you know?
It also felt like the problem with Spirit Academy, or one of probably several, is that they carried their emotions a little bit map to map in these BO3 sort of series. In the BO1 format, it didn't feel like that was too much of an issue for them, especially given the fact that sometimes they literally played Mirage back-to-back in a series. But I'll say that when it comes to this, I don't know who's coming up with any sort of emotional leadership. I kind of preface the series with that, and I still am kind of in that same camp where I just feel like this game took them a little bit too long to get going, and if they actually started with what we should have expected from them on Mirage, which is a map that they've shown a lot of comfort on, then this could have been a map victory. We could be headed to Vertigo, and we could have no idea who's going to actually come out on top. But it's just that they really are having these problems piecing things together, and I feel like when Chiron's performing 10%, 15% worse than what we saw in the group stage, this team actually doesn't have nearly as much depth strategically as we would have hoped when a player like Sopvik is supposed to be bringing so much more veteran leadership.
Yeah. Well, let's get on to some more positive news, because we've got Trace joining us from Astralis, the coach. We've been looking forward to talking to him. Trace, how you doing, man?
Hello, man. I'm doing very well, obviously. Really happy about the result, so thank you.
You joined the server at one point as well. Did you get eager to play?
Yeah, I wanted to play. No, it was a bug. I joined Spirit TT. I didn't touch anything. I quickly looked away and disconnected so I wouldn't be like framed for looking at money and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, you don't want to get into that trouble, that's for sure. We know you're one of the good ones, Trace. But I did want to start by asking around, obviously, many seasons, right, Astralis talent have struggled in this. We see you've come in, we see some really good T sides. I just want to understand how much input you're having on the T sides for Astralis now.
Well, like it's a process. Like I have my ideas also from the ecstatic times, and I try to implement that, and like try to get the team also to understand what I'm thinking, and try to come up with a plan together. How we approach the matches, and how we want to do our defaults, and how we want to do our strategic mid-round calls, so we know what to do.
And in terms of looking at the improvements you guys have made in this season, right, and making it to the playoffs anyway, what do you put that down to mainly? Have you just things finally clicked? Is there certain players that feel more comfortable in roles?
Yeah, well, we started playing like just in the beginning of January, so we just kind of got thrown right into it. We started playing like between Christmas maybe, so like we have a couple of days of practice. Changed the calling, so it was basically like a totally new start, to be honest. So we didn't really have a map pool like at all. So it was tough in the beginning of the replay because we couldn't play. We could maybe play like 3 or 4 maps like at 50% or something like that. So obviously it got better quickly, and we had to fix it. And we've been working like pretty well to fix that, so we could play a decent couple of maps to a certain degree. And we have been doing pretty well. Like we could do better, but it's a long process. We just started like it's been only a month. So, and it takes like lots of months to get comfortable on all the maps. So we're satisfied with where we are right now.
I wanted to ask you quickly, because you mentioned obviously like your time in Ecstatic quickly there, and how you wanted to implement ideas and things that you did in that team over to the Astralis talent side. But obviously like it's a pretty big shift in terms of how much experience the players have. So have you noticed like any sort of unforeseen issues with going from obviously like Bird from Sky, who's been playing since the dawn of time in that sense, and all of these experienced players compared to an academy team? Like, has that transition been strange or I guess interesting for you?
Yes, you're correct in what you're saying. Like in Ecstatic, it's Bird from Sky, more experienced players. They know more stuff. They have a really good in-game leader, like very much experience. So, like when you're a coach, it's different roles you have. Like on this team, it's a different role I have than in Ecstatic. This team, I had to do my ideas also that I learned from Ecstatic as well. So it's more like default what to do mid round. Also, we don't have that much of an experienced caller. Also, why we are like have some few players calling now actually. So it's a different mindset as a coach, because I have to do stuff with not so experienced players, and that's different from having decent players.
But do you enjoy that experience more, perhaps, as a coach? Because I would imagine that with the lack of experience on the players that you're coaching right now, that you would be more involved and kind of have a stronger voice in that sense, or there's more likelihood of obviously 5 young Danes looking up to a legend of the Danish Counter-Strike, right? Like, is it more fun to kind of have more of a say potentially in an academy team?
Yeah, it is. I have a more responsibility now, and it's also easy. It's harder to get they say I came into Ecstatic as a big team, and they knew what they were doing. But on this talent side, it's easier to come up with stuff for me. Like when now I'm in charge. And you also have to get people to respect you as well. I've been away for a long time, so. But it is more fun. Like, you can say that it's easier to get players to listen when they are inexperienced, of course.
Yeah.
Not that experienced guys are not listening, but you know what I mean, right?
Yeah, more ideas.
It's just everything. Like it is. It's just how it is, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, more responsibility on my part, how we're going to approach things to reach our goals within a reasonable time limit. But it is more fun to answer your question.
Cool.
Trace, I wanted to, could you shed some light on this chain of command that you're talking about where multiple people are calling? I know during the regular season, you guys said that Breezer was taking up some of the calling roles, but we remember that Vigo was the IGL prior to Breezer's inclusion into the lineup. Are there even more people that are bringing ideas forward mid-rounds, or is it basically just those two?
Mostly those two, like primary, but we also have like, we want every player to be able to like call something. If we have our game plan and we see something on the server, every player should be able to get the read on the server and make the mid-round call. But in general, it's those two. And like our aggressive players, and also Fessa, because he's on the front line sometimes as well. So yeah.
Could you say what maps they're calling on? Or I'm sure it's, or is it partly map specific or what?
We don't have it written down on maps and that. It depends.
Okay.
So nothing on that, boys.
All right, sure.
We're trying to dig deep for sure. But Trace, honestly, it's a pleasure to speak to you, man. Congratulations on this win today, and keep on moving forward because the Astralis talent lineup is looking really good. And good luck going into whoever you face tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me, guys.
Cheers, mate.
Take
Bye.
care.
Well, some good insight in there. Interesting around the calling side. And I think, like what you mentioned with him, Ven, in terms of the team he used to coach, right, to going where he is now. Yeah, it's probably easier for him to mold some of these young guns for sure. But the multiple calling, I like that you tried to prod a bit more on that because, like, for me, as someone who used to be a caller, okay, many years ago, ancient times, but used to be a caller, to have input from some people is fine. But to be able to be like swapping map to map, I'd be more of a fan of someone like maybe a map specific. Yeah. I'm not a fan of if you've got two people talking and then sometimes there's confusion on who you're gonna kind of go the next step with, you know? Like there needs to be one dominant voice at all times because someone can just say, well, maybe we go here, and then like team splits off and you go.
Right. I mean, that was kind of an issue with some of the early 1.6 North American rosters where there were actually
OG, how about that?
Yeah, okay, yeah, like when NBK and
NBK, Alexi and Valde were all in-game leaders of their previous team, but that was all talking. Insane.
Yeah, that's sometimes too many voices, and there needs to be a singular captain there. And I would have liked to hear if they switch map to map between in-game leaders, but whatever they're doing right now is working. And so you have to just say that, all right, well, at this level, it makes sense, and maybe the pressure isn't there yet where the two players are going to butt heads in the middle of a match. They're feeling confident, they're feeling comfortable, and right now it feels like Breezer and Vigo, they're both combining to find some good ways to play out rounds.
Well, let's get ourselves to a break and let's get ourselves ready for the next game. It's the upper bracket match, and the winner of this game will go on to the grand final. It's Big taking on MOUZ.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you ballin' fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
They really need to change our intro video because Harry can't come last because every time it comes to me like this, I'm trying to not laugh and smile.
It puts us in a good mood,
It does put us in a good mood, but then I'm trying to like focus and I can't do it because Harry's like, just losing his mind.
Oh, man.
I do love our intro video though.
Yeah.
It's good fun.
I think he has the longest caption in history too, though.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
long. It's deserving though.
We're going to
That's
take
true.
it, right? We're definitely
Very
going to take it.
very deserving.
And we're going to take that next major.
Oh. Oh.
Leaks, rumors.
Oh.
No, I'm just starting some because it's definitely not true. I'm just starting
We already know.
to get the community
Yeah.
riled up behind us all, making it happen. Make sure Harry's happy as well. It's always a good thing. But this is one banger of a game that we've got to kick things off with, right? Because it's looking at what we see as MOUZ, the champions of the previous seasons. They're looking for their third championship to win all the seasons that's been so far, going up against the big that has at times looked good, at times looked promising, been through so many changes in the team. But this looks like the best version of Big, and this doesn't look like the best version of MOUZ, and that gets me excited for a game.
There is a potential dynasty at stake here for MOUZ. If they can three-peat, I mean, it's already crazy that they were able to win 2 times in a row, but if they do it against this big, I think this would be their biggest accomplishment yet, because this big is so much better than Season 1 and Season 2. Big was kind of a fringe playoff entrance sort of team before, and now they're a team that actually looks like they can compete and might be shooting their way up the ranks in terms of that Tier 2, Tier 3 CS. They're playing other cups right now. They're playing other tournaments. They're actually beating teams that are in the top 50, and that's impressive. That's not something that most of these academy teams go out and do. So if Big is able to take down MOUZ here, 1, it's a huge upset, and 2, MOUZ need to really think about how do they bring themselves together if they have to make that lower bracket run.
Now, before you guys talk any more about MOUZ, I had a very interesting and painful day during Media Day. So take a look at some CSGO Truth and Dare. Today here at the WePlay CSGO Academy League, we're going to play some Truth or Dare. And I've got MOUZ NXT JDC joining me, and this is going to be a lot of fun, probably more so for him than it is going to be for me. We're going to play 5 minutes of Counter-Strike on Dust 2. Got to try and plant as many times, win as many rounds as possible. If you win a round, you get to decide some Truth or Dare. So he'll ask me Truth or Dare, maybe I'll say Dare, and then I have to answer whatever question is listed down on there. This probably isn't going to go too well for me, and also the winner gets to have the ultimate Dare question. Now that one is probably going to be a very scary one. So fingers crossed I can win, but JDC's probably smiling away, knowing that he's going to dominate.
Oh, you're on B. That's dirty. I don't have a kit. That's cheating.
B is the site. No! 75 in 6.
The steering wheel, I can tell you that. Oh. That was a good fight.
Well, you can choose any question to ask me for Truth or Dare, mate. It's your choice.
Alright, I will go actually, and with what is the best and worst gift you ever have received?
Oh, the best and worst gift. Okay, the best gift is probably from my fiance when she gave me this, like, I literally wear it every day. It's like just a really nice silver chain, but it's a silver bullet. And I literally wear it every day. I never take it off. Problem to go through airports with it, though. That's not really ideal. They don't like that. So I always put it in my my suitcase. I hope it never gets lost. Worst gift, though. Oh, God. Worst gift was when... I'm even a fan of when people give me gifts and it's socks. I'll take that. I'm not going to complain about that at all. Sometimes we need new socks. But I think worst gift ever is when someone bought me, like, a cake. And obviously, I'm diabetic. I can eat some cakes, but they bought me, like, this heavenly, ridiculously, like, Thornton's chocolate cake. And it was just not good for me. I was just like, this is terrible. Like, you know me, you're my friend. I can't have this. This is just mean. Oh, no. 99! 99! What? Okay.
Literally being the Galil.
Goddamn Galil. What question then? What question?
Alright, this is interesting. I really like it. How do you define beauty?
Oh, how do you define beauty? I'd say in the soul. Like, thing is, as a guy, you can look at a girl, right, and you think, oh, I like her, she's beautiful, fine. But it's not really until you get to know them, right? Looks is one thing, but by the time we all get old, like, no, I didn't even finish my story and I'm dead. Damn it. That was a good shot. But yeah, I think it's in the soul, man, because you got to spend the rest of your life with someone, right, if you want to be in love or whatever else. So at first, you can have the beauty, but if they got a horrible soul, they're just a horrible person. You don't want to spend time with them, you know?
Yeah, I agree. I like that.
All right, you get another one, by the way, because you wrecked me so quickly. So, truthful there again.
Do I have to let you plant, or can I just, like...
I don't think you have to let me plant. No, I have to still get into the site. And that's my
Yeah,
doing.
okay. So, okay. I will... Oh, shit.
Oh! Okay, now I've got 2, so you got to do 2 on me, man.
What do you think makes someone a good person?
So, what makes someone a good person?
Yeah.
I think if they're positive, if they have good morals, you know, I think that's very important. We live in a very like angry society right now, you know. So
that's true for sure.
If you can find the positivity in someone, even in the dark times, I think that's good. You know, for me, I like to be like someone who can inspire or motivate. So I think that's what you need to see in a good person, because a good person isn't money or what they've achieved or anything like that. It's probably how they treat others. You know, I wouldn't care if you're a cleaner or if you're the CEO of a company. If you are the person who's like just good in general to people, then yeah, that's a win. Okay, I like it. You're not daring me. This is fun.
No.
I'm just getting all the truth.
Hey, brother, I'm sorry for this.
No! Don't! Why through the smoke? Oh no! No! I killed you, know. He defused the bomb, but I killed him after. So, dude, what happens then?
Just go ahead.
Well, he won the round. He won the. You got it again, mate.
Yeah. Okay. I will do one more truth.
One more truth.
What's the best joke you ever heard?
Oh, best joke. Okay.
The best joke that makes you like crack up every time.
I'm really sad. I'm gonna have to get my phone out for this because I follow a Twitter that's called Dad Jokes because I am a dad, and I will tell you literally what it is. These dad jokes. Here we go. What's ET short for?
I don't know.
Because he's got little legs. Rather than extra. So everyone would normally answer extraterrestrial. Oh, but we're done. Okay, so we're done on time. You literally won everything. I got 5-0 and only killed you once. And that means you now get to do the ultimate dare. So you
do that as well.
You get to do the ultimate dare. So the final dare, mate, this is how you get to do it.
Is to change your name on Twitter/social media to Rob for 24 hours.
I need to be called Rob for great. Okay. People can be very confused. So my Twitter is now going to be Rob. Do I need to tweet this that I've done this? Sake. So I'm going to start the Academy League as Rob. People are just going to think I've lost my mind. There we go. Twitter now says Rob. This is I am Rob for 24 hours. Great. JDC, it's a pleasure as always, man. I'm going to talk to you during the event as well. Thank you for your time and thank you for kicking my ass, I guess. That was just me losing every round.
Sorry for that, but thank you for talking. It was really nice.
You shouldn't apologize, brother. Never.
Much love, much love.
Much love, man. How can you not love JDC? He's getting real deep and personal with some of these questions, bro. I should have chose dare.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I was expecting like the classic truth or dare questions, but he started to dig into like the depths of things. Like, what is like, how do you live a happy life? Like, how do you?
What is the meaning of life?
Yeah, exactly.
What I don't know. JDC, he's a deep fellow. He's very profound in his wisdom too. It would have been nice if you got a round from him, though. I wanted to hear more from him.
I got him to like 1 HP, and then I nearly. By the way, my pistol was so bad. Like he whiffed some shots, but like you guys said it, I had him on time, and I'm just aggressively peeking him for no reason.
Yeah, just played the bomb. Just play the bomb, James.
I'm gonna clarify as well because WePlay, you guys suck for this reason. No one told me I was playing Counter-Strike, so I didn't play with my mouse.
Oh, the Johns,
yeah.
Oh my god.
This is a no Johns area.
Yeah, this is a no Johns studio. No excuses, James. No excuses. Jesus. Oh my god. These are real baseballs, by the way.
Yeah, it's just getting aggressive on YouTube.
This is a lot. That was a lot. All right. This is James being a sore loser, though.
Yeah.
I am a sore loser.
I'm a sore loser. That's what being a sore loser is, James.
I'm so triggered by that.
Did you forget where you planted, by the way, when you smoked off A plant? Or
yeah, pretty much.
You know, it happens to us once we hit a certain age. Like, we forget things.
Yeah,
oh, mate. Like,
Alzheimer's kicking in.
Yeah. So, obviously, they didn't show you this bit, but when we were filming at the beginning bit, obviously, I didn't have my config, so I'm trying to do my config, and I'm like, JDC, can you write me the bind throw command, please?
Jump throw binds,
the jump throw command.
Asking him for configs.
Yeah, I was literally like,
settings, please.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we got the veto.
We got Vito's probably
Vito's
talking about
coming up
the
here.
games, you know. We get there
This is
eventually.
interesting, I guess.
I mean, we did see Dust 2, and I think actually that might be like a...
I think Dust 2's coming out.
I think Dust 2 might be like a place where MOUZ wants to take it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't
You think they've got no confidence in anything else right now when they've got a good map pool?
I mean, I mean, if you're MOUZ, you do have the luxury of having 6 strong maps, and in that sense, I'm just thinking more to, like, again, like we saw Dust 2 yesterday versus Spirit for the side of Big. It didn't necessarily look too impressive. So just off of that, you know, kind of feels like they could give it a shot. I mean, it doesn't seem like they've been scared of picking into anything on the side of MOUZ NXT up till this point.
I think they should go for something like Nuke, personally.
I mean, I do like it better because Dust 2 is always like wishy-washy in that sense.
Something a little more tactical, I'd say, would be nice. They go for Ancient, which is usually Big's ban, actually, so this is a punish.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be a punish pick coming out from MOUZ right here. The thing is that...
Have they fallen for the trap?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Big left this open on purpose, though. I mean, this was kind of like the decision to make for Big. Do you ban Mirage or do you ban Ancient? And Big or MOUZ were supposed to pick the other.
And what do you boys think of this, though, in general? Okay, Ancient's not super new map right now, but I don't think it's a map where any team can directly say, yes, I'm super confident, like, this is mine.
I kind of agree with you.
Yeah.
Even at the tier 1 level, it's really tough to find any sort of regular consistency. I think NIP tried, then they kind of stopped, and then, like, I mean, other teams are, like, Navi's just good at it, but they're just good at everything. So it's tough to really pinpoint one team and say they're the best in the world at this map right now.
Yeah, no, that doesn't exist. And yeah, even though NIP had a good streak at the start, I felt like that was more off of like teams not wanting to play it at all.
Yeah.
And even then, like you get some teams like, oh no, we're playing Ancient for the first time in an official, and they beat NIP, for example, or do something crazy. And it's always like, it's not like it's closely fought games every single time either. It's like, okay, so first time they met, it's 16-13. Next time they met, one of the teams wins 16-2. It's just a complete mess.
Right.
Now, we're looking at the parry match odds on your screen right now. We definitely have different opinions of these odds on multiple opinions and multiple times, right? Because 3.9 for Big, put some respect on Big's name, please, parry match. Like, damn, I know MOUZ are good. I know they're the big champions.
I guess that's what they're doing, though, just with MOUZ, right? They're putting some respect on MOUZ's name. We've been kind of...
What, because the main MOUZ roster has no respect on the name, so we get to NXT instead?
Well, who knows, maybe. But, you know, again, like, you're talking about, like, MOUZ kind of, like, creating a legacy for themselves in the WePlay Academy. They could become three-peats, like three-peat champions, which is no easy feat, right? So, in that sense, instead of looking at day one of the playoffs, where they obviously didn't look like the MOUZ NXT that we've come to know, you know, you still have to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Okay, I would have given Big a bit more, you know. Like,
yeah, no, I
3.9 seems very harsh.
I feel this is like the same with like Astralis and Big.
Yeah,
it's almost the same. No, Astralis and MOUZ. I think it was a similar difference.
It was like a 4-point something. But yeah, this is a little bit too lopsided for my taste. I already picked Big to win this game. I already picked Big on my bracket to win this. I don't really know what to expect for Ancient because Big don't necessarily play it. But for Inferno, I'm pretty high on Big's Inferno. The win rate here is a little bit deceiving because they've been playing in some other cups. They've been losing to some higher level teams. But I like their structure. I like that Crimbo gets to be kind of a floater on their T sides as Aqua and Prosus move up Banana in a lot of rounds, because when those three are actually working in tandem to try to take space up Banana, it's scary. They use some good utility. All of those players know kind of how to react around opponents' utility. It's even against teams in the tier 2. Like they're actually taking that sort of space. And then Crimbo is actually a pretty good mid-rounder. He knows what to do. Sometimes he'll exec, sometimes he falls back or lets the other team make a mistake. He has a nice wealth of plays once they get that sort of control. So I'm kind of worried for MOUZ here, map 1.
Yeah. MOUZ has, like, historically in the WePlay Academy League as well, Inferno has been one of the more up and down maps that they've had as well. We saw it in Season 1. Like, they go from beating everyone on every map, then they run into a team on Inferno that you were expecting to be like Fnatic Rising, for example, and they fall. And then they bounce back maybe on Inferno the next game, but then they run into Young Ninjas, for example, and, you know, they take an L. So it hasn't necessarily been like a comfortable place for them to be, and I don't think they've made that much development or that much progress on the map to necessarily say like, okay, this is like a top 3 map for us by any means.
So, Maui, you've gone with Big in the first place anyway. I'm flip-flopping. No, I'm not going to stay with Big. I think they're going to work it. Ben, you're going to flip-flop. You're staying with MOUZ. Well, that's where we think it's going to go. Maui, you're on your own, but you could be coming up with a big win. We're going to go to 2 big-time fellas, big-time commentators. It's Hugo and Harry.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, game of the day perhaps now, as Astralis managed to take down Spirit in the previous series. We now go to one that may be even more competitive than that, Harry, even if the parry match odds don't believe in it. MOUZ have looked far from immortal in the playoffs so far. Of course, they've won their games, but they've had shaky maps. They've you know, dropped a few rounds here and there that we wouldn't usually expect of this team. But do we expect to see that today against Big?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, part of me thinks that like Maui has some merit here with the Big prediction.
Really?
You know, yeah. If I'm being real, you know, like Big have kind of impressed me here. This big Omen Academy, this very large Omen.
It is
Academy.
sizable, yeah.
Yeah, everyone says that. MOUZ NXT, you know, they've still been winning. Like, I can't take that away from them, but it's not as clean as maybe we're used to seeing. Right? Maybe you get like a quiet game out of someone like a JDC, right, who's normally fairly consistent. It feels like he's maybe one of the more troublesome parts at the moment. I think people like Xertion, for example, you know what you're going to get out of this guy, right? Same with Sui, really. Like, I think despite being the IGL, it's very rare to see him fall off. I think that's kind of where MOUZ ever do look their most vulnerable, is if he's having a rough time, because usually he feels dependable to put up like a 20-kill game while fragging and IGLing, right? So that's always impressive. But I don't know, mate. For me, it's kind of this unknown factor. Like the fact that MOUZ got pushed to their very limits versus Astralis talent the other day, and I would say that on paper, Big Omen Academy look better than Astralis talent.
Might find out.
Yeah, you know, it does make me concerned if you want to kind of, you know, benchmark teams against each other like that.
It's so hard. You always have that triangle of doom. X can beat Y,
exactly,
Y can
right?
beat Z, Z can beat X. It's so hard to tell. But that's why it's nice that we have these three teams remaining. Like, definitely, I don't think anyone can argue these are the three most deserving teams. Obviously, would love to see Young Ninjas here, but they fell in just a simple 1B or 3. It's all they had to do to qualify, and they couldn't do it. So, yeah, Astralis talent, obviously a well-earned place. They're going to be facing the loser of this game, while the winner goes on to the grand final of Season 3 of the Academy League for MOUZ NXT. This would be the three-peat that you've been calling, Harry, the third in a row. But they've got to get through Big if they want to get there. Dinner is served.
Maui's so cool, mate. He's dual-wielding the Eagles, you know. Never mind the M9 Beretta. And yeah, you know, we're going to start this off with a little bit of Inferno action, because why not?
Been a while.
Big Omen Academy's map pick. Ancient for me, you know, should be pretty safe for MOUZ NXT, I'd like to think. Big Omen Academy. They have actually lent into playing it. You know, you spoke a bit about like these Malta Vibes games that are going on. Big played it there versus Into the Breach, that kind of up-and-coming UK team, right?
Good Ancient team.
But yeah, you know, they got bodied by them both times they played it. So, you know, it's showing like a tendency that you're trying to develop that map. So it's going to be interesting to see where they're at. But I do look at that one as a pretty safe map for MOUZ NXT. Here on Inferno, I think you really need to get off to a hot start if you're Big Omen Academy. The way I envision you winning this series is in 3 maps.
And even then, Vertigo to close, we saw what happened yesterday. It was MOUZ taking on Astralis. Astralis had a very good Vertigo, and then Xertion came alive. He had that 30-kill game, aces included, and basically just saved MOUZ from the brink of defeat. So, you know, it's there's a lot of question marks on this series, and for now, we'll have our answers presented in front of us. Pistol round for Big Omen Academy on the T side of their map. They've got a good bit of utility. We have no kit for MOUZ, not planning for a plant, but they do have a Molotov, a very expensive CT investment for a pistol. Let's see what the game plan is. It might be a mid push with this kind of buy. Sui's got the molly to stop a fast B, and 4 going middle, straight down to get involved. Aggressive start, and already that's half of the util eviscerated from the round. The molly pushes Process into the flank, and this is a perfect beginning for MOUZ.
Yeah, couldn't ask for more, really. An early 5-on-3 Sin. Ooh. That's a nice shot. Oh, he's going to take it one step further. Shane will step up and deal with him, at least leaving MOUZ in the 2v1. Hyped, having to go back to get this bomb, is now left in a clutch of his own. Up through Banana. Making noise on the approach. There is a player back in CT. It's Shane holding for this cross.
What an ang. Oh, the crouch actually saves Hyped. If he was standing there, his head would have been open. He really wants this kill before he plants, just to stop MOUZ playing it together. But he's not even convinced the site is clear. Forget the plant at this point. You don't have time. They're getting closer and closer, and they're going to run him down off the back of it. Easy round for MOUZ NXT. That bit of hesitation for Hype. He had enough on the clock to get weird with it, but I guess he didn't expect just MOUZ to chase him down in the pre-plant. Pistol taken, and I really like that call as well, right? It's the combo of not just an aggressive mid-fight, which we can see fall apart, but it's Sui mollying deep down Banana. There was one player trying to tuck in the corner of Banana, and he just gets burnt out. He has to fight the mid players. So Big don't even get to run their game plan in that pistol. They just get melted in middle. Nice try from Sin with the boiler lurk, but MOUZ favored on those parry match odds. That's for the match as well. Very one-sided right now. And hey, if you want to get involved on the action, you can get 100% deposit bonus for your first deposit. Banner below, 18 plus only. Easy peasy. But definitely a series where I have a lot of questions that I need answered. I don't know where this one's going.
Yeah, I think a big point of contention for me, this is just a horrible, horrible, horrible situation, by the way, at Banana.
Molly in front of the smoke, you just
if they go
run
through, yeah, it's like, surprise, it's horrible over here.
You know, it's also...
and that's an ace for Sui.
Oh.
All right. Yeah, that's a lot of money made. He's at 5.5 grand already, just 2 rounds in. Yeah, I think someone who's going to get a lot of attention from me is going to be Hyped. He was instrumental at picking up the win over Spirit Academy for Big. You know, he was so consistent on that AWP, but there are certainly times where it's not too uncommon to see him maybe slow down a little bit, and I think MHL on the other side, you know, no slouch. This guy is looking so good. Anyway, I want to hear some team comms. Let's go listen into MOUZ.
That's fine. I'm gonna smoke defense.
I have a ramp.
Middle.
I have a ramp.
I will take. Three needs close. I'm flashing buff. Close.
Flash.
Flash.
Okay.
One more. I'm
smoking mid for you. And
rotate.
Yeah, I'm going B.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's end in double side, Hubert. You can hold the one-way smoke, come back afterwards.
I will go colors.
Yeah.
Let's see, ups is good.
They will take middle now. They are very
taking my
smoke
for
myself. Yeah.
Good. I have one flash for you.
Fun. Oh, we have 3 guys there.
Okay. Yeah, I have
holding a smoke as soon as you shoot.
Good.
You have left side as well, right?
Yeah.
They can just sneak out mid too long. Fun. Let's play double side and pit. Yep. Perfect. As soon as you shoot, you run back flash above instantly.
Yes, I will molly first. Like
if they try to wrap A side, A side, I will smoke back side.
Okay.
B, flash. I'm flashing. Out. A lot. Fun. 4v4, we have good util. Yeah. We can retake.
I have some
instantly, actually. Retake instantly. Smoke banana, Johnny. Yeah, I will. And molly triple. And flash us to the smoke. Molly triple. Flash. Okay, flashing top left.
They smoke colors.
Are they flashing top left? Good. One banana in front of the smoke. Yeah, in the first. Maybe on top of first.
I'm reloading.
Here the smoke city.
Fine. Last smoke, probably. We have all crits, it's fun. He's boosted, he's on top of runes. On the cold.
Let's save.
Yeah.
Ja, cmentarz
Ruiny.
So many protocols in place. That is always the juice that we get to listen to in the MOUZ TeamSpeak comms. Unfortunately, it is a missed round.
Yeah, you know, I want to just share some love to JDC there. You know, like he has been, I don't want to say struggling, but just not terribly consistent in the playoffs. I do think that, like, Mirage is always one of the maps I get somewhat worried about this guy on because it can feel 50-50. But something he is incredibly consistent at is just delivering really good, concise comms. Like, it's him in that round calming everyone down in the action, saying, guys, we have util, we have advantage, let's just play retake, we have good utility. MHL solo warping this B site as a bit of mid-aggression comes through from MOUZ NXT. They get stuck in with that MP9 on Sui, and that isn't spotted by Big Omen Academy. They might expect something's up with that deep mid-smoke. I mean, you definitely are expecting something just happened. but you don't know the full extent of it. You don't even know if anyone's still floating around alt mid in one of these little cubbies. So you're going to have to expel a lot of time going back and clearing this out, right? The last thing you want is for someone to actually be in alt mid right now and getting all this info. So when you look at the minimap, you see these guys moving up. They're so paranoid about every one of these little angles here.
Well, so he started alt mid. He went aggressive as well. You notice MOUZ threw that little ledge smoke outside boiler to put out the window Molotov that you throw from alt mid. So already a couple of tricks getting shown, and that's why Big have to be just so careful in this position. Finally getting top bracket to 50 seconds. Flash dodge, but mid is taken, and JDC an off angle to do damage. He won't hang around though. Want a chance to back out and play this crossfire. Only 2 players on the A site, and they are getting faked out right now with this wrap from Aqua. He can come in on the long lurk and split CT spawn. Less an ideal position for Sui to have to hold CT, but as long as his teammates aren't open, it's not the first place that Aqua will be checking. Orp is still open to this wrap. He's going to have to back up 20 seconds. What a perfect smoke timing. They're going to have to go through. Big have no choice in the matter. Aqua running amok. Oh, he's going to get hurt. Oh, Sui's not looking the right way. Aqua's run right by him. Sui killed a player on the cross. Aqua needs to double back, but Sui's jump shot with the SMG, and Aqua is too late. He was not ready for that angle, and I thought surely Sui was dead, but a double up instead, and the rest of MOUZ come flying in. That was wild. I mean, a lot of that is the smoke from MHL. That really hamstrings the push there for Big. They have no vision going into that bomb site, and a perfect crossfire. But of course, why would Aqua be checking that on the wrap? Especially after he runs the whole way and Sui just doesn't hear him. It's crazy. Kind of thing that did him favors.
Yeah, you know, I mean, dude, this is like one of these series that's like very weird because going into it, like, in a certain way, and obviously this isn't true entirely. Like,
okay,
it's super interesting. No, I'm going to phrase it differently. Actually, it's super interesting for me to just watch Big in this series. Like, yeah. MOUZ are the expected victors. They should win this, right? They're looking for triple, you know, final runs, for triple championships. These guys have been the dominators of the WePlay Academy League. So for me, like, all the intrigue is kind of around Big Omen Academy and how they actually stack up against this, you know. Are they just the kind of, are they the bridesmaid, never the bride? Is that their destiny? Or are they going to be able to rise up and rival the likes of this very legitimate MOUZ NXT team? You know, you almost feel hesitant to even call them the Academy team anymore. Yeah, what with them literally being placed above the main MOUZ roster in the rankings.
If there weren't age restrictions, maybe they'd swap back next season. You never know.
It's like the international equivalent of Gambit youngsters.
Yeah.
You know?
But at the same time as Gambit, who, you know, I mean, the main MOUZ roster, we all hope they're going to do well this year. There's I
love the interplay between Frozen and Torshi.
Yeah, that's cool.
Clip.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. As long as vibes are good, we're happy with that.
Go on, run boost. Spam the smoke. You don't trust it.
Oh, yeah. That's a good way to offset the crosshair. Zershan should be fine. They're very close, and Process has a gun to get it done. He can plant, and maybe there's a chance.
I mean, hell, dude, you're definitely in with an opportunity where really you shouldn't have had one. That's a free kill. That's free as they come. And that's an AWP as well.
Oh my god.
Another kill for Process coming in, and now just Shane left alive. With the AWP holding off Banana, this becomes a really tough round. Like, even getting out CT, okay, you managed to get past the first, and then follow up onto Process. A good spot, tap on the bomb. You got one opportunity, and that's just sailed on by. Now sticking it, and there's the kill. Crimbo's gonna lock it in. Big Omen Academy. Nothing more than pistols and a little run boost through a B smoke, but they managed to find that second round, and they get the AWP out of there as well. That could find its way over into Hyped's hands, and indeed it will. Very curious to see how the T-side AWPing looks for this guy. You know, if you've ever watched Counter-Strike before and watched Inferno, you've heard a caster say, oh, well, AWPing T-side Inferno is very hard. It's not many AWPers can do it well. And, you know, they're not just saying that because they like to say words. It's true. It is a pretty rough end of the stick to find yourself on. But some AWPers can. Some AWPers can make it work. So I want to see what Hyped's able to do here, especially versus the best the Academy League has to offer.
Yeah, it's crazy that, you know, MHL can fill those shoes. Obviously, you're talking about MOUZ in general, but MHL still does fill those shoes despite the, you know, Torshi moving up. It feels like there hasn't been like a hole left in this team of a lack of an AWPing presence. Big boost to fill, but MHL has certainly been good for them in the season so far. This is the pressure. This is when it starts mounting as you know, you're coming into a game this heavy as favorites, but you know Big have come in very prepared. That much has been clear. They are here in the upper bracket for a reason. Bit of a beating back the way of Spirit past that first map of Dust 2. And a broken bye here for MOUZ. Big got it done with pistols. So MOUZ have to pay the price. 2 M4s already trying to take some control at Banana, but not hanging around forever. Meanwhile, Hyped AWPing middle still. And MOUZ not one to throw themselves into this AWP that they know is in play right now. So very safe setups. And we saw how these safe setups have let down Big, right? They tried to execute B the other round with 20 seconds left when they got re-smoked. Now, it's not like MOUZ have that utility. They have 3 smokes. They've held on for a while, but Big are going to do their best to get them out. And there it is, a little double flash. Will do exactly that. Big forcing as much util in the early round as they can, and that's going to mean MOUZ pull a third over.
See, I'm kind of going to annihilate the point you just made, but
hit me.
I kind of find it concerning that in a round where there was so limited util coming into it, there's actually still these 2 smokes in play. That to me just screams that MOUZ have a very good read on the pacing of this game, right? They know that nothing's coming at them thick and fast. You're going to be able to drop a smoke here in at the B side, but it is just this ruse. It is destined to fall back into an A play. Now, there's still a smoke here on Shane. He could use this to get kind of tricky with it down in the pit. You could hope to nullify one of these angles or just extinguish the molly. It's a bait and switch setup for JDC here. Shane's making all the contact, all the noise, and now they think they've cleared out pit. But in reality, JDC's been waiting here the whole damn time. Now that nade just blew the gun away. JDC only 1 from the pit position. And that should trigger the save. While you had him in the site and they didn't know about him, you were still keen on giving this a look in.
Nice.
Not anymore, though.
Yeah, that drop from Sin was just luck, really. Blind luck. If he doesn't drop there, then JDC has a chance, but he just falls on his head. And, of course, the nade, pretty fortunate as well. Does damage, blows the gun over, as you said. And just means there's very little JDC could do. Would love to see him fight first in that position, or at least whoever has the deagle. But it's not the end of the world there. MOUZ, they weren't faked out that badly anyway. They never rotated out with the double pit setup, but just leaning B off the get-go because Big threw in all that utility. And yeah, you're right, actually. You know, the smoke's being held. MOUZ, good awareness. And they knew that they could win the round off the back of that. There was a B play. MOUZ had a pretty good hope in stopping it with a triple setup with that, you know, pillar smoke as well, allowing them to cross between the 2 Molotovs. There were chances there, but Big fake him out hard. And Big have definitely been one of those teams with nice T-sides in this tournament, so definitely going to be needed up against a team like MOUZ on this map. 2 guns saved, and that is the bulk of it. Oh my god, dry swing out mid. It's good, but 1-for-1 will not be enough in a round with 2 weapons.
Yeah, I kind of like it though. You know, you're hoping that it invites them into the A play. Big, they're still suspicious, right? They're almost like, why'd he do that? You know, that isn't a classic Sui play. And so I think, you know, you're very sus at this point. You know, you're on your way to getting ejected from the airlock, as it were. There's an imposter among us.
Oh, I'm cringing, Harry.
You know, but MOUZ, they are just the fall guys at the end of the day. They've been sailed down the river, Hugo.
I hate that game.
What? I listened to Among Us and Fall Guys. You remember Fall Guys, everyone?
It's got nothing on Crab. Crab game, is that it? I don't know. I haven't played it. I just play CS, man, every day. That's all you need. Ooh, yeah, I mean, this won't be winnable. Although, you never know.
No, it's not. They're saving. So that's kind of how you know that it's not winnable.
I mean, exits available at least. Maybe this double peak late as Hyped will have to leave. He is holding only one side, and there are two sides to every peak. Ramp player, if he swings, it's literally a free kill, but Hyped waiting for his team right now. And MOUZ, are they going to double swing right at the very end, or is it just holding off the fort? Will be the latter. Oh, there's a jiggle, and there's a gun lost. Not always worth it. 4-3. And big, definitely a good start to this T side right now. They're going to be happy with it. But that was only an E-key for MOUZ. They're coming in with a full buy, albeit no orb. And big, let's listen in. I like some German comms, me.
Mit. Passt. Ja, also ja, passt. Ja. Ich spielen ja kaum Molokante. Wir spielen die Late Sprout, Jungs, ne? Also ist nicht instant. Ja, alles gut. Deswegen.
Gib ihm. Die Flash kommt.
So.
Smoke B. Rausgehen. Ist Instant Sinners.
Ja.
Bitte gesmoked, wir gehen da durch, ja? Ja. Komm, BT Spawn, ich hol die gleich. Ready? Ja. Go.
Langflash kommt.
Anders kurz.
Kurz weggedrängt worden.
Arch einer drinne. Jungs, okay, jetzt schießt mal lang jetzt, okay? Ich hab die Bombe leider hier.
Eine Arch.
Jungs, nicht gegen Spam. Wir gehen kurz jetzt, okay?
Ja. Ich bleib
Elias, geh mit kurz, okay? Ich gebe euch Hampus-Flash.
Ja. Pass Haus auf, Bruder.
Geht kurz alle, Jungs. Kurz, Jungs. Es muss schneller gehen, Jungs. Einer
Bombe ist raus, mach Bombe holen.
Ich kann sie holen, alles easy. Aber der meint, kann ich nicht. Molly dahinter.
Spot. Kurz noch.
Ich hab lang.
Das ist Haus.
Nice, ich hab lang.
Ich hab die Bombe.
Geh mal bitte.
Ein bisschen ruhig sein einfach.
Ich glaub jetzt einmal Haus raus, vielleicht pusht einer zu euch.
Also sie hatten Banane-Kontrolle.
Ich mal kurz Kontakt, okay?
Jungs, ja, warte mal, ich werde...
B gesmoked.
Ja.
Kein Info, B. Ist Spot gedroppt, einer.
Okay, dann lass einfach gehen, Moment.
Lass kurz gehen, okay?
Ja.
Pit pieken.
Mach.
Ein Pfad gesehen, zweite Pit.
Kannst du einfach ins Spot flashen? Ich geh ins Spot.
Ja.
Mach.
Saven.
Oh no, that is so unlucky. The door is open and it causes Hyped's death on the save. He could have taken his hands off the keyboard and he might have lived, but not running past that. That's very unfortunate, player and lower. And to be honest, pretty unlucky round for Big, but it's the bomb drop that causes all the problems. Shane managing to get that on the ground after JDC smoke spammed. And you heard Big try and call for the save as soon as they lost that first short player, but they just didn't have a choice in the matter. MOUZ right now favored on the map point odds. 4-4, but this is still competitive. Hyped holding for a run boost.
Yeah, you know, I kind of posed that question, like, how's the T-side AWP going to fare? Since it got picked up in, like, what, round 3, it still hasn't found a thing. Hype's still 4 and 5 right now. Same as he was all the way. 6 rounds ago now. That's fine, kind of par for the course. Nade damage has done damage, and needless to say, that's why it was nade damage. Crimbo brought down low in the process, and so he's been given that AWP, hasn't he?
Molly has created fire, and the smoke grenade has bloomed with some smoke, and the gun has fired a bullet. Now as Big don't move in middle.
They will be stationary.
Yeah, that's Big standing still and waiting. Skillfully. MOUZ skillfully flashed off, and that's a good shot. JDC is feeling clean today with the AK on long. Low players, Big have been bullied by banana grenades and Molotovs as well, so this is already a round that FURIA Academy would save in, would you? Oh, Shane, I mean, he went for it there through the smoke, but bails before he can give up a 4-on-4. And yeah, that's the right call. You don't want to tempt Big in here. They're still going to go for it through apps. 20-second pop. JDC leaning back. There's a chance here.
I mean, so much of this is hinging on the first fight, right? You need to win it. They've won none of them. Oh, Shane with the mow down, and MHL locking mid in. Yeah, dude, I don't know, like, so, with so much nade damage done already, you know, doing so much damage from the nade damage, right? Like, they needed the opener. They needed an invitation. And, you know, at the point where you're 3 guys execing out of the apartments, you're committed to that fight. And so anyone needed to win it. But Shane doesn't give them the room nor the respect. Very aggressive stance over towards the apartments, right? He's not been deterred by that peak in the round prior to last.
Talking of aggressive, I love how MHL re-pushes short there as well, because JDC had already backed up long just in case it was a B pop, because things were really quiet with 30 seconds, but it's the re-aggro mid. Big have had mid all game. They've been allowed to get that top bracket control relatively easily. Set on these long splits, force MOUZ into pit setups, into site crossfires, and MOUZ have been fine with that, but the re-aggro kills hyped in mid with the Yorp, who we've been waiting to see all game, but just isn't able to do anything. He's throwing flashes for his apps players to drop pit. It's a really awkward round for Big that, you know, they just didn't want to save him, they didn't want to concede, and you can't really blame them. But now they're left with nothing. Pistols aplenty. And a pick down middle. MHL taking liberties here as he knows Big just don't have the weaponry. Apps has been Shane's domain. Nothing stopping him as he lays down a deep smoke. Doesn't even have to play it. Oh my god, Xertion's going full send. And the quick switch for Hyped is less than ideal. It isn't the sole cause for his death. Doesn't really have the gun for the job, but no one was expecting that. The dry walk down at B, and now still the Yorp in middle, taking refights. Like, this is something MOUZ haven't done at all, but they are flexing once the eco is out. Yeah, no chance for the wallbang from the P250. And Sin, it's inevitable now. Yeah, got to make it so. 6-4 here for MOUZ NXT, and a 5 alive round is great for the money.
All right, Hugo, let's role play, right?
Ooh.
You're the CEO of MOUZ Sports. Well, maybe not them. You're the GM of MOUZ Sports. Okay. I don't think the CEO is doing it directly, but maybe I'm wrong. You're the GM of MOUZ, and, you know, say, I don't know, like, let's just go with MBK. Say, like, you know, you're thinking, okay, maybe we move someone else up from the academy squad. Who would you bring up? I'm curious. Xertion's your pick?
Xertion. But I don't want to kill this team. Not that it would, but he is, yeah, he's the best player on this team.
For me, it's got to be like him or maybe controversially Sui. Like, I know.
Oh, what, for Dexter?
No, and I get he's the IGL, but still, you know, I think he's phenomenal.
Killing this team.
No, I know that would actually kill the team.
I don't want to
split
Sui and Shane. Unfortunately, I don't want to. I will not. I refuse, in fact. And I can't believe you.
Well, the GM has spoken.
Such a suggestion.
Mate, you know, in the roleplay, you're in charge here, guy. I can't possibly.
Then shut your mouth, Kyle.
In the boiler.
Oh, and it's hot, all right. Cremated by process. And here comes the mid pop.
Yeah, 4-on-4. Good chance for Big Omen Academy from nowhere, despite going a man down. But you got to get past MHL. That's easier said than done. Also, JDC is coming through these smokes behind, but MHL is stealing all the glory right now. Crimbo with the turn. Can't quite find it. Aqua will manage it at least. But they're so close. You're screwed, man. I'm sorry, Aqua. Like, I wanted to hype that up, but yeah, dude, they're so quick on MOUZ NXT. They knew that was the A play. MHL does a great job of holding the fort, right?
Yeah.
Buying time for those rotations to come in.
I do like the faster round for Big on A. It's something they haven't exploited. Like, you can see the you know, sometimes in front of the T side can be a brick wall, but you can see the game plan, the thinking for Big. Like, they realize they're getting all this mid room, and they still are, even in this round, despite that 5-on-4 gain by MHL down mid. But it's, you know, it's the Molotov on short that wrecks that round for Big. It slows them down. They go 1 by 1 into the AWP. We needed a trading kill there because there was no one supporting MHL. They were both long side on the rotates. So yeah, he could have got overwhelmed, but after the Apps player was dead. But the Molly only allowed one player to filter in. And at that point, it is free as can be for MHL. Nice round from MOUZ as they keep building on this CT side. It's a big pick. They need to show us why. And it almost feels obvious to go back into your default and then end on B right now, but that might just be the port of call for Big. It might be their only option. And now that MHL's getting more confident, it's very hard to stop him from these mid re-peaks. Look at this, for crying out loud. It's not the best run boost, but it will work.
I'm hesitant to even call it a run boost. It's more like
still
a really high jump.
I mean, say someone was like deeging in pit and they were holding long for a peek, like that's gonna really wreck your aim and crosshair. It's not what he wanted, the deep peek, sure, but it's still just a weird way to fight mid, and it wouldn't be easy for a T to win that fight. You know, only MHL knows that's coming. But here, yeah, B-Pop, best bet, run through the smoke. Let's see if this two-man setup can hold it down. Sui insertion, that's pretty scary.
Oh, 100%, man. Like, you know, beef in a lot of Inferno games, it gets decided if you get the two openers. But versus these guys, mate, that's going to be a pretty tall order. They've managed it a few times now, though, of Big. So let's see if this is any better. Oh, they've run them down. Sui and Zershin both fall to the the P250s.
Close.
And now they're quad aggroing Ruins. MHL was not ready for the sheer number of players waiting around that corner. You know, MOUZ, this is at least info to go off. If you know where everyone is, oh my god.
Peeking,
oh my god, JDC. I don't know if that was maybe come across the severity of the real estate that was taken.
Smoke kit, but it's a wide plant. Is he going to try and sneaky beaky this round? It's not going to work. Oh, he turns! He turns! He heard a player step behind him in Ruins. Yeah, I don't... Yeah, that's you put it well, Harry. I don't know if JDC realized that everyone was holding him there. That definitely had to be
Yeah,
cool.
that might have been one of those moments where MHL just says, like, they've pushed Ruins, you know, like, because you're in the heat of the moment.
Yeah.
You don't want to flood the comms. You just say they've pushed Ruins. You're not anticipating that they keep everyone on, like, this triple pyramid of death on this corner, but they do. And it works wonders.
Well, awkward round for MOUZ, but Big will take what they can get. A fast B through the smoke with pistols, and they get a 2-for-1 on the entry. That's the result of it. That's how hard retaking can be, even if you have weaponry.
Yeah, I think it was Process who made the call to go, like, up and over oranges from Banana, and that was what, like, blindsided Zershin at backside. He knew they were already flooding pool. He just wasn't ready for someone running up on him on the close peak. Gonna go back into A now for Big Omen Academy, holding the long side. JDC's dead immediately. In the apartment, Shanes wins the opener. And that's gonna give a moment of pause to Big Omen Academy. They're anticipating, like, do we want to commit to this? Do we want to follow up? We don't have apps. That's a bit of a worry. And now you've seen MHL's AWP here as well. You know it's a double app setup at this point in time. And that actually might give you the confidence to sneak into this A bomb site. Shane dead. MHL tries to drop in, but he wasn't prepared for Process to be so deep.
Big frag for Zershin. Headshots Aqua on the mid peak, and now a 2-on-2 retake. AWP is ready to fight, swinging out on default and hype. Nice shot to Sui's head. Leaves Zershin in the clutch. Pit kit, drop below him. But they know exactly where he's coming from, and he will not get a chance to peek before that smoke blooms. Popped by Process, and it's Process there with the play of the day. Walks right under Apps, sneaks under MHL, and I think Hyped was baiting for him by firing the AWP shot to try and get MHL to peek. It actually instead forced Sui to walk round on the Apps flank. I think it was Shane rather, to walk round on the Apps flank, and Hyped was ready for that as well. So, you know, T-side AWPing, a lot easier once you hit the post plant, those kind of positions, and Hyped finally shows us around with that weapon. Nice to see Big building into this game. This is a very nice T-side. 7 rounds will be excellent. 6 will do, but they might get a freebie here as the mid-rush comes in. Flash over the top, and out they run.
Oh, yeah, but that's info, right? You just spotted the double push. You know the full extent of this mid control, and so it's going to get dealt with very decisively by Big Omen Academy. They lose Process, sure, that sucks for him, but for the rest of the team, it's all well and good. You know the pressure's on MOUZ NXT at this point in time. You don't even have to move yet. They've already shown they want to get aggressive.
Ooh,
that's brutal. All right, Zershin never even given a chance to play. He showed up to bingo, but he lost his scorecard along the way.
The escape from the nade is something, and he saw the bomb got dropped bridge. That throws this round into slow-mo mode, but even so, can MOUZ actually get in position to stop this B play? Right now, they're re-aggroing Apps to try and fight this bomb pickup, but it's way too late. Big have already started to make it up Banana, a good reaction. And they're still cautious in case MHL is here. They don't know. but soon the penny will drop and MOUZ should just focus on saving guns. They were put into a very rough spot with these back-to-back round wins from Big, where they've been forced to, force or give Big 7-round half, or now it's kind of both, where they're playing desperate for round 15. Big might even have a shot at winning this half, and a pretty good one at that. Little execute into B. And as said, MOUZ are not giving this a go. Money is more important than this seemingly unwinnable round.
No denying it though, Big are on track to win out the half, right? Tying it up here at 7-7. This save is essentially a situation where like your hands were tied. 2-on-3 might not be terrible odds, and you might have done well in what was just a little force buy, but you need these guns now. They're going to be 2 of the 3 weapons you get to bring with you into this follow-up round, and so we're going to have to rely on these guys to emerge as heroes if MOUZ wanted to win out the half somehow. Big Omen Academy. This is already, everything they could have hoped for and more. One more round would make it that much sweeter.
Yeah, considering this for a moment looked like it was going to be a dominant game for MOUZ, this is definitely a pretty sign for Big, all off the back of that eco win in B. So let's see if they can make the most out of it and find a winning T-side half on their map pick. MOUZ some good setups early in this game, but now just getting caught on the defaults. And Big, again, another perfect round to keep it slow and low and end B. MOUZ know that. They start triple, they try and take banana with utility, but they don't have a huge wealth of it thrown. Just a couple of nades to chip away early, and oh my god, running through the smoke with a flashbang. Shane is bonkers. Sui, rather. We'll keep that car control. Find as much time as they can. This is not MOUZ holding on to utility anymore. They are getting as much value as they can for it in the early round, but that will leave them lacking later, and oh, great grenade to trade at least. Xertion gets bopped, and Sui, it might be the same. Just escaping our Big. They have so much on the clock, and still more grenades to run an exec. Pressure is not on them. Until now.
Dude, Sui's been really ballsy here as well, pushing all the way down banana. You need to still send JDC out of there. You're getting worried about the A play, and he's very far removed from this bomb site. Both of them are now. You're not open to a banana wrap because Process has been keeping the pressure on. And so you're going to have to take the lengthy rotate all the way back to Arch side. Bomb now going down, and Process turning his attention from banana to middle to catch these players rotating in. Now, this is something that MOUZ will be cognizant of, but I don't know if you check this angle so deep. JDC, I'll be impressed if he does, right? Because they knew he was here somehow, some way. He will consider it, but yeah, exactly. It's a really kind of gross angle from Process. It just sealed the deal on the round. 8-7, Big Omen Academy up in the lead at the end of this first half of play. For MOUZ NXT, they've got their work cut out for them now, moving on to this T-half.
Yeah, super reassuring for Big. Right? I was a little worried after the first 8 or so rounds, but that's one way to recover. And all off the back of an eco win, and they don't let that, drop in the bucket just be a one and done. They get to build on it and win the half out on the T side. You rarely see that on Inferno, and MOUZ are a capable Inferno team. This is not their first rodeo, that's for sure. So, swapping over now, and MOUZ are going to need to one-up Big Omen Academy. Otherwise, we're looking at a likely 3-mapper. Unless Big have more in store for Ancient. You never know with that either. MOUZ still favored on parry match odds. Some faith. There's only one thing I have faith on in the world, Harry, and that's Western Digital with the WD Black SSD series. It's out now, it's new, it's for purchase, and we recommend it here at WePlay. So shout out our partners and sponsors of Western Digital, allowing for us to run leagues like this. We appreciate ya. We appreciate Big, man. Always got the good vibes. Always running around throwing fist bumps in the big house. And I think this was mentioned by Maui as well on day one of the playoffs. But we got this from an interview in the groups, or the gauntlet, or the groups at least. because Big was talking about how, obviously there's a lot of support from the org and from some of the coaching and other members around in the Big clan over in Berlin, but also from Tabson. He was sometimes coming in and helping out the big boys and, giving them little pep talks and hyping them up. So I think that's awesome. Let's hear the hype, though. Let's jump into the big team speak for the pistol.
Was hat er für eine Pistol gecallt, Karim?
Ja, kurz Kontakt. Heidekante, okay?
Ja, okay, Heidekante.
Das ist eine andere Kante, andere Piste, Bruder, sorry.
Eine Baubrücke?
Ja. Hat sich wie einfach Pit, ja.
Geht zurück, ja. Jetzt können sie mit geleitet haben.
Suchte eine geile Pose aus, langes Black.
Mein Kontakt flashen und auf
Rückenflash, ne?
auf den. Nee, Antenne.
Wird double naded.
2 oben rein, noch einer.
Flash. Nice.
Ich hab noch Flash.
Apex kommt.
Chip B.
Ja, mach.
Kack, glaub ich. Und Wall, ich geh weg. Ich hab low.
Gut, relaxen.
Ich bin dark, Bruder.
Ich hab lang noch für dich, klar.
Smoken, CT. Smoke. Ich bin dark.
Kannst ruhig schieben.
Smokes, Doppel-Smokes.
Kommen wir jetzt.
Die Blitz. Ja,
Stop durch.
Nice.
Spot.
Ja. Nice.
Okay.
Stark.
Close dark.
Bin weit
Er
weg.
geht ins Dark,
Chill, ja.
USP
Chill.
auf. Ja, hat Glock.
Ja.
Bin close ruins.
Bombe liegt erst.
Bis an noch nicht bait.
Bombe gepickt.
CT rein oder Banane weg? Was Baum auf?
Ich lass dich. Ja. Ich geh A.
Go Banane weg.
Matze.
Matze, check mal Baum.
Ja, ich check Baum. Einer Baum. Beide ruins.
Ich halt nur lang. Wenn alle geh ich so all in. Pass B auf.
Okay, könnt beide ein bisschen closer gehen jetzt.
B. Rules gecheckt.
Über.
Ich würde vorgehen.
Ja, mach
Matze hat
ruhig.
gutes Timing. Nice! Let's go, man!
Well, I expected hype, but that is something different.
Dude, I love it though, because like when the round is live, these guys sound like
Clinical.
Yeah, like like they're like doctors performing a surgery. It's like scalpel, smoke, and then the round ends, and suddenly, I would scream like they did, but I'm not going to do that to you. Like,
whoa, wait. Oh, we've comboed the two. I got the guitar out. Forget the bongos. Harry's dropping sick moves in the streets of Inferno.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it's a service we provide.
The first time you serenaded me, I almost fell in love. The 10th time you did it, it was getting old, and I was over it. But
he still dances.
It gets me every time, man. It gets me every time. Hugo.
He's on the roof.
Such a talent.
Thank you. You too. Shout out WePlay for always keeping us on our toes. Little force up for MOUZ. Desperate times and desperate measures. Got the guns in, but it's a must win right now, or they are going to be down considerably in this T side, and that is not easy to dig yourself out of on a map like Inferno. Very safe setup for Big. Maybe some jumps here for Crimbo at the corner. Trying to keep info, know when MOUZ have taken this car. MOUZ have got top brackets, but only by design. Hyped is spotting.
Yeah, guessing that they want to come through this Moto smoke, right? They're set up for the A play. This isn't a B wrap, and so now you've spotted MHL at short hyped in the position that could win you around, but the timing's gotten a little bit awkward. As he tucks, they've moved through. And so Sui gets the opener. There is trades available. Still, it's kept in the advantage of MOUZ NXT, and there's MHL's scout raining out with a kill to open up the site. Double MP9 retake and a 2-on-4. I know what I would do.
Yeah, Shane gets no kills there, but a lot of info and distraction, right, coming out of apps. He hears that close player with the SMG on balcony, and they even distracts the second guy in the site as well when he swings through the smoke. So, nice distraction play. Obviously, a lot of that coming off the bad timing that you said from Hyped moving away in that corner. It was a nice reposition. Kind of had to happen, but they just walked through the smoke as it did, and he couldn't go 1-for-1. You gotta be trading equally on this map, if bare minimum, if you want to be winning rounds on retakes. And even that is hard enough with the bomb against you. So save of 3. It's a beautiful round out of MOUZ to get guns going into the next. For Big, they barely get out with anything. That's the red carpet rolled out now for MOUZ to pull a bit of a comeback. Let's see if they can keep it up, because Big, of course, will force in this position. Wouldn't be a bad round to do what MOUZ did, especially in the early rounds of their CT side. Play that smoke round and try and delay the execute as long as you can. It's a very risky play with how long you want to hold the smokes. Lots of grenades getting dropped at B, and Zershan, he'll eat an A, but he'll still get the kill. There should be smokes in CT spawn, I think, that Big dropped to try and keep B alive. And they are. They just got picked up by Crimbo. He's left alone. A reinforced, and MOUZ keep working mid.
It's nice though, right? Because you peek Banana early, now you've siphoned these smokes out of CT and you can replenish the B hold, which is only going to sell MOUZ on the idea that there could be a stack here. In reality, it's 3 in A. This is all by design for Big Omen Academy. So got to give them props for manipulating MOUZ NXT, sending them right where they want them, as it were. Like, you hear that smoke coming out over towards B if you're MOUZ, and you're kind of laughing at yourself, right? You're thinking like, oh, we've read them like a book. Well, no, in reality, you're walking right into the trap. It's been laid, but will it get sprung? Here we go. Out they come into the site. First man falls. They're not ready for hyped, but they do clean it up eventually, just in the blink of an eye. The 3-man hole dissipates. And it's only Crimbo left with this MP9.
And this is why MOUZ are the best T-sided team in the entire league. I mean, obviously they're the best team in the league, but, you know, especially on these T-halves where lots of rosters have had problems, the two that have really been good in you know, most of the time is Young Ninjas and MOUZ, obviously the former of which isn't here. I'd say the next team on that list is Big. But MOUZ's T-side executes are so well dry run, so methodical. There's almost no way that can go wrong. They just trap Big in their positions. And that's a 9th round. Obviously, not a lot to work with there for Big anyway. They double save the same MP9. But otherwise, it's a damn good showing from MOUZ NXT right now. They know they want the 2-0, and this is the best way to do it. A methodical, slow burn on this T side, and we have one more round for free before things get interesting yet again.
Yeah, you know, you've still got this molly on Crimbo. It wouldn't surprise me if you saw something like a push down mid or a push down banana in this kind of round. It doesn't look like that's their game plan. I would have loved to have seen it. That molly opens up some opportunities to you, right? Like similar to MOUZ NXT's pistol, which hinged around throwing a molly on the T ramp and then pushing middle. Would have been cool to see them do that here, because instead they've gone very, very standard, like a 3-2 split, but you're not going to do anything, boys. I hate to break it to you. And the nades...
What? He lives!
Managed to get out, I guess. But, you know, yeah, you're saving the MP9 and nades again.
Into a gun round. That's a 3rd save in a row for Crimbo. He may as well, like, drop the MP9 and just go save armor nades. Have the MP9 go farm money. I don't know. What else he's supposed to do here? Saving USPs. Oh, scary.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I don't want to keep bringing it up because obviously everyone has their own style, but I would have loved a mid push, man. Because it's like, at least in that situation, your group does 5, you have a chance to do damage, you have a chance to do something. But playing split up with just USPs, never fun. Never fun.
Oh, Crimbo, don't stand up now. Don't do it, man. Don't do it. You've come this far. What? Oh, why?
And then fights.
And then fights, yeah.
I mean, it's not the end of the world. It was the MP9, nades and armor, but that's all good.
None of this really matters in the grand scheme, but that's a triple save denied right at the end. and MOUZ 10-9. But this is it for Big. Like, they've got to get a rip-roaring start on their first gun round.
It's Pimp's boat, just chained up right now in his absence.
No one's touching it. It's reserved.
Don't worry, Pimp. We got you, bud. We'll keep your boat in good order.
Hyped CT AWP. That makes me hyped.
Yeah, they went for the early triple B lean, just lobbing some util down banana. Right, Sin providing some of that, and now going back to join his boys inside of the A site. Hyped looking like he wants to take a mid-peak. Timing's everything, because they're over in Boiler as well, and the trade should come through right away. JDC and MHL open up, but there's Process locking them out of A. This is my site, he says. Puts up 3 in the face of MOUZ NXT, and it's left it all on Xertion. Not an impossible round, right? 1 versus 3. These things can happen, but it's the lack of utility that's a bit of a concern, right? They have at least left the B site. Not that he knows that, right? But right now he's got a path in towards B, open, available. There is a player now watching it from CT, so that window of opportunity is kind of sailed on by for a chance at the free cross. But hell, I wouldn't put it past Xertion to win this CT fight. His biggest worry is that he doesn't know sites clear. So he's going to spend a lot of time clearing all these angles before dealing with CT. And he's in 2 minds about this one. Spots the jiggle. Now he knows sites clear. And he just runs it straight away. Very decisive moves in this 1 versus 3 clutch attempt. Dodges the nade, another tap, and also turns from the flashbang. He's not falling for any of these nades, any of this trickery, but as time whittles off, peaks will come through to try deny this plant. Once again, he taps, but this time they don't commit. They fell for it. They let him get the bomb down. Oh, Aqua gets it back under control.
Yeah, I like that double swing. As soon as they realize it was stuck, yeah, he's going to have his gun out, but if we both swing him together, he should be dead. He's not got the reload off. He's not got unlimited ammo. So let's just trade this kill. Worst case, 1v1, we win it. Very scary round, though, to let Xertion into be like that. Those are the ones that he wins, usually. 10-10, and a massive round out of Big. Specifically Process, shutting down the 3-piece in middle. If MOUZ get 1 more kill there, that's a done deal, and that's them likely running away with this T side. Now Big actually get to compete. They win their first gun round. They keep MOUZ honest. Just a ballsy call for MOUZ out of the gate, though. Gotta say, triple mid push through the smoke with a flash. Very wild scenes. Let's see if Big can keep it up. They did pretty damn well at doing that in the first half, didn't they? Hyped with the AWP in apps for a change. Keeping it fresh and funky. MHL with his on the T side as well. MOUZ flashed the banana smoke to take this position back. Lots of util getting used. Crimbo, he's picking up nades on the rotate to try and dump him in. Got to be careful. He's heard this AWP fire off here already. Holding for the jump or the boost. MHL now has the angle, and Xertion tries to clear on top of the sandbags. Backwards ready. Molly to get rid of him, but Crimbo can come in for assistance. The flash is one thing, but he won't swing into the AWP. And with the smoke down, the escape is there for Aqua. It's a lot of util to get him out, but it's worth it in the 5-on-4, especially if it sends MOUZ back into the stack.
Yeah, smoke over at Moto. Hyped. Does he decide to go through? If he does, he's in the right place. And yeah, now Hyped is in the site with this AWP. They're getting close. They're in his face, and he's going to win that opening fight. Still alive. Still a threat. Hype's AWP. Not missing a beat. Finally dealt with by JDC. And they know about this pit player. They know about the pit man, but they've still got to deal with him. They don't really have time for this pit stop is the problem. MHL in the site looking to get this bomb planted. JDC letting the pit player survive for now. And the thing is, as these smokes have faded, it gets riskier and riskier to deal with pits. So instead, he posts in the graveyard, knocks out Crimbo. There's the spam from Pit. JDC on for the clutch. This would be number 4. And just the pit player left the beat. He's going to do it. Final bullet connects, and the round is won. 11-10, and JDC comes in clutch.
That was so sick, man. JDC wanted to hunt that pit kill from the start by going over Graveyard, but the motor smoke faded. And even though Big had no one there, MOUZ had no info on that. Process manages to spam out MHL by seeing his barrel alone. And still, JDC, every right crosshair placement at the perfect time, right? Like pre-aims App's flank, stops short, sees the shadow here.
Oh, bro, yeah, that looked like I was watching one of his streams when he's clutching. You know, it just looks so comfortable.
It's like a wall hacker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like perfect. What a god, what a beast. And he wins that round all on his lonesome. Little B pop, all the pistols here, everyone in position, but that doesn't matter. You'd think double for Xertion, the nade will find a third. And at that point, you realize there's more in this B site. I don't want anything to do with it. Gun picked up. And the orb. Ooh, careful. Don't lose this. And Mitchell is alone here. The bomb still has to cross middle, and there's trying to attempt a banana control hit for Big. Good shot. Pistol out to try and close. And MHL, it's not pretty, but he gets the job done. MOUZ already wrapping CT anyway to deny the save. 12-10. And man, Big have another buy at least, but MOUZ are showing their true colors here on the T side.
No up for hyped, man, and you know that could hurt you. I mean, we already got a little taste of what he can do with it in these little A holds. Well, he can force Xertion into a banana peak, but you don't get it. You're not. He's not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with him, as the old saying goes.
I mean, that was the pit hold summarized. This is awkward now because Big are leaning heavy A, and Aqua, he can have all the util in the world to re-smoke B. MOUZ are just going to wait it out. One Molotov left to try and stall this, and hey, MOUZ are going to go through this smoke. They've got one flash. It's such a cocky play, but these are the ones MOUZ always love getting away with, and Aqua can do nothing. It's a triple pit save for Big, and a 13th round for MOUZ NXT.
MOUZ, I'm pretty sure they threw that pit smoke from, like, bottom mid.
Yeah, that was really... Yeah, they did. They did. I didn't see the lineup, actually. You're
no,
right.
Me either. But that's what just kept Big Omen Academy here.
Where was that from? That was crazy. That must have been from bottom banana or something. Because you can't throw stuff from banana to long, for example. So, yeah, it must have been bottom mid. Crazy lineup.
Yeah, what? Like the little tunnel, I guess? Like, probably the lineup from around there.
That makes sense, yeah.
But, dude, that's still, like...
Crazy.
A gnarly little snake, because you could tell, like, Big Omen Academy were looking at it like, what's this? What's happening here? This must be an A play.
Damn.
Because like you say, like, oftentimes, if there is a pit smoke, you know, there are some you can throw from, like, alt mid that land on, like, the cart, for example. Yeah. You can smoke that angle from there as well. And so that definitely sells this idea that it's going to be the A commit. They've just lobbed a smoke that you believe they threw from alt.
Oh, I think that was just, it was just, I looked at the map when we just saw that replay, and there was a player bottom mid. So yeah, that was it. That was it. We caught it. Good catch there. But damn, yeah, MOUZ have got some nifty little strats. And that's why the contact B is so nice as well, because it's not like Big even get a warning that that hit is coming. They're smoked on B. And that's like 2 rounds. We've seen MOUZ just pop through a smoke with a flashbang. They did lose the first one on mid when Process triple killed, but that was off the back of MOUZ double entering mid and killing the AWPer with that, you know, pop mid. And yeah, they just did it again on B. No warning for Aqua. He's not ready for 3 guys to run through a smoke, so really nice call for MOUZ. They just catch you off guard there. 13-10, 4 on A early. Big still convinced that's where this hit is coming. And Crimbo at least has all the utility to continue nailing down this B bomb site. Putting the boards up on the windows. But MOUZ are going to tear them off eventually. Still defaulting for now, taking a lot of B presence and forcing the fear out of Crimbo.
If Xertion can win this opening fight, that sets up MOUZ NXT so nicely. suddenly this like quad A hold falls apart. They are contact right now. Apart from that molly, they could wrap. And with no motor smoke down and the fact that you haven't had contact, if you don't see a player here, I think they commit to the wrap round. Ooh, no, they are still solidified that this is going to be the A play. Xerxion's even left Banana, so they're walking in to this full stack, all with the exception of Crimbo, obviously.
Oh,
the 4 here should be good enough to hold the line. Should be. That's what you're telling yourself. There's a lot more bodies to deal with, a lot more where that came from. And as you're making contact, you should discount some of these positions. But Shane on a tear, and MHL, no scope on Aqua, trying to cross through the smokes.
Again, that's all Shane, the apps man. He was doing it all CT side, but he just dropped pit and double entried, right? There were some tucked in plays for Big there. They didn't want to completely show off that 4-man setup. There was I think it was Process hiding in the back of pit, but some really good long flashes. After JDC gets spotted by that apps player and they hear him drop, that's when Shane knows he has the room to get out balcony and cause a lot of problems there. JDC full whites, not just the graveyard man, but also the pit player. And Shane just drops in and destroys. Sick round out of him. 14 up for MOUZ. Like, they are just worlds apart from Big right now on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, bro, like that's mental. That round showcases it better than maybe anyone so far. Like, you couldn't have asked for a better chance to win the round if you're Big Omen Academy. Like, they never get the info at B. They never even really push or prod it. Xerxion, if anything, is way more reserved than normal over towards Banana. And they just full commit into a 4-man stack with, you know, little knowledge, little util to force players out of position, and yet still they emerge victorious. I don't really know what to say. Like, that round in and of itself has convinced me that MOUZ are now destined to just win this map and win it fairly convincingly. I'd love for Big Omen Academy to make me eat my words. I really would. I want nothing more. I want this to be an exciting 3-mapper, but I'm so nervous now with Inferno hanging in the balance and Ancient coming up next. For me, you know, I said like that should be a MOUZ lock-in, that Ancient. And so I think if Big were going to win this, it would be over 3 maps. We might never get to see that.
This is pretty brutal on the T side, no doubt about it. Big are even broke up against 14, so it's the lock-in, the guarantee for MOUZ likely here in this round. And there's only Deagles with this saved M4 to stop it. Good bit of util for Big. They do have that loss bonus. That's all they can rely on right now, but that's not what you want. More nades up B early. Keeping Big honest, who have never had Banana control. That pales in comparison to MOUZ's C2 side, who on occasion would go for these full B control rounds where they managed to, you know, get the mollies in deep and force Big out of Banana. Let MHL scope up with the AWP or have Sui push all the way down to Logs rather. Little mid pop for MOUZ. Meanwhile, Xerxion selling the B fake, throwing in an execute on his own. Boost over the long smoke. He saw ahead for a moment there, but they can't hang around forever. Re-smoke at short is key, but it's also exactly what MOUZ want. Getting this util out of Big early. Still 2 smokes left up. So Big have options available, but they need to put them in the right places now. Meanwhile, the bomb's doubling back to B. Big, unsure as to where this is ending. I can't blame them. Seeing MOUZ on both sides of the map. Throw executes. Leading 4A again. And hey, it looks like it's going to be correct this time. In fact, Big even re-aggressing. Good timing for it. They might catch MOUZ with nades out.
Oh, yeah, that's the bomb. Out alone.
Oh, no.
Peeking short.
Oh, no.
Oh, that could have been the collapse, but instead MHL going to give them the pistol whip. And now
50-50 king, this guy.
Aqua and Crimbo left up against it. Xerxion holding mid. Oh, there he is.
Easy.
Ready to lock the round in, ready to lock in 15. Crimbo just getting toyed with. And yeah, Xerxion lets him get past, but it's the info that comes with it. It's the fact you know where he is. Shane's dead. This could still get weird. There's definitely a potential for it to get weird. But it's going to require a real feat of engineering from Crimbo, and that just doesn't happen. MHL swings him wide, the hero of that round there. I mean, we often say Orpin's a tricky thing here, but he's made it look easy on the T side.
Yeah, his CT was really good as well. Like, the amount of rounds, especially anti-ecos, but, you know, those can still get out of control. MOUZ lost the P250s on B before.
Mate,
like, him on CT was just peeking deep mid, constantly re-aggroing in the mid round on short, and like he was just super aggressive CT side, and now he's even popping off second as well.
Even that statement, they're like, oh yeah, versus versus anti-ecos have been great. Like, mate, that's like the one round you kind of don't want your AWP challenging a bunch in, and yet this
Got
guy
away with it.
this guy sees ecos and he's like, they're mine.
Yeah,
this is it.
The amount of times I see MHL chase kills with the P250, I'm like, bro, what are you doing?
And I'm always thinking, like, bro, you do know if you give them that gun, like
they win. Yeah. No, but it hasn't let them down. Honestly, that's the funny part. Like, MHL plays wild, but it works, right? Remember, this was the guy that Liquid were looking for if OC couldn't make the cut. So we see that. We see the reason why. A lot of potential in this player. But talking to players with potential, Xertion, exuding confidence. Oh, the turn. Oh, the turn. It doesn't matter. It might still be GG. The B site's locked out, and MOUZ have a 4-on-3.
2 to his name already, but Xertion always wants more. Pushed up. Oh. Well, so we're here to fill the void, to take his place deep in the ruins, and they've got to run the Molotovs in, dead, and separated from the rest of the team. There's no attempt at a trade. There's no chance for one. They've even been re-smoked at ruins. This is horrible. This is the end, and there's Hyped falling. MOUZ NXT, they steal away Big Omen Academy's map pick, 16-10. It might have been close at one point in time, but Big, they managed 2 CT rounds for crying out loud, and MOUZ walk away with a win under their belts.
Yeah, a winning half for Big, 8-7 T-side. We thought that would be enough, especially, like you said, with a pistol. They couldn't convert it. They won a pistol. They won their first gun round, and then they went silent. And I don't even think that was really down to Big. The amount of 4-man A stacks that Big had, that MOUZ would like wrap long and split them and just destroy them. And these weren't even like close rounds where Big were trading or whatever. MOUZ was so good at running into stacks, and some of the fakes as well, when they were, you know, like the pit smoke we saw from bottom mid and then the B contact pop. Like MOUZ just playing insulting CS on Inferno. So really good game out of them. These are the champions from previous 2 seasons, and we see why. They're looking for a 3rd title, and we'll see if we can get to those grand finals in one more map. Stick with us for the desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
Well, the questions have been answered, at least on map 1 here. Big were looking strong. We questioned what they'd be able to do against MOUZ, thinking this could be the strongest one yet. But MOUZ rectifying some of the mistakes, you know. This Inferno pick comes in. They still look pretty solid. But again, this is where we can definitely see the difference between these 2 teams compared to the rest of the pack.
2 rounds on CT side of your map pick is never a good look. I was in the camp that I thought Big was going to be taking this one. I thought the T side provided enough for them. In fact, I like Crimbo's T sides. I think they're good, but MOUZ on their attack was just, you couldn't even turn back. You couldn't even look back at what happened in the first half because it felt like the entire game completely shifted. MOUZ's individuals are so strong. They break down so many rounds so well. When there's even good counter utility from Big, MOUZ know how to play on top of it. It's insane how experienced they are in comparison. I probably had some rose-tinted glasses while looking at those Big demos, thinking like, they can surely do this against MOUZ, but then I'm brought back to reality as I see that MOUZ's player quality is just such on another level.
Yeah, I think this is the bounce back game that we were kind of hoping to see from MOUZ yesterday, but you know, better late than never, by all means. And it's just the ruthlessness of their A attacks, honestly, for me. Sure, like they do a good job of having contact plays towards B, etc. That makes it difficult for Big to understand how they actually need to set up their defenses because they don't actually get a lot of information to play off of. And that might have been one of the, I guess, the Achilles heel of the CT side for Big Omen Academy, honestly. The fact that they weren't eager enough to kind of fight for information. Like, this is one of the occasions where we actually see them playing forward up in mid to not allow MOUZ to actually have free mid control. That actually pays off for them. But for the better part, MOUZ did an exceptional job of just being extremely efficient with how they approach the A bomb site. And I think what Maui mentioned about the fact that they could play under duress, if you want to call it that, or you know, behind utility that's being thrown, even when there's a 4-man stack over towards A, the fact that they have the patience and calmness and knows who needs to make the next step next move is incredibly encouraging to see, really, from a team that didn't really impress us yesterday.
And I do want to touch on a man that has looked good. We touched on how MHL's coming in as a bit more of an experienced player, into this academy roster, but he did show up. We saw him good on Mirage, but some of the other games we were thinking we need a bit more out of him. Here on Inferno, even T-side Inferno, by the way, Orphan. Yeah. Good stuff from this guy, positive signs for sure. And I think this is what MOUZ needed, After yesterday, we had questions on, okay, was it MOUZ maybe not playing up to standard? But what they showed us here was the old MOUZ that we're used to.
Yes, MHL is a guy that doesn't necessarily impose himself as much as Torzy, but I think that in this game, he knew how to activate himself in mid-round sort of situations, knows when he needs to peak now, because, the MOUZ players, they're very skilled, but they still do need an op presence that's going to be a little bit more forward than what MHL provided in the beginning of the season. He's probably just a little bit too passive, and now he knows that if it's a 3v3, 4v4, sometimes he has to call upon or call his own number so that he can find some sort of way to make the round a little bit easier for his teammates.
Yeah, and you'd see that on the slow sieges, especially towards A. It's not the fact that he necessarily jumps into an angle, but he knows exactly where to kind of lock off potential rotations coming in from big as they're trying to, frantically set together a retake or actually just fight for the site as it's going down. So I think he did a really good job of just being in the right place at the right time, and that's oftentimes, the biggest part or the biggest job of an opper, really. Obviously, in addition to hitting that shot when you get the opportunity. But no, I think it's good to see. And yeah, he might not be as aggressive and as flashy as a Torzy, but I think he delivers something that is very good to have it just as a foundation for any sort of team. Like, it's a very reliable kind of opper to have. And that doesn't mean that he's not going to have impact by any means, but he's just going to be there for you when things get kind of dicey.
And the thing we've got to look at here, right, is we were critical because of who MOUZ were. This was a bounce-back game for sure. Okay, they've not won it yet. There's no guarantees they're going to win the whole series, right? We've still got another potential couple of maps to go. But I will say, just looking at them, I felt like there was more confidence. And this is probably a factor of being on boot camp, They've been able to discuss this yesterday, regain their thoughts and say, okay, look, this is how we need to go back to playing, so we need to work out. And obviously, more time with Tobiz. This was the first official yesterday with Tobiz.
Yeah, you could see that this sort of MOUZ lineup had more, I'd say, oomph from everyone contributing. Because yesterday, honestly, I wasn't really too impressed with JDC, and he's a guy that I really liked in Season 1 and Season 2. Group stage, he did well too, but yesterday's series wasn't one that was kind to him. But today, even though he only had, or in this last map, he only had 14 kills, but there were so much impact in some of those kills. The way he's able to lock down positions. He won a 2v4 with MHL also, and I think he got all 4 of the kills. So there's a lot of moments where we've seen it in the past. When his back is against the wall, he does such a good job at finding those mega impactful frags. And I think that Astralis game where he did kind of poorly was a little bit of an aberration. I don't think that we're going to be seeing that too much more from JDC, because it seems like they're locked and loaded and they're ready to take this whole tournament now.
Yeah, and just to kind of bring another player into the spotlight from MOUZ NXT as well, I think we got to give a ton of credit to Suhi, because he's consistently delivering. And again, we talked about in-game leaders. We've mentioned Crimbo on multiple occasions. The fact that it's so hard to do that job well and frag for yourself as well. And he's been he has been the most consistent performer for MOUZ NXT so far in this playoffs, and I think that's a great sign. And oftentimes he does get overlooked because he has fantastic teammates as well, right? Like, it's obvious that you're going to mention guys like Sershin and JDC and so on, and MHL for that matter. But he kind of falls under the radar a lot of the times, but he's an essential part of this kind of machinery that is MOUZ NXT.
Oh yes, and it continues to move forward. But now we move on to their map pick of Ancient. Now, I do always worry on Ancient because it's like we spoke about in the pre-match that, sometimes you can just get ahead of yourself on that map and think, like, this is a good pick, but things haven't been completely thought out. And how much can you really be prepared for it when also it's such a heavily CT-sided map?
Yeah, we really haven't seen too much of MOUZ with the MHL lineup really playing it. So that's a bit of a concern. But it seems to be a bit of a punish pick coming out from MOUZ. Like, there's just not there's even less for Big to work with here. And the thing that concerns me is that when I think of MOUZ NXT in previous seasons and when they were good at Ancient, it was Torzy was finding so much impact just kind of moving around the map with the op, and that's something where MHL. I mean, Ven said it, and it's kind of just true that MHL's kind of like he's a more safe pair of hands than Torzy was, but he's not going to really help thin the number or thin the herd of big, and that's something where if you're just kind of locking down angles on Ancient, you might need to be a little bit more proactive. Those kind of skirmishes that happen around the B side, especially, like it's basically you have to hit the shot or you sometimes just lose the round, especially playing around Pillar, for example.
Yeah, I think active operators are like, if you have a type of player that loves Ancient more than others, it would be active operators, because it's kind of like an FFA in a sense, where you kind of get to pick your spot, you get to fire off your shot, now you get to run around for a couple of seconds and pick an entirely new spot on the map and do the same thing and just rinse, repeat, and over again. And obviously, MHL doesn't really strike us as that kind of a player initially. Yeah, sure, he can probably lock down angles and do a good job of that. But if the tempo from the opponents doesn't really allow for that to be the case, if there are a lot of sets that executes coming in and so on, then he might just be kind of pushed back into a corner time and time again and have a really hard time of just getting into the match at all and have any sort of like good impact for his team outside of just being an expensive part that needs to get an off dropped for him or save an off more often than not. So that's going to be interesting to see how they deal with that. Obviously, there's still plenty of players on the side of MOUZ NXT that can be aggressive even if they don't have an off to kind of thin the herd, as you mentioned. But I don't know. Ancient to me still feels like so up in the air, regardless of what kind of pre-match stats you have.
I was going to ask you, by the way.
Yeah.
I know you didn't like Overpass. Ancient, yes, no? What's the betting routine on this?
I'll say, I like it in the sense that it's a new map. I don't like the design of the bomb sites. That's one of my biggest gripes with the entire thing. And it's kind of a thing where it's like, okay, yeah, it's pretty easy to take. Like, the A side can be pretty easy to take, but it's a nightmare to actually hold.
Yeah.
And it's obviously easier to retake in that sense. And it kind of goes that way for both sides. There's like some pretty severe, mishaps with the design of it. Like the B side is too claustrophobic and the A side has literally no cover outside of one big box that doesn't really provide too much cover anyway. So it just becomes really difficult to get a good groove of the map, I feel like. And I haven't been too much of a fan, especially because it doesn't seem like any teams have figured out like a golden recipe to how to actually approach the map in a really, really good way.
Yeah, I think looking at the odds here, though, from Parry matches, it's showing that MOUZ are still the favorites. I think that they're pretty similar to what we had on map number 1. Or
yeah, it was like 5-9 before, I think.
Yeah, so honestly, this is kind of expected. I was hoping for more from Big. I really hope that here on Ancient, it is a very heavily CT-sided map, and I really hope that Big is able to show this, make this a close game, even though they don't have a lot of experience on the map.
Yep.
This is a time where even teams that pick Ancient are still finding themselves only winning 3 or 4 rounds on the T side, even with a very well put together T side. Sometimes it just doesn't go your way. So I hope that Big have a little bit of depth on this map, if they can show that if the site holds aren't working, go for the retakes, because it's a very valid option. So hopefully they can make those adjustments in the mid game.
Now, obviously, MOUZ have picked into it, right? Big, obviously, very little room for them to work with and too much knowledge on it. But obviously, they've at least played it a few times. It's something they should be able to work with here. What are you looking for when you see them on this CT side? To just how many rounds are we looking to get? Because it's not a map where I go, oh, yeah, like a 9-6 or an 8-7, that's fine. Normally, it's looking like a 10-5 or even 11-4 you might be happy with.
I think you need to get to double figures.
Okay,
honestly, that's just how it is. And especially when you come in as the underdog with less practice with less match practice on the map as well, right? So you want to have that cushion going into your offensive side, so where you can figure out like, okay, I know our defaults aren't actually working. Like we're not getting any sort of valuable map control out of this, or we're getting shut down early. So you can kind of have the opportunity to go to plan B, C, D, and E before the match is over. So I think that's essential for them. And again, it's going to rely heavily on them actually being able to bolster up their economy early on. So they can't have necessarily these back and forth rounds where they might go up 4-0, but they've continuously just had one man surviving. So the first time MOUZ wins a round, it's just back to start, and they have to grind it back because that then it becomes like an actual nice map to play for Ts when the CTs are lacking either in weaponry or utility, because then you can take much more risky moves in the sense of just grabbing map control early and that kind of stuff. So it'll be interesting to see how they deal with that.
Mary, how much do you make of it being difficult for callers on this?
You're kind of in the dark a little bit because the CT. I think the thing is that the cave position, some teams they really double up there aggressively. Sometimes they're playing back. There's also just a lot of like 50-50 ways you have to clear it. And if you're on T side and you just don't have the utility or the trading procedures, sometimes you're even going to just get spammed through the walls itself of cave. It's such a difficult area to approach. I mean, people have kind of made a formula, but it's by no means perfect for taking it. And it is essential to have it when you are going towards B. It's a tough map to call. I'll say that. You have to kind of walk around a lot. The mid fight is not favorable. The lane fight is not really that favorable either. It's hard to rush on the map. It basically forces everybody to play slowly on it. And at that point, you kind of have to sometimes walk into angles or maybe hope for a perfect flash. And then that's the only way you're going to find an in. So I think that right now, Shuei's got his work cut out for him. And I'm really impressed. I'll be really impressed if they can put something together like 6 rounds. Even 6 rounds, I'd say, good job, MOUZ NXT. You're probably going to take the map at that point.
Ooh, so your prediction might not be looking too hot.
It's not looking too hot, James. I thought they were going to win. I thought Big was going to win Inferno, honestly. So now I might just have to flip-flop. I hate having to flip-flop, but that was a win condition for me for Big. It had to start on Inferno.
Well, they certainly didn't get that. Now we've got Ancient coming up. But I will say, right, from when we've looked at this, MOUZ looking better today. But does this mean that we're going to be thinking Big, Astralis can be quite evenly matched, you know, more so than we expected?
I mean, right now, I feel like we've gotten to the point where we kind of have to take Astralis for what they're delivering right now, not necessarily hold it against them that they have been one of the weaker teams in Season 1, Season 2, or necessarily, you know, the regular season of Season 3, right?
Even this one, yeah.
Yeah, so we kind of just have to take them for what they are right now, and right now they are a team that's performing at the best they've ever been. So, and that means that there's not going to be that much leeway for Big. It's not going to be an easy task by any means, and also, you know, you have to take into account the map pools. We saw Astralis pull out Overpass. Then again, hard to say how much value that has because, I mean, Big did the same versus Spirit, and they both had tremendous success with it. So that might just be Spirit not necessarily showing up, but they're adding new things that we haven't necessarily seen earlier. So it should make for an enticing matchup.
Oh, there's so much excitement to be had here, so much to be answered. But let's get ourselves into Ancient. And, well, these two commentators are pretty much experts on Ancient, so they're going to be very happy for it.
Yeah, it's got nothing on Vertigo, though. I mean, that's the real map that we're all sitting here waiting for. Map 3, which we might not get to right now with how MOUZ are looking in the server. A phenomenal T-side back on Inferno, locking Big out completely. But Ancient, where legends are made, Harry. Probably.
Yeah, probably, right? Yeah. I mean, no, dude. Ancient's a banger map, and you know, James brings that up as well, because obviously, you know, if you watch James's stream, you'll know that we got him on it for his inaugural game, and I don't think he was the biggest Ancient fan.
More of a Dust 2 player.
Yeah, more of a Dust guy.
He popped off.
But that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. You know, I'll take a 30-kill Dust player because I'll put up 10. So let's get into the kind of meat and potatoes of this one, right? I think really I'm getting super worried for Big Omen Academy. At least, you know, running through this upper bracket into the grand final. I hate to say it before we even get in, but in my mind, it feels like it's somewhat off limits. Ancient is a good map for MOUZ NXT, and it's one that Big Omen Academy have really only had tumultuous times on. Now, don't get me wrong, you could have gone and done a lot of research here, right? You might come into it very, very prepped and have a lot of ideas, but I do think you're just going to be missing the kind of like real experience that MOUZ NXT have on this map in officials, right? You know, on top of that, I think the fact that Hyped was kind of getting bested by MHL across the board, I think, you know, MHL definitely was the focal point when we look at AWPers in that game. Ancient can be a very good map for the AWP. So even that part of it kind of gets me concerned, right? Looking at like how the individuals match up. How are you feeling about it, Hugo?
Yeah, the only 2 log games were bigger against a UK team, and they lost both. So you know, it's certainly not looking good there. Even though Into the Breach do play Ancient, they are a good Ancient.
Yeah, they are an
Ancient. As far as UK teams go, but you know, even so, this is not spelling a great series for Big right now. At the end of the day, oh, this is the map with nice. I like Train. Train's a get rip Train. Wait. What? Calm down, Harry. It's fine. Bring Train back, though. Come on.
Why they got to do my boy like that?
Yeah, dude. Train's great. Either way. Yeah, I think this is less about Big now and more about MOUZ. And with MOUZ, who maybe looked a little shaky in day one of the playoffs, right? Didn't look their hottest. I think it's reassuring to see him coming in, storming out of the gate, bashing Big in that second half. And if they can do the same here on Ancient, that's only reassuring me for my call of MOUZ winning this whole damn thing. And I think right now that is the vibe. Maybe the only challenge being Astralis Talent, who at least took them to 3 maps. Can Big do the same? We're about to find out.
Yeah, out into middle for MOUZ NXT. Sneaky as they go, but into a double donut setup if they want to go this way.
That's a purposeful gap.
Flashing in. 2 here, and success found on either side of the coin. Bomb now dropped in donut. It's a nice pistol here for Big Omen Academy. And they're going to run away with it with flying colors.
Right.
Sin has one hell of a round.
Yeah, it looked like a purposeful gap, mainly because they checked it perfectly, and the strat was to go through the smoke. So I think you're hoping that Big hold the gap and you can get a pick there, but it didn't seem to work out. If it's not a purposeful gap, the MOUZ still seem pretty aware, but yeah, flashing through the donut smoke, not going to work wonders. Big lock them out, and Sin, as said, starting strong. Very CT-sided map, though, so if MOUZ can get, a few 5, 6 rounds in this first half, I think they're going to be absolutely fine, unless Big have been secretly prepping Ancient in secret. Faster round towards B. Parry match odds favouring MOUZ, as they should right now pretty heavily, 1.5 to 2.5, and it's quick through cave into the MP9. Process has support from Aqua as well. So clearing him means Aqua will swing, although he's late to it. That's a bit awkward. Sui with a double D entry, and now there's only 1 man left.
Yeah, hyped in a bit of a rough spot. Good for one, but traded after. Nade's going to be nice. Unfortunately, it's the full health player on the bomb, and it actually falls just a tiny bit short while this has happened. MHL almost hits that timing. Not destined, not meant to be. Just Shane and a Deagle. An MP9 and some dreams. What's he gonna do? Shane, here's the footstep, swings out, gives up his position. Now that they know he's in a bit of a rough spot, there's no denying it. Backed into a corner, and they're gonna find him. 2-0 for Big Omen Academy, as they do land the conversion.
That close cave corner is a real problem trying to get through or do anything with it. It's very easy to clear from the bomb site too. It's not too deep, you don't have cover. So 2-0, and just a couple of grand a player here. MOUZ could decide to force back up if they wanted, right? They get 3 kills in a plant, and yeah, very MOUZ kind of buy here, and I like it. They often win these kind of rounds. Let's jump into the MOUZ team speak and see what they're planning with this force.
And then we just go full contact together. Yeah. And they won't expect a rival, then we just destroy them.
I'm not showing anything. I don't want to show them anything, come on. I will just wait. Yeah, maybe we can get 3 kills, right? I'll pick Rinse on timing.
Double molly mid again. Watch out,
yeah, double molly. Watch out, plat. Watch out, plat.
They might banana instantly and HEs. 1 Rinse.
Let's swing the Rinse guy.
Don't boost, don't boost. Watch out close left at the corner.
Go platform B, guys.
MP9.
Let's search.
I'm holding long, come on. Long? Spam the wall.
Guys, watch out, plat. Watch out, plat.
2v1 wins. 2v1 wins.
Yes, we're middle now.
We're gonna take wins now with.
I'm picking.
Come on.
Good.
We'll
destroy them.
I am clear.
I will smoke window now.
I'm gonna.
Oh, you want to contact it?
Just contact it.
Alright.
That's clear.
Let's take deep during. Wait, not flash it.
Waiting for retake. Wait. Yeah, close up.
I dance the window.
Listen, there's 3B right now.
Can we just work donuts together and just duel them on A? Johnny and Milo, you need to both use your smokes.
Can I pick down smokes, John?
What do you say?
Okay, now.
Yeah.
Go for donut, please. Go for donut. Hubert, go with him. I will smoke M temple as soon as you have contact, and I'm gonna rush window. Fresh banana.
I have right side too.
Off and go, team donut.
Donut dead.
Nice, go. Let's go.
Come on, city.
Sound, please. City.
Maybe let's sit. Okay, sit now. Sirin is dead.
City. I'll take it, temple.
I'm going to the Dory.
Good.
Stay close window.
I'm chilling big box. I can't go side.
Louder Dory.
Got a peek.
We're smoking city too.
Saving
Very
goal.
well done.
They're saving goal, probably. Let them save. Fuck it.
Yes,
Save our money.
Yeah, play our money,
Save your
play
money
our
as well.
bank. Very good, guys. I love
Nice
the
call,
control. I
man.
love the calmness and the comms. If
Oh,
we play
there's
like
a
this,
kicker.
it's a 2-0.
Why don't say this?
There's Zeke on the ground. Take it, Dory!
What an info! Nice, good job, Kamen.
Nice,
Nice, nice trading on donuts. That was not easy.
Let's go! Come on.
Yeah, that's the MOUZ we want to hear. Playing up to the music, playing up to the cameras, and confident that they're looking for the 2-0 right now. That was a nice check for MHL. He did get swung by the donut player, but very ready for a second player. Easy to discount positions like that after you get a pick. Not going to be the case for MOUZ. So they run on with one, and Big with a little save, playing their own money.
Yeah, or at least that's what they say. Play the money, play the bank.
Big bang.
Another mid-take for MOUZ NXT.
It has been free all game. I wonder if, I mean, it's early days. We're going to see how this affects the rounds, but it's something that Big might have to keep in mind. If they, you know, you're not going to take mid every round on CT, but you definitely, when you have the utility, want to be getting double nades and getting a molly. It's a very important part of the map. But Big don't really have the weaponry, so they're playing tight in with SMGs on cave, waiting for commit. They're going to get it.
Oh, that's awkward. They just heard the flash hit, so they know that the intention is to take away red control and try to move into CT. Crimbo still here alone and isn't able to find anything with the MP9 up close. Now they're wrapping A, where only one man stands. Sin, this is not going to be easy, my friend. And on the peak, he's dead to JDC. That really should be another save here out of Big Omen Academy. They're getting dealt a rough set of cards in a lot of these rounds. And, you know, in terms of playing the hand, you're dealt a save call, really the only call you're left with here. MOUZ NXT onto a second, so they've hit the ground running to open up their map pick of Ancient. You know, already, this is building into a good CT side. Like, you know, you're kind of destined, it feels like, to go up 3-2. You know, no money, save coming in. Only these guns present for Big Omen Academy in the next round. Yeah, this map's showing to be a rough old time for T-sides.
When you got MOUZ in the kitchen, dinner is served for Big. Another triple save. It's not pretty, but it's better than the alternative. Sin has started strong on this map. That's reassuring. It's an alright map for double AWPing as well. You can definitely get away with it on the CT side, right? Having one towards B, and then, you know, either a top mid AWP, which will often get smoked off, so more likely either a Donut or Temple player on A, which, you know, very difficult to completely cordon out that position unless you molly into Temple. B AWPing as well can be difficult because while it's good early round, you're going to get exec more often than not. They wanted to take mid there, Big, but they blocked each other in the smoke, and so they won't be able to. So the game plan's already a bit ruffled and Big are out of position. They're going to have to reroute. UMP up close, watching lane, and oh, it's going to churn up too. It's the SMGs to do it. Bomb drop, Process stuck. Good grenade, but he can't follow up. Still, lovely damage done. Maybe poised his team for some success. JDC has to win this fight, and he's not ready for hyped. Close on the corner. There's a gun given now to this USP player if he climbs up middle. And Crimbo's now flanking this B play. One man at A, bomb going B. It's a very awkward round, and if Xerxen turns back, he might die. Oh,
man. Xerxen, if you're going to go, you need to go, but they are here now, and he's going towards them. Oh, gets the spot. Okay, that guy going into cave, hype making it to cave actually is good. I think that really did just save Xerxen's life. If he got that kill and then crossed, anticipating that cave was clear, there would have been the second man. There would have been Crimbo waiting to deal with him and drop the bomb. That would have and should have been the round. Now they're recommitting back towards B. Oh, this is going to be weird, right?
Like, very scary.
They're ready for the possibility of a wrap. It's been quiet for so long that Shane isn't a big surprise, really. And now just Xerxen knows the whereabouts of one of these players, but no idea where Sin's gotten to. This is not an easy round. It shouldn't be winnable. Like, being real, with the lack of position, with the lack of knowledge you've got, you should just be dead. And there it is, Xerxen falling at the hands of Sin, never aware about him.
I still like that idea for MOUZ, right? Like, because it would have been easy to send Xerxen back into A, which has already been cleared by the flank, but they decide, you know what, instead, we're just going to use the flank to backstab B. However, not ready for two men coming in off of the CT spawn that quickly. A chance for Xerxen, but not a lot of room with Sin being in cave the entire time. So massive trade on CT for hyped, and then Sin to close. Big managed to get it done again with low economy. They had pistols, man. That was a save with just 2 guns with some SMGs. None of that holding big back. Still full buy here for MOUZ. AWP as well on both sides. Finally a mid take. Hyped has won his B fight, taking down the opposing AWPer. Flashed off as it gets picked back up, and now Sui's on the angle, but just trading of angles as Sui is also flashed. Ooh. Change now. Hey, grimy angle for Sin. He's got the squeakiest little peek. JDC traded, but it's Sui to pick up a frag on B, and he's taking a lot of space right now. Not for long. Hyped rotating back, rather, stops him in his tracks, and Xerxen has no bomb, even though he's behind enemy lines.
Yeah, it's another one of these situations where the flank might feel nice, but so much time is going to pass that they're going to start to consider these gaps. And so now the AWP's on the angle, and there's Hype to close it, right? 3 kills in the round from that AWP. Crimbo holds down the A-bomb site as well, dealing with that attempt at the fake from MOUZ NXT.
That's like the most important part about comming on this map on CT side is it's calling when you don't have mid, or when red is open, when donut walks are open. You know, because you're firstly, especially in 3-on-3s and stuff, you don't want to dead E mid all the time. Maybe you'll play CT and stop a wrap, but you know, Big aren't always going to have mid control. And also, even when you do play for mid, you're going to get smoked out so much of this top red position. That's why we see here the double molly. This is a proper mid take here for Big. They're trying to stop the control from ever getting taken. And look at the options it gives you. You can climb up lane. You can now give it up if you want, or just play close and stop the late mid take. It just buys a lot of time early, as anything MOUZ do is super one-dimensional if they don't have mid control. Easy stuff for Crimbo right now. But yeah, it's good to see the Big are, you know, even in that previous round, that 3-on-1, like you said, stay aware of the fact that the mid was open for a good 20 seconds, and so they could always be a flank timing.
Well, this round, I was going to say, should be over. Like,
it should be,
even though that kill comes in, you're not worried yet if you're Big Omen Academy or the Boa. You're the one constricting MOUZ's movements right now. Boas, man, they eat mice. They eat mice for breakfast. Yeah, they tried to do some damage there at the end. Would have loved one more kill just to actually make it an expensive round for Big. With 3 alive, you know, they still kind of net have a return on that round. And now we've got that reinvestment coming in. It's going to lack the AWP for MOUZ NXT. Rifles all across the board. Enough about MOUZ. Let's listen to Big Omen Academy.
Doch.
Doch, macht.
Ja, okay. Werf dein Molo-Matze und dann kommst du einfach.
Ja, mach ich. Der wird nicht
einfach mal Nico Block und kommt dann der letzte.
Siehst du Mitte was? Einer Wundersmoke, kein Magic-Mono. Nicht gelöscht, glaube ich. Ilias, spiel mal hier. Geh mal Olof, okay? Geh Olof, vertrau mir.
Ja.
Malo tief nach.
Mitte jetzt, you take. Ja. Jungs, bitte.
Mitte rum,
Mitte 2 rum.
Was passiert hier, Alter?
Halt mal rechts, Nico. Ja, hab ich.
Okay.
Wir halten gerade Cave gut.
B-Blitz, B-Mollit.
Noch einer links. Noch einer links.
Und einer rechts.
Mats ist close, Leo.
Rein. Ja. Jetzt.
Abo
vielleicht.
Safe wäre auch gut, Bruder.
Ja. Wollte ich das warme Licht an?
Keine Ahnung. Aber ich hab mich
übel erschrocken, als es eben weg war. Dann hab ich nach links geguckt und dann
mach
mal das gelbe Licht an. Das warme.
Einfach nochmal an aus.
Nee, das nicht, Bruder. Oder? Das war die ganze Zeit an. Nee, Bruder, also das sieht übel cringe aus. Mach mal, Digga, mach mal das von eben an einfach.
Gar kein Licht.
Was hell?
I have been enjoying these double crossfire cave setups, but it seems like MOUZ are enjoying them too. They've finally figured it out. And even that re-aggression from HypeTorp is cleaned up by Xertion. MOUZ very aware of what the setups are on this B site for Big right now, and it seems to be the focal point. As it often is, B is free, as the old saying goes, but it really is the better option of two in this map.
Yeah, winning this round right now carries with it a lot of implications for MOUZ. You know, like if they pick this up, they should be looking at a 5-5, you know, equalizer to go on the board. It will be an eco. And I know last time I promised you all that, yeah, Big won it, but they did have SMGs in play. They still had something to fight with. They won't have any of those little luxuries in this next eco if this round doesn't go their way. So, you know, and at the point that you're reaching 5 rounds, just 10 into the game, you know, your T side's already actually looking really good if you know, other ancient stats are anything to go by. Which, you know, they definitely are. Process holding over here in Cave does have support from Aqua. It's a bit of a bait and switch. However, it's not gone brilliantly. Aqua even naded down that much lower just to soften up this B site, put the fear in Big Omen Academy. They're pulling Sin away from A, trying to get him on middle. A missed shot out of MHL. That could be a way back in. Hype finds him with the AWP, working that little gap in the smoke. And now rotations have been called for.
Yeah, again, it feels like this bomb is always getting left really far out for MOUZ, and it's causing problems. The amount of times, obviously, they've often have flanks and stuff on their own and been left alone players without the bomb. But even now, MOUZ would have, you know, liked to commit. Even if MHL got that kill, they couldn't have, because that bomb was all the way back in spawn. So, big pick from JDC. The AWPer is out of the server. Aqua here up close. The molly forces JDC out, and he still wins that fight. Despicable, criminal even for JDC, who goes on for a third and wins the round for MOUZ NXT. Nothing Crimbo can do about it. Got to save it on A. That's a disgusting round for JDC. From bopping the AWP to that clear on Aqua. Never should have had that kill, and they can save MHL's AWP if he wants it. And, you know, with a couple of missed shots, with him losing his head-to-head to Hype so far, I don't blame him if he just sits back on the rifle for now.
I mean, mate, the other day we had a conversation about, like, tilt and what it actually means in, like, pro play, and how, like, a lot of the time it just means you're, like, a little bit quiet or a little more unsure. Those were kind of the vibes I got from JDC and, like, the team comms whenever we listened to them yesterday versus Astralis Talent, right? Today, just from the few rounds we've got to listen to, he sounds incredibly decisive, he sounds incredibly switched on, and it feels like that's reflecting in game as well. I think he's here to pick up a 2-0 in his mind, right? Feels like there's almost no doubt about it if you were to ask JDC. 4-5, and we promised you that if they won that round, it would likely be a 5-5 scoreline. That one hero M4 in play on Crimbo gonna have to make all the difference for Big Omen Academy. You know, I don't want to write it off. Me and you got to Cars Fun Spark Ulti not too long ago, and there we saw Floppy manage a round with a hero M4, picking it up all alone in a 1v4 clutch. So, you know, it's been done before. Anything is possible, but it's just highly unlikely.
Let's see, this is the start and really the end of the round on this fight for Crimbo. He just dodges Shane, but he's hit a lovely timing with Shane having walked back after that nade. Crimbo knows he's got a good window to backstab this mid play. If he goes mid, he's checking spawn first, and that might have done him favors. Unbelievably fortunate for Crimbo.
Dude, and it's great that he just escapes. I think so many players might have made the decision to hang around there, see what else they can get away with, but Crimbo's like, no, I'm out, because I know they're going to come back to try and deal with me. Like, having someone in the backline, especially the one hero M4, is a big problem. And, you know, you have no information. Like, for all you know, there could have been 4 guys with that M4. You just don't know the numbers. So they're going to group for this A hit. You know, they went back to try and flush out Crimbo's A1S.
Oh, no.
But he looks like he's ready to leave. He's going to start to watch CT.
Yeah, he's scared of mid timings because his team has just stacked B and they've seen nothing. And as much as he hit the timing, they just followed him knowing he ran back. Sui will fall though. Crimbo, oh, this is beautiful. Again, not just getting the kill, but getting out alive. And now, yeah, it's only pistols, Harry, but these pistols can just run in like madmen, and Crimbo can try and trade them, try and bait them for the round. He's got a kit right now. MOUZ have to be very careful in how they play these crossfires. Cannot afford to overface. Crimbo has one flash. He's going to get them in through CT. MHL needs to hit his first shot to thin the herd. There's not many chances here. They run, they jump, they gun through. A missed shot. There's many more where that came from. JDC clears a double. MHL hits one. They are tapping the bomb. They are sticking it with no kit and a very wide stick indeed. There's nothing MHL can do, and it's an eco win. 3 kills from Hype, but all the work in the world for Crimbo as well. He's the one who even puts them in that position in the first place. If he dies at any point, whether it be on the flank, whether it be going for 2 kills on A instead of 1, that round is not the same. And I love how Big completely manipulate their hitbox to stick that bomb safe from the donut. Not a good plant for that position with the widened plant positions on A. Damn. You said it happened before, Harry.
It just happened again, yeah. Oh, run boost to get hyped up and over, but MHL ready for it. We'll get traded after 1. Good work for Crimbo, but he's got to get out of mid. Mid is becoming a very hostile environment very, very quickly with Sui stealing lane control away. Going to force you to fall back into more passive lines in at the A side of the map. But that walk-up ramp from Xerxan has kind of stifled any hope of going for a B play. Sui can't commit. He's at 13 points of health. That would just be throwing away the 3-on-3. And so he's going to have to fall back. Really good, like, trading of position all across the map, right? You trade the kills out in mid, and while that happens, you've dealt with their attempt at stealing B ramp aggression. You know that you've kind of caused this round to halt at an alarming rate for MOUZ NXT. They've had to pump the brakes. They've got to try and reinvent this one. Whatever the original game plan was is now out the window, and Big 3 strong in the A site. Sui still waiting outside of B.
Is he going to run an exec before they commit? That might even force him out of position, but I don't know, 30 seconds. He needs to do it now. Yeah, there's the smoke over on long side. We'll see if any reaction comes from it. No, JDC's been spotted. Bomb has been seen now coming up to A. Sui is now left alone in the wrong place. That stick is beautiful with the AWP covering. He's seen a barrel, and he's going to try and take the kill. A couple of missed shots right now from this AWP, but it doesn't matter when Shane picks it up like that. JDC does hit one. And now ready to close, it's Crimbo in a 1v3. Smoke, but no chance with the late lurk out from main on Sui. And 5 rounds for MOUZ. These are not clean, but they are rounds at the end of the day. And this T side, it's already showing how hard it can be to get on the board. The work that they need to do.
All right, now, I've said this a couple of times, but the money's gone for Big Open Academy.
So it should be a free round for MOUZ.
This should be a free round, right? Exactly.
What could go wrong in a moment like this?
I'm not saying I'm putting little curses on. That's for you to believe. Who am I to question what you think?
Oh, that's a big watch for Aqua. Using a fork to eat blueberries.
Dude, that's...
Respect. You got to keep those hands clean, you know? Unless you have a Xantaro's hand towel lying around, what else are you going to do? Sticky fingers? Or even worse, slippery fingers.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Although I will say, right, because the chopped banana in the bowl, you know, I like the chopped banana. That's cool. But also, like, bananas are like one of the fruits that come in their own, like, you know, it's...
I'm not even going to correct you.
Their own packaging, we'll say. Their own packaging to stop you from getting sticky fingers.
Yeah, but he's not eating a whole banana. He's eating little pieces of banana to sustain over the course of a BO3 series.
Yeah. No, that's
it's all about the
point.
Longevity, Harry.
I like this idea that, like, there's just a banana budget at Big and they're just stretching it thin. Like,
you guys eat too much fruit.
Yeah.
Like,
you'll get 1 pallet of blueberries and 2 bananas. Figure out how to dice that up.
Only 3 strawberries today.
Smoke walk out mid. I do love it. Nice attempt to just do damage in a round like this. But finally, you know, they've done good on the promise that this is 6-6. This is the tie game after they finally get past one of these full eco rounds.
I like how they walked the smoke literally, like shift walked through this. They didn't run. They didn't want to make noise. But like, where else are MOUZ going to be looking? They're staring right at that smoke. Yeah, good T side right now. The eco win doesn't come through this time. But, you know, we're seeing good signs from Big in this map, despite being, I say down, but I only mean down in the sense of this being a very good T side for MOUZ. It's a good T. It's a good start for Big. It's a double AWP as well into this round. We talked about the potential of this earlier. Sin's going to be AWPing Donut. Hyped has his over at B. And yeah, okay, we've seen a lot of double cave setups. It's not quite the crossfire. This is a good bait and switch. The AWP can take a fire, run back, and then let Process play close. But it doesn't matter, Harry. Not with a full A walk right now. And now you're thanking your lucky stars. The second AWP is in the temple at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, you know, an AWP in Temple actually is just so helpful for this A-hold. Like, it's really annoying to deal with an AWP there. You know, like, you can try pre-fire the angle, but Sin is a quick man. That much can be said. And with Crimbo here to back him out, or back him up, Sin's going to be able to reposition and take fights as their attention is pulled away. So there's the first, right? There's their little micro reposition within Temple, just to keep them guessing. Moves to a new position. Flash going to miss as well, just falls short. And even though there is this donut component still coming in, they're going to struggle to clear this. Crimbo gets the info, but is sleeping at the wheel. That could be their way back in. Sin with a double. Damage done, but it's all the kills coming up in favor of Big Omen Academy right now. Low HP on both Xertion and JDC in a 2-on-4. Bomb's not even down yet, and it might never go down. There's 20 seconds. Planting at A can feel like a nightmare, even with smokes down, even with the wider plant spots. And so nothing's gonna happen for MOUZ NXT. Nothing materializes. And right there, Sin shows us why that double AWP hold, you know, the AWP and the A site can be just such an annoying component to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, they did a really good job on MOUZ to try and bait for JDC, the jumping taps for Shane, and JDC gets all the way through. I wonder if Crimbo's maybe looking at his teammates' monitor to see if they're out main yet, so he knows when to swing or what to do. But yeah, with no mid info, JDC hits a beautiful timing, gets dinked, but won the fight out, and it's still not enough. The double AWPs reign supreme here for Big. Perfect time to pull them in near the end of the half. They can maybe win this one out. And Hyped again, starting off. Oh my god, it's just AWPs aplenty. Every direction, every position. And a triple kill from the AWPs. Almost a quad. There it is. Ace with the AWPs, please. That's if people could be patient enough to wait out this pocket player. And I don't think they can.
So I wouldn't be opposed for MOUZ to go back to A. Like, now that you know the double AWP's in play, you can kind of try to predict where that AWP will be in the A bomb site, right? Very, very common to see it on Temple. Sometimes they fight from big box, but that's kind of a more even fight for the riflers to take, right? You've got more chances to trade. You know, that there is util you can throw to nullify an AWP located in Temple. And the first time they went to A, that was also the first time they learned about the double AWP setup. So it's forgivable that that smoke wasn't there. If you do go back to it, it's got to be in now, right? There's kind of no excuse for it. But as to whether or not they will go A, it doesn't look like it. It's a triple set towards B. And Hyped has been fairly consistently winning this fight at ramp. Right, MHL's had a bit of a rough time dealing with him. That's fair enough to say, right? I think actually the first AWP we saw for Hype, the first duel it was able to win was over MHL here at the B side. And since then, you know, you remember that smoke walk round where he tried it. So the round prior to last, you know, it's been fairly consistent over at this B side of the map. Sure. So here they go, bit of mid-aggression. Smoke. Gonna land at red, but Donut's left open, and this is where that second AWP resides. The AWPs are just in position once again to win the round, essentially. Like, that's kind of what it boils down to. Like, Ancient can be really finicky to deal with them. Well, there's Hyped with the opener. One way to find it, I'll tell you that much. Fully blind and through a smoke. He's picked up the early 5-on-4.
The timing. I don't know if they caught it. It looked like they did, and they're scared of A. But look at JDC. They're going to wait for him. Aqua's just come back to watch this, and JDC is not in a hurry to activate the flank yet. But how long does Aqua wait? He may as well. 30 seconds. Everyone has the B site on lock. No picks are being given up with Hyped safe on short. And so I don't know how they're going to make JDC work this. He's got to be that early contact. He's got to get something done with his team smoked off. Aqua is falling back. He's still got his eyes on it, though. But for how long? There it is. Last second check. JDC wins that fight, though. Hype with the AWP in the site, getting one. And MHL sitting inside of the smoke, watching for a flank or something. JDC activates, and MHL bought just enough time to get that close kill. Very scary stuff, but the bomb plant with 5 seconds, and JDC can stop the cross with a no-scope. Don't know if they're ready for another man in the same position, and MHL will be. That's a ridiculous round. It's the AWP CT and T side who get it done. I don't know how JDC gets 3 on the flank. MHL living in the smoke. Insane. Everything about that round was bonkers.
No, yeah, that was just wildness. Like, and you can't even. There's no part of that that makes you look at Big and go, they've misplayed that. Like, no, they actually did everything right. It was some phenomenal openers from JDC who should have been screwed. Like, let's just put it plainly. Like, they knew he was there. They had the spot. Aqua at least got the info, even if he didn't get the kill. And it's like when you lose him and you fall down 4v2, you're not going, oh, that's lost us the round, right? You're thinking you can collapse onto JDC, or you can deal with the ramp component. But every fight that could have been the turning point for Big Omen Academy just wasn't found, and there's nothing but individuals stepping up in that round there to rescue it for MOUZ NXT.
I mean, this is a JDC highlight reel. It's so clean, and I think what's so cool about that flank is he doesn't activate it as soon as he can, because he knows that he's hit a gap when he crosses past Sin, who didn't see him, and like maybe Sin calls, yeah, I looked away for a moment. There's like a timing that he could have crossed, but you can see the longer that Aqua waits on the flank, the more he's thinking like he would have played by now. He would have gone for it. So I'm assured in this B play right now, it's not happening. And the second he like not even takes his eyes off, but just mentally discounts it and starts to peel away, that's when JDC goes. MOUZ based the whole round on JDC there, and he lives up to the hype. He delivers everything he had to. Big win the half, sure, but they should be doing that on the CT side. And now MOUZ, a true test to see if they can hold on and knock out Big to that lower bracket yet again. Try and get themselves to the grand final here of Season 3, the WePlay Academy League. And this might be the last half of the day if MOUZ have their way.
I think it would be a real statement as well from MOUZ NXT if they do close this out 2-0, right? Like, because we've seen them pushed to their limits by teams that you didn't think they would be. If they can 2-0 Big, that's a statement made. And on the B play, it's looking good for MOUZ to open up. Sui, they don't even know about him yet. He waits till the final second. Oh, that's a nice turn out of Sin. But is it enough to turn the round around? And again, yes, quick with the Glock. And brings it to a 1v1 clutch. You might have dealt with everyone. You might have dealt with everybody, but you haven't dethroned the king yet. JDC, out-reading, out-positioning, one step ahead, already here. And Sin on the peak gets obliterated. JDC keeps himself warm on the throne and puts 8 on the board for MOUZ NXT.
He's incredible, isn't he? We call him Mr. Consistent sometimes in this team, and maybe we didn't get that yesterday. A rare game off, but he's looked excellent all afternoon, all evening. Also, like that B play, their first check is supposed to be on Sui. That's where they're running towards, but they get picked mid-air out of that double cave setup, and Sui gets completely discounted. Even there for Sin, he fired off a shot before he left the B bomb site just to really sell it for JDC, who didn't fall for it, who didn't hesitate on his flank round. He knew exactly what Sin was going to do after killing the CT player. Power match odds more than favorable for MOUZ right now, and with a pistol in the pocket, the victory reaching. Oh god, yeah. Well, we're getting there, Harry. We're getting there. Force up though for Big, trying to get in the way. Oh my god, Sui just saved Urshan's life, but Sui will die for his teammate. Oh, close wall bangs, and JDC makes a drop climbing up, but Sin didn't realize, he didn't hear. JDC's flanking. Sin's now watching the position, but not for long enough. Turning back. It's a mess of a round here. Everyone's whiffing shots, and that has at least given Big a B plant. Oh, okay. Chill.
It's still fine. It should still be a big round. Shane is in an undoable clutch, and you don't want to have to say that, but it's true, right? Doesn't have the kit, does have a smoke, but that was the only thing going his way. And so he's going to have to bow out and save in this situation. Big Omen Academy, they're forced by, steals away a 9th round. keeping themselves in the lead, keeping themselves afloat. And I mean, really, that was like far more decisive, far faster than any T-side round we had at a MOUZ NXT, right? They would try these B plays every now and again, but never with the same oomph, through lack of a better word, right? It would often have, you know, like some lurking components, couple of guys trying to get away with a mid wrap or try to take mid control.
Well, it
and Big did have guys there, but they're so quick to get into a position to just all-in assault the B site the moment the kills come in. MOUZ are in a rough spot, but let's see if that reflects in the comms.
We're not for long. I will just play window at the start, and I will just spot what they do. They will probably instant smoke window again. No instant smoke. Watch out, fast B or A round. Middle flash.
Twins.
No, Samsung.
Close wins one. I mean that.
They are waiting for all mistakes.
Seems like a default.
Kłócasz czy nie?
Tak.
Powstanie.
I don't see plat. Nothing middle. Just let them waste util and come into us. Okay. Don't see him. Out plat, out mid. Out mid.
Zostawić.
Okay, I'm going. No, I'm going.
They can
to
come donut, Robert. They can come donut.
Okay.
I'm staying in window.
Very, can you...
BB.
Milo, come window.
I will
We
fake
fight
it
together.
and push.
I'm taking plat.
Watch out that he's not in the smoke.
Back B. They're gonna
Middle,
take
still
Let's
Let's
still
say retake it. Ready?
Come B, guys, come B.
Nothing much. Let's second.
He's blind. Pushing in. He's pushing you.
Banana.
Two rings, I need help.
Banana.
I can't help you there.
Banana comes.
Banana. Dead.
One more banana.
Dead.
Ruins.
Dead. Two
I'm pushing
runes.
banana.
I'm in cover blind.
I'm copy.
Raise.
Far banana. Far banana.
Come here, banana and runes.
Ja, ruins cost.
Spalili mnie.
Think two rings.
Link
10 HP. Out, I think. One is safe. Nice. 1 half HP was banana.
I was safe.
Yeah, it's fine. Can I talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Good round and good fucking call, Dory, that we shit sick B. At the end there, we just need to focus on comms a bit. Because the call was 5 banana. But are we getting recorded?
Yes.
Okay. Shit. Fine. Okay. But yeah, anyways, good round.
Wise words.
Oh, Wait, are we gonna record it? That's good. That's good. Yeah, caught with their pants down, Miles. We're listening to every single word. No, there's nothing wrong with that. No, there's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you got to clarify something. Guys, listen up. Use your ears. Work as a team. But yeah, maybe Miles getting a bit flustered at this point in the game. But it's fine. We're more than waiting for the rifle rounds to come out, where they have more reason to fight. But that was close. A little ballsy to double run the molly in cave to try and fight that push. I feel like a crossfire would have done a lot better, especially considering how close that round got. But nothing wrong with that. Miles give it a go with the low buy. Now it's just a full eco with the saved scout. I'd like to clarify that the players do get warned when we're listening in.
Yes.
They get warned. But in the heat of the moment, you can...
I mean, hell, dude, if you watched Eternal Fire Academy, you could tell that they get warned, because those guys, you know, despite being a Turkish team, would always open in English and ask how everyone's day is.
Yeah, man. Playing up to the crowd. Got to do it. Ooh. They're going to run the smoke. Oh! Oh, dear. It's a melting. 11-8. 5 alive for Big. This is a chance for Big to make this a 3-map. I don't think any of us really expected it on Ancient, but Big look prepped, man. All they're doing is the abuse of the B bomb site. Occasionally getting Sin or a lurker out middle, but for the most part, it is just this heavy B execute instantly, early, sometimes without even util, just a single flash to get him in. Keeping a lot of pressure on this MOUZ economy as they have to continue to use util early on B. This time it's a full mid take. MOUZ have to smoke the Molotov just so they don't perish. JDC backing out. But they are walking right up middle. And he is not aware. Smoke shots close, but not connecting. Let's see what Big do with all this control.
Oh man, he went back in. Like, Process was not expecting that. You don't anticipate a repeat from the same angle that quickly. Because a part of you's going, why would you do that? I could have just killed him. I could have just one-tapped him on the swing. But, you know, could have, should have, maybe would have. Just keep tickling him with nades. Maybe that will make the mean man go away, but it hasn't. MHL still bullying them in middle. Gonna force the last-ditch attempt at a bit of a B play at a big Omen Academy. Now, they do still have these two smokes, right? That's a bit of a saving grace to cut down some of these angles. One at short, the other could get used at long. Molly as well to try and burn out, you know, either the long cubby or the ninja corner. And they're going to use it for the long cubby, but little shallow and then smoke on top of it. Just keeps anyone out of the sight. Ooh. Allows that bomb plant to come in. And now a 3-on-5. If Big win this, mate, they could well and truly be onto a winner. But it's a big if. Hyped, holding for the swing over at lane. There's only one player here. If he's able to deal with this component, that would be huge. JDC often good at finding these timings, but not this time around. On the receiving end of that AWP, he's knocked out. The rest of them moving in. Smoke at ramp cuts the AWP off the angle, but you still got to contend with the double cave setup. Isn't a molly left for the bomb? Isn't a smoke left, rather? In they come. They got to get on it quick, and kills come through. The kit's been dropped in the round, lost on the back of it.
That molly won them the round, and that's so unfortunate for MOUZ. They just used the smoke on ramp. Perfectly fine smoke, but as soon as they do, Big are rubbing their hands together, dropping a molly on the plant, and there's nothing MOUZ can do, even with the spam. Insult to injury. And that's a really nice round out of Big. They have figured it out, man. This B site is a gaping hole right now for MOUZ. That's a 5-on-3, Harry, that Big execute into B. It was fine for MOUZ to play retake there, but with a molly, it is the deciding factor in the round win. That's a painful one to lose for MOUZ, especially for MHL, who did everything he could have really to start it off. And here we go. This is Big. Running amok right now on map 2 of the series. Making us sweat. Especially making MOUZ sweat. Oh, yeah, close monitor. Higher monitor. Aqua full focus. Blueberries low in supply. And a full eco for MOUZ, just with itty-bitty pistols and one safe gun. Now, we saw Big win this exact round, but I'm not expecting it to happen here.
Yeah,
but I'm really not. I'm really
no, yeah.
Especially not with these BXX. It's a lot harder, right?
Dude,
You're not getting dribble kills.
It's really insane. Like, winning a 3-on-5 like that is... It should... I don't want to say it should be impossible. Obviously, we just saw it happen. But, like, it's not meant to feel as easy as it looked. For Big Omen Academy, Zertian, that's a lovely deke shot to open this up, man. Crimbo just got deleted to the 9th degree.
Okay, well, no one's ever won an eco, so I think we'll be fine. And Big, you see how cold they're going now. Realizing how important this one round is. And, oh, MOUZ with a little snake walk.
Line.
They clear B lane right as it gets emptied. Oh, guns out the map. Very nice. Very effective. Not going to be able to retrieve that one. You know that's what they're going for right now. This could still get caught. Could be another 5-on-3. Process just leaves middle. And it is this A-pop, but where's the one gun again?
Over here at A, Shane is still having a very quiet game though, right? He's the guy who's got to perform. The pressure is on. 4 kills to his name right now. Needs something out of this M4, and it's a one and done for Shane. Now that could still be enough, right? The pistols are all here, trying to hold the site.
Okay.
Zertian drops the bomb, follows up with another, and MHL sprints the smoke. They turn them to dust on the A play, and MOUZ NXT win an eco.
We do have powers. We must.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, like, people always say it. it, and I'm like, nah, we don't.
We don't.
Actually, maybe we do.
Every time we call it, I feel like it happens.
Like, you know, we have to like imply that something's impossible, and then. So winning this round for
no, leave it.
I'll use it responsibly.
Yeah,
I'll wield my powers responsibly. I could at any time.
Yeah,
but I won't.
But I
probably will. And I could.
And a mid take again here for both sides. Big only sent one man out. Sin's been doing that a lot on the lurks. He's often been later in middle, but he tries to pop it quick, and it is unfortunately the one round that MOUZ are triple mid. This is dangerous. Oh, he turned, and the boost came up right as he turned. But there was a big gap in the smoke. Legs shot, and Aqua kills his teammate. That's awkward. Sui's followed up. Oh no, they're falling like flies right now. There is a trade. Crimbo needs the clutch. In-game leader. 1v3. They're both there. Nice shot. Crimbo's clean with it. And now he's in a 1v1. The big flank from Shane, the bottom performer. Only needs a single kill, and Crimbo sets up in the cave, but he's stuck in the smoke. Oh, dearie me. Oh! He's still going to fall. Shane, he may not be having a great game, but that is such an important kill and round for MOUZ to shut out.
Yeah, I don't even know how it gets that close, man. Crimbo's
clean.
That was
bigger hit shots.
Like, that was something to be marveled at. That could have damn well been like one of the clutches of the event by Country Mile if he was able to get it over the line. Wonderful double. But unfortunately just fought so low in those other skirmishes that, you know, Shane didn't need to land 4 shots, didn't need to make it some sort of crazy clinical affair. He just needed one in a 25-round spray to find damage, and he wins the round.
God, yeah, you can see the Big are really fighting for this game, though. They are giving it their all, and some of these players are popping off. Hyped has been winning the AWP battle all game long. It's not been a contest. MHL's been fine. Like, he's had his rounds, certainly had his rounds, but in terms of head-to-head, it's not been competitive. It's a grimy angle from Shane.
Hang on, though. That contact being made at A was enough to pull everyone over.
Yeah, but MOUZ have been playing a lot of retake Bs, and often that has left them lacking. However, this is probably not a problem with no utility for Big, nothing to set them up. Even if they are given a plant, winning a round here is pretty unlikely. Oh, the MHL might die here. Yes, yeah, okay, yeah. Oh, we can't stay here forever.
Dude, especially not as they hear him throwing util. Now you hear him scoping. It's like, yeah, let's go. Let's run him down. That's the kill. That's an AWP. There's no head armor on Xerxan, and the P250 just taps him out. Oh, God. Leaning away from B might be their demise. Missed shot for Hyped, and Sui's trying to pick up the pieces. Shane alongside him. They've both got a killer piece. And JDC's here to alleviate a lot of the pressure. Just Process left, and Sui will take his head clean off. Yeah, you get the round, but bloody hell, it didn't need to be that close, it feels like.
Those are like miscoms or something for MOUZ, because Xerxan's on long and he's like holding ramp / default, and he's not even ready to swing cave. Like, it's more MHL just shouldn't be in that position if Xerxan isn't ready to fight with him. Because if it's one thing if MHL gets run and then Xerxan swings off a long and like multi-kills, but he was deep back a long corner. So yeah, they just weren't really coming together there. It's a weird one, but a round's a round, man. However, for a second, your heart was racing. 12-11, MOUZ coming alive right at the end of this map, and it might be enough to save their series to lock in a 2-0. Big, though, they made the most unwinnable rounds close and sometimes even put them over the line.
And, I just want to remind folks, if you are just tuning in, Big, if they were to fall here, it wouldn't be elimination. They'd continue on to face Astralis talent tomorrow for a chance at the grand final. So it's not all over here, but you'd like to...
Dude, I was wondering if that would hit. It looked pretty close. That's not what he's trying to hit, but he'll take it.
But yeah, man, with how Big have been looking, there's not a part of them that's saying yet, oh, don't worry, we've always got tomorrow. Like, they're fully believing they can win this. However, MOUZ are starting to find more and more success. And even though the rounds have always gotten close, as the caveat, right? You still need round wins if you're Big Omen Academy. You've at least always kept MOUZ modest. You want to keep that trend going forward, right? If you could get 2 more kills here, maybe even a bomb plant as well, you're still feeling good about it. And there's the opener. MHL brushed aside.
Xertion, he knows the ramp is clear, but he's going to just sit on the site and not let them plant. And that's a lineup, gets one. Sin with the trade. JDC calling for support. Sin's even going through the smoke. That's crazy, and they line up. Shane continues the spray to keep the round his, and MOUZ do convert it. Hey, they got the 2 kills. They didn't get the bomb plant, but even so, Big running out of rounds now, running out of chances.
The worry is, though, mate, like, because you've kept them just so on their toes and so modest in terms of the money, like, you're 1 round away from breaking MOUZ NXT, and you've been in that position for a little while now. Now, it could be one of these horrible spots where that potential is never realized, that potential is never acted upon, you never break the money, and so then you never get the advantage of making all these rounds close. But we won't know that till it's already past that point, right? And so Big Omen Academy, even though it's 12-12, even though MOUZ are fighting all these rounds, they're not in dire straits just yet. The T side shouldn't have been easy. It's never meant to be easy. That's very awkward for Xertion. They've gotten past him. With him falling early, this B site gets so tantalizing. Sui, I don't know how he's doubled up there. He should have been a dead man.
Massive, yeah, give up the plant, let them get it down and play the retake here. MOUZ only have a bit of utility, but just enough to win the round. JDC smoke spams out 1. They move up on short. There's a cave player. Crimbo's trapped alone, and Sin pushes again through the smoke. A double kill, but no ammo for the 3rd. And JDC keeps it clean.
Another high damage little partial buy, though,
but it
right?
doesn't matter how many rounds you keep MOUZ soft if you never finish them off, Harry. If you never break that money, you never win a round. MOUZ is just going to close in 3. Big need to capitalize. God, their recos, though, have been incredible. At the same time, it is also a bit of a one trick. Like, Big hitting B, don't get me wrong, they're getting into great positions. They're getting into a lot of close rounds. Like, this should, honestly, Sui doesn't double there. Big probably win the round. But we've only seen B. We've only seen these same endings of rounds. So it's dangerous whether you want to start to now try out the A site this late in the game when you actually have no idea what MOUZ have been doing there. But Shane, the bottom performing player, is in that position. Somewhat because, you know, he's bottom performing because they're not coming, but... Oh, that's sickening. B is not getting easier,
Dude,
it's getting harder.
He was full blind on the first kill, and then smoke shot on the second. Don't wallbang for the 3rd. Not like the holy trinity of BS kills, please.
Yeah.
Don't you dare, Xertion. Don't do it.
Trying to.
Don't do it. Okay, you listen to me. No, do it. I take it back. I changed my mind. The flags.
And now Shane's pushing A. This is what I mean. Like, you haven't played A at all in this game. And like, Shane doesn't want to be a liability and get aggressive. But now, like, at this point in the game, screw it. They haven't pushed me once. I'm just going to flank. 3Ks them in middle. And now it almost feels obvious if Big were to go A. Shane's not going to do that play ever again, but he's won the 1 round he needed to with it. 14 for MOUZ. And Big, they were playing so well on this T side, and they have the whole time. They've had so many close chances. They've had so many almost clutches, from Sin doing it twice to Crimbo getting that 1-on-4 down to a 1-on-1. It's been really competitive.
Dude, the thing that is heartbreaking, though, like the whole conversation we've been divulging for these last few rounds about keeping them modest, keeping them 1 step away from breaking point, you know, like now that was a flawless round. And so like all that work that you just did after the last like 5 rounds, 6 rounds of play of keeping them with just 2 surviving every time. Yeah, basically null and void. It's
like, finish them, Harry. You got to finish them. Make sure they're down for the count. Because MOUZ just keep on getting back up.
It's literally like, you know, they've sowed a field, they've planted their seeds, up, drought, everything. You know, like what was the point? Oh, that's heartbreaking. It's not over. It's not over by a long margin, but MOUZ have been building up, getting stronger as the game goes on, and Big, the victories have been getting more decisive, more decided in the opening segment. Xertion's been a big part of that over here in Cave, trying this lineup again. Does have to be careful as there are 2 players here. That smoke's not going to last forever, so he will start to back out. MHL with a mid peak. He's been good at getting openers here. You know, might have been hyped, kind of stealing the limelight away, but MHL's been fairly consistent in middle, be it with the A1S or the AWP. They know Xertion's here, but still, like, how do you get out with one there? The molly eventually ticks onto him, but Sui, that's an incredible trade over the incandescence of the Molotov on a pixel angle as well. He's kept it in the advantage of MOUZ NXT, and he's going to take it one step further. Hyped walks to his demise. And big, man, they might have kept them modest, they might have kept them on their toes, but MOUZ quick to adapt, quick to react, and now just 2 kills away from a 15th.
Yeah, some of these rounds they had Sin in middle, right, lurking or coming out early, or sometimes even walking in late. But let's like compare the T sides. When MOUZ were doing these B plays, like they had JDC going in on these big flanks, coming in through red. Like not once have Big attempted to find mid timings, to find flanks. And part of that is because they're not getting many opening kills. Their kills come on the executes when they, you know, when MOUZ play retake and Big get a 4-on-4 and they get the plant, and then suddenly that's when the rounds get super close, and that's what's egging Big on to go back to B. But we've never seen like a slow default where Big have taken middle and set a player up for a flank or faked an A play, and that's why we see things like Shane getting aggressive and MOUZ barely playing the A site anymore. It's sad because Big have had so much success in this game, but at the same time showed so little. It feels like there could be so much more, but it's too late.
Yeah, you know, it's like the one thing they do well, they do really well, but once that fails, it's like, what else do you have, right?
I still think, dude, this has been a super exciting game, and it's actually been impressive to see Big perform on a map that we don't know them to perform on. And like going back, watching the demo, I'm sure they can learn a lot from this game. And of course, again, as you said, not eliminated. If they lose this one, they go down to face Astralis. Hey, this map could come out there. Actually, that's almost impossible. It won't, but maybe it's a third. Even so, Astralis don't want to touch it. I don't know, man. This has been a really good game for Big today, but MOUZ have, you know, they are the champions.
You say Astralis don't want to touch it. They did actually play it recently.
Am I missing that then?
In that Malta Vibes event. I think that was actually maybe versus Into the Breach, but I might be wrong on who it was against. Anyway, look, rounds back in. JDC, double opener in middle, and that is salt in the wound, man. You try to change it up, you try to go somewhere else, but wherever you're going, you're running into this annoying guy. JDC, 3 letters in the name. And 2 to his name already. Sorry, Hugo.
Yeah, you're right. No, they do play the map. I missed that. They did beat into the Breach on it as well.
Yeah,
so, yeah. Just haven't really seen them on it in this tournament since they got 16-1 by fnatic in the group stage. But yeah, I mean, that's all for later. That's all for tomorrow. It feels inevitable that we're going there, Harry. Big. 3 deaths away from that consolidation final v Astralis Talent. MOUZ, they have kept their head on their shoulders throughout this series, even when things were looking tough. And they were they went 8-7 down in both maps.
I mean, bro, like, Shane had 4 kills a matter of rounds ago.
Yeah.
He's quickly risen through the ranks, gone on his own hero's journey to recover into this one. The resilience is definitely there. Aqua might have gotten a B opener, but the rotations are already arriving. MHL's come in through lane to set up in cave. You're running into what feels like a stack, but the shots are missing. Nothing's connecting yet for MOUZ NXT. They might have had all the bodies here, but you still got to make the shots hit. MHL with 1. That's denied the plant. That's going to cost you dearly because Aqua's all alone and Crimbo was playing for the post plant. Back to a 1v1 again, and it's Shane once more, the guy who stopped him last time around in this clutch, to try and do it again. Missed shot, not many more opportunities, and he's playing with time. Knows the plant has to get stuck. Crimbo now trapped at pillar, might have a veil of safety if he can cross, but Shane, the anti-clutcher, the man who stopped Crimbo not once but twice now in these key moments, locks in the victory for MOUZ NXT. And well, the reigning champions of the WePlay Academy League have found their way back into the grand finals again. Who would have guessed?
Yeah, I can't say we're too shocked, right? Like, this team is such an entertaining roster to watch. I still want to give a shout out to Big, because I think players like Crimbo played lights out today. Yeah, maybe the B plays weren't really the answer, but individually he looked incredible. Sin had a great game. But you look at the flip side, man, like, damn, JDC's mid lurking on the T side destroyed the boys on Big. And Shane, the comeback story of a player who was getting no action, who was getting no kills, who goes on, wins those 2 massive 1v1s to stop Crimbo from 1v3 and 1v4ing, and even has that flank round on mid as well to 3k. Like, MOUZ, they are so hard to defeat. Even when they're down, they're never out, and now they're back up in first place for a grand final. That will be tomorrow alongside a consolidation match between Big and Astralis Talent. But first, we got to have the full breakdown, the full Monty from James and the boys on the desk.
Headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates. I wanna hear your go, go, go. I wanna see you falling fast. Win the round. Win the game. Very much. They play, you win.
Big certainly put up a fight, but it was MOUZ NXT that walked through this one with a 2-0 scoreline. But it is one of these series, right, where we almost feel like we deserve a third map because it was competitive, it was fun, we got some exciting moments out of it. But MOUZ NXT, well, they're back in that top spot, and they're all the way to the grand final.
A little bit of a German traitor in JDC.
You had to do him like that.
He has to do it to his fellow countrymen. Yeah, I mean, JDC had an awesome game. MOUZ NXT, top to bottom, I think a lot of the players were able to chime in. Shane on that final round there, making sure that clutch doesn't happen. I feel like MOUZ NXT were definitely in their comfort zone on that T side, and moving into CT side, they got caught off by some of the explosive plays from Big there. I mean, Big made it competitive as we expected, but MOUZ NXT, I mean, once again, they just showed that they are the dominant team. They're the reigning champions. They're looking for the three-peat right now, and they are establishing a WePlay dynasty.
Yeah,
they really are.
And I mean, in many ways, it felt like all MOUZ NXT had to do was figure out how to deal with the BXX from Big Omen Academy. And once they did that, and that also allowed for both Shane and Exertion, who had pretty slow starts to the game, to actually get into the thick of things. Exertion gradually got more and more into it towards like cave/lamp room to really have an impact on the game. And yeah, Shane, as he's rotating over, etc., actually just being able to come up clutch when needed. And that's when you have MOUZ at their best. That's when you have MOUZ the way we've seen them for the 2 first seasons. And that's the team that's seemingly impossible to beat. In this league, they're just quality from top to bottom, and it's cool to see. I was getting a little bit worried, obviously, given the start into the second half, because they had such a good T side, honestly, that I figured that we talked about it on the desk prior to the match that 6 rounds should be a wash at that point.
They got 7, so
yeah, exactly. So you figured like, well, this is everything's written for this to be a grand final ticket for MOUZ NXT, easy peasy. But Big, they definitely surprised. They had solid executes. They had a good understanding of how to play the map, and obviously, you can't necessarily account for some of the heroics from MOUZ NXT's players every now and again, and that becomes very decisive at the end of it.
Now, when it comes to you touching on JDC, right? Yeah, he topped the scoreboard this time around, but I gotta say, Sui, my man.
Oh yeah.
Like across every game for them, he's just been putting up numbers, been putting in work, and towards then, right on the real key rounds where it was close and they were just fighting back into it on Ancient, he was pushing forward, right, and delivering and taking control of rounds. I love this guy.
His antics towards Cave to support Exertion were great. I mean, he's the kind of guy that it feels like he has a lot of autonomy in terms of he can kind of control whatever the main focus of the map is. Like, whatever the main play is, he won't always be the first in, second in. It's just like he wants to support that whatever way he feels is the most fit. And it's really cool to see that his kind of ideas are now matching his gameplay, because he always had good ideas as the in-game leader for MOUZ through all these seasons, but now that he's being a contributing factor on top of that with his own just like output, it's like MOUZ is now kind of unstoppable because he's always where he needs to be. He's always in the thick of things, and that's kind of just a scary recipe for all of these teams now, because Shuhei in other seasons wasn't really the strongest player. In fact, it was kind of Shane and Shuhei that were usually the bottom, but now Shuhei's been on the top, or at least second, third fragger for pretty much this entire playoffs.
Yeah, these straight up been fantastic for MOUZ NXT, and it's good to have those kind of people to rely on when the usual suspects aren't necessarily having the greatest of games, and that's that's what kind of identifies a quality team, and that's what MOUZ NXT has. Even with losing Torzy, losing Cyclone, they're still going to be able to fight and stay in it, which is impressive from a young squad. I feel like we also have to give a shout out to Sin. Definitely had his best map of the playoffs so far in this one. Having a ton of impact from Big, and it's cool to see more people showing up in that sense, because this is a map where Prosis, who's been a very reliable source of performance from the Big Academy side, didn't really get going in the same fashion, got shut down a lot harder than what he normally would be. So it's nice to see that, again, Big, yeah, sure, they do end up going down to the consolidation finals, but he does actually, there's more people to kind of showcase themselves and keep Big Omen Academy competitive.
Now it's time for us to get the interview underway, and this time, we had Exertion yesterday, we're getting JDC, and obviously this is the man that wrecked me in the 1v1, Mr. JDC. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing very good. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you, man, even after you totally destroyed me. And then, by the way, JDC, right, we were talking about this. These guys on the desk, they're like, oh, you got excuses because I didn't have a mouse. You understand that was a relevant excuse, don't you?
Accepted it, and I understand it completely.
See, JDC, that's why I like you, man.
Too nice.
My
too
man,
nice.
Yeah,
my man.
Gotta be nice about it. Gotta be nice about it.
Way too nice.
Now, JDC, you've made it to the grand finals once again, and this time you've taken down Big 2-0. But I want to see, what did you guys feel as a team that was different from yesterday? Because it looked like we were seeing the real MOUZ NXT.
Yeah, I probably agree on the real MOUZ NXT, I would say. I think the energy levels today were really good. And, I mean, after yesterday, we had good talks together about everything, Xerdion already mentioned that we are not in the best period, and that we have to acknowledge that. I think we did it, and we took out the best of it. And today we showed a completely different side, I would say. The one we are aiming for to play continuously. And, yeah, I'm just very happy with the result.
And when you're talking about this, right, the state of where you're at right now, obviously changing players, changing coach, that's all come in. But I want to ask you, how much are you feeling the pressure of being in the grand finals again, being the favorites now? Because obviously, yeah, in season 1, you came in, you got the trophy. Season 2, you kind of were the favorites, but there are other teams that can challenge. This time definitely feels different even for us here on the desk.
Well, I mean, it's always like more pressure in a way if you're a favorite. But if we do it the right way, we shouldn't even think about it. We shouldn't get it to our heads. Like, if we only focus on us playing good and us communicating well and us doing our things, it doesn't matter if we're underdogs or favorites. We should just play our game, and if we win the title, that's good. And that's the only thing that matters.
I love it.
So just quickly to touch on, obviously, like, again, you're coming into the finals as big finals, and we don't know big favorites, and we don't know your opponent just yet. But instead of asking the traditional, who would you like to play in the finals, what team out of the two, Astralis Talent and Big Omen Academy, do you think can pose a bigger threat to you guys? Thinking about like map pools and just kind of, I guess, play style wise, is there one of them that you feel like is more difficult to play against than the other?
Actually, I will go with no. I think we are playing very good on the maps we want to play, and the enemies play as well. I think there is no real threat if like one of those teams arrive in the final. We are both. We are prepared for both. We are prepared in general, and we'll see to what it comes down. But like I said, as long as we play good CS and we believe in our team strength, then it doesn't matter the opponent. It's just our own enemy, you know.
JDC, I have a couple questions for you. One is that it felt like the first day when you played against Astralis Talent, you individually didn't really perform up to the standard that I'm used to for you. Why do you think Astralis Talent kind of got you off kilter or made it so hard for you?
Well, I mean, gotta give them the respect. I think Astralis Talent played very good CS. And I mean, they just caught me off guard. I wasn't playing good. I was maybe not in the best shape in that day. And I made a lot of mistakes I normally don't. I got punished for them. That's just how CS goes. If you make mistakes, opponents capitalize on it. That's how it goes. I watched the demos after the game was finished. I analyzed my gameplay, and I noticed that my timings were off. I was not playing good, and I got the deserved punishment for that. So yeah, but right now it's just focus on fixing mistakes. I did it yesterday night. I watched a lot, and today I was feeling way better.
Well, you're so insightful that my second question was going to be, how did you improve to today? But I mean, I guess you don't have to answer that one. I guess I'll just kind of focus maybe on the map that you lost, though. I am curious about that nuke that they threw at you guys. I feel like some of those rounds were really hectic, and it kind of forced you guys into positions, kind of certain situations you weren't very comfortable with. Was that something that you guys focused on right after? Like, did you immediately all just like hunker down and look at the demo, or is that kind of more of is that an individual thing or a team-based thing right now, those kind of fixes?
I mean, it's a team-based thing. We have to realize that we are only playing since 1 month together now, and at the start, especially on Nuke, it's a communication-heavy map. There will be things that go wrong, like sometimes, and that's not an issue. After yesterday, we had a talk on Nuke because we noticed there are some things off. But like I said, I don't think we should stress it at all, and we aren't. It's just things that need work and need time to develop, and as soon as it happens, we will be on a good way.
Cool.
Now, JDC, I want to ask a little bit more on this, right? Because obviously you face big and Astralis talent. Ignoring the maps, you know, ignoring kind of how it all went down and obviously the score lines, who do you think is the toughest team right now out of those two? Who do you think is slightly better?
I would go with Big Academy in that regard, actually.
Okay, cool. My predictions are on point. I just need the JDC opinion on that. I like that. That's all good. Now, JDC, I'm also going to say, right, you're wearing, it's orange you've got on your shirt now, right? A bit of a change of colour?
Red.
Red,
it's
okay,
red.
Good. This is the coach. I've got bad eyes, I'm old. I was going to say, if it was orange, I was looking and you got the spiky hair, I'm thinking like a bit of Goku vibes, you know, Super Saiyan JDC coming in as well. Powered up. And I'm going to say, JDC, right, you're 21, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, for someone who's 21, you're so well-spoken, you articulate well, but also you have a good observation of yourself and the team and stuff going around you. Where does your motivation come from for this, right? What's the goal for you personally? Because there's not many players we speak to of your age or even older that kind of have this kind of perspective, and it's very interesting for me.
That's a really good question. Jesus. I mean,
I'm getting revenge. I didn't get to ask you any in the 1v1.
First of all, I think this is my dream since I was a little kid, you know, and making it slowly becoming reality and just working every day for it is highly motivating, as well as just being able to do daily what I love and maybe having an impact on different people, helping people out, learning the game, and just doing what I love every day, pretty much. In general, I would say I want to be the best, obviously. I want to play in the best team, and I want to have my team be the best version of themselves as well as myself. So the motivation is just because there's so much to learn and so much to improve on every day that I'm just hyped every day to learn more, you know, because there's no skill ceiling yet in my eyes, and simple is demonstrating to what it can go up. So I'm just excited to learn more every day and get better.
I love it, man. Top attitude. JDC, thank you so much for joining us, man. Congratulations on the win today, and we will see you in the grand final tomorrow, my man.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You too, mate. Like, literally, there's nothing I got bad to say about him. You know, like, yesterday you said about it, Mario Wright wasn't playing up to standard. He literally just realised it himself, watched his own games. I don't think also enough players, I know top level, maybe some of them don't feel like they need to, or the coaches do it or whatever, but enough players don't look at their own games. And you can just, by watching yourself, see so much from it. And that's the proof. Look what he did today. It's
a night and day performance for JDC. Yesterday, he was in the shadows, just dying, like in situations where I'm not even used to seeing him die. And then today, he's just hard wrecking Big, who's supposed to be a better team than Astralis. So he clearly improved day to day. Maybe the matchup favored him a little bit more for some reason, but also, I mean, it's clear that he has been improving. That I think kind of like a couple of years ago, the German scene maybe didn't think he was all that, but at this point, he's a player that is knocking on the door of Tier 1. I hope he gets his chance sooner than later because he's a great talent. And on top of that, I mean, he gives great interviews.
that always makes me happy, right? You know that for sure. We're going to take a look at the playoff bracket, though. And, well, Maui, your playoff bracket's been slightly upset, but so has ours all, really, to look at this, right? We all predicted that Spirit Academy would beat Astralis Talent. Well, that didn't happen. So now we've got Big Open Academy down in that decider matchup going up against Astralis Talent. And from what, obviously, JDC was saying, we all thought that it'd be Big Omen going up against MOUZ NXT in the grand final. You, though, had a different way of them getting there, Mr. Maui.
Yeah, I did think that Big Omen Academy was going to show a better face here against MOUZ NXT. I thought they were actually probably going to win Inferno, but it didn't quite work out like that. I think I'm a little bit surprised, but we still might get that same grand final that we all predicted.
What do you reckon, Ben?
Yeah, I know it does feel likely. Again, sure, Astralis have surprised it, and it feels kind of mean to again go against them.
Yeah,
because they have steadily.
We're not learning, are we? Really?
And they are introducing new aspects to their team that we haven't been aware of, right? Like if it's new maps or just more players being actually able to show up when it's needed. All of those are great positives, but that's already stuff that we've seen multiple times with the likes of Big, for example. So we don't necessarily have those question marks if it's going to be a consistent thing or if it's just a one-off or if it's like you're having a good day, that type of thing. And that just kind of leads you to lean the direction of Big Omen Academy. But again, I think we've learned at this point not to completely write off Astralis talent because they have proven us wrong time and time again.
And they like to prove us wrong, especially if it's Maui and Pimp. Let's learn in the hard way. But another great day has been done here. Thank you very much for your thoughts, guys. We're going to close the show now and get ourselves ready for tomorrow. Tomorrow is the final day of the Season 3 here of the WePlay CSGO Academy League. And MOUZ NXT, they want that three-peat. They have won all the trophies so far. Can they do it again? Well, you have to come join us tomorrow to find out.